Guys, we're about to have a very controversial topic today. Guys, before we get into the actual topic, guys, please hit the like button. Please subscribe to the channel. Um, guys, also please share the video. Guys, I gotta make this disclaimer. This topic is not for people in their 60s. This topic is not for people in their 50s. It's not for people in their 40s. It's not for people in your 30s. This topic is for the younger generation. Guys, if you are 18, 19, 20, 21, you have been bamboozled. You have been flim-flammed into believing that you're being oppressed, that you're a slave, that you are a victim of Jim Crow. When in fact, you're being tricked off of corporate interest, off of race hustling interest. Tariq Nasheed, Brother Polight, Umar Johnson are the equivalent of what Al Sharpton was in the 80s and the 90s. They are the equivalent to what a lot of race hustlers will be and have always been. A lot of 30, a lot of 40, a lot of 50-year-olds will try to convince you that you're oppressed, that the white man is against you, etc., etc. But all the while, they are benefiting off of the white man system. They are loving everything about the white man system. Now, hear me out, because I will drop the link pretty soon, or I will allow people to cam up. But let's be completely honest. The biggest fraud of them all is Tariq Nasheed. Now, I don't know the man at all. I've never spoken to the man. I have no beef with the man. But I'm going to be completely honest with you. If you are 18, 19, or 20, I'm going to expose him to you. He is the equivalent of what Bill Gates is, of what Warren Buffett is, Steve Jobs, rest in peace. He is a capitalist. That's it. He's created this notion of FBA, Foundational Black Americans. He's created this notion to divide African people. He's given a narrative that FBA, that you guys are being oppressed, that African immigrants are oppressing you, when African immigrants certainly are not and don't even have the power to oppress you. Also that he can sell tickets. Also that you can watch him on YouTube, go to his meetings, pay for his books, etc. Let's be completely honest. Brother Polight, for damn near 15 years, this Negro painted ancient Egyptian nonsense on his face. He talked all this stuff about white supremacy, just like Tariq did, or has done, and still do. As soon as Brother Polight got rich, what did he start doing? He's driving around in Rolls Royces, sit in front court at the Lakers games. The man has played you all And he's a capitalist as well. And I can't knock what he's doing. He created the notion that white supremacy exists. You believed it. So every time he talked, every time he sensationalized an argument, you believed it. You bought his books, you bought his courses, you enriched him so that he can start spending money in the very same system that he's telling you that you're being oppressed in. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. Dr. Umar Johnson, another flim flam. This big nigga, he's telling you that white supremacy exists, that you're being oppressed, that you should donate to these schools to educate these black boys, supposedly. It's been 15 years. You blacks have never seen a school from those donations. This message is not for you Gen Xers. This message is not for you millennials. This message is not for you boomers. This is for the young kids. I'll be the first to admit it. We failed. We failed you. But learn from our mistakes. Learn from our hypocrisy. You could be anything you want to be in America. You could be a doctor. You can go into any field of medicine. You could be a cardiologist. You can be a radiologist. You can be a pediatrician. You can be a damn neurosurgeon. Who's stopping you? There's no white man stopping you. There's no African immigrant stopping you. But leave it up to these charlatans, Tariq Nasheed, Umar Johnson, Brother Polight, and so many other race hustlers. Leave it up to them. They'll have you believing that you're still in shackles, and you're not. And you've never been, and you don't know anyone that's ever been. They want you to stay in a constant state of oppression, just like the dope boy wants you to be or maintain your addiction. Do you think a dope boy wants you to stop using drugs? Hey, every dope boy in America, listen, every dope boy in America wants the user to continue to use. The same thing with race hustlers. And the drug is racism. They've convinced you that you need it. They've convinced you that you're being oppressed. And you go out like the suckers you are. You spend $50, $75 to go hear Dr. Umar speak. This nigga, he's wearing a dashiki, got some drums, got some incense burning, and you believe that nonsense. You believe that. All the while, when he's leaving, he's staying in a Ritz-Carlton hotel room, being chauffeured by the white man. His kids don't go to public schools. Do you think Al Sharpton's kids, Al Sharpton, in my opinion, who's the same as Brother Polight, who's the same as Tariq Nasheed, do you think his daughters went to inner city public school around blacks? No, they didn't. You can look it up. His daughters went to all white private schools. But I thought the white man was oppressing you. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with capitalism. But don't accept the drug. Listen, there's nothing wrong with going to the bar and drinking a few shots or two. But you know what it is? Do you know where the problem becomes? When you become an alcoholic, when you start using, when alcohol takes over your life. The same thing with a lot of you old people, you millennials, my age group, you boomers. See, racism has consumed you to the point where it's a part of your daily life. Everything is racist. Now, this whole FBA versus African thing, see, you've created these barriers in your brain now. So it hinders your development. It hinders your development. So you walking around all depressed, the white man against me. All the while, Brother Polight, He's smiling in every photo in Cali, Beverly Hills. He's buying $25,000 purses for his wives. He has a smile from ear to ear. And you, the person who's been listening to him, accepting his drug, you are sitting around depressed, thinking the white man's oppressing you. All the while he's shopping at the white man's store. See, it's all funny. It's all bullshit. You got Tariq Nasheed. He's created this whole divide between black Americans and Africans. How come he didn't do that in Hidden Colors? You know why he's doing that now? Because he has to sell a new drug to you. See, nobody's watching Hidden Colors anymore. So he has to sell you a new drug. He has to put it in your head that Africans are oppressing you. How in the hell is an African oppressing you? You've been in America for 4 or 5 centuries. How is an African oppressing you when an African literally the average listen, let's be honest. The average African, whether they're from Liberia, Nigeria, Ghana, Niger, South Africa, Algeria, Uganda, any African country, literally 2 or 3 generations ago was living in a mud hut. And this dude, Tariq Nasheed, has convinced you that people who lived in mud huts 3 generations ago are better than you. Come on. Or look down upon you and you believe that? Stop it. Got this word called tether, baby. Come on. If you're 19, 20, don't accept the drug of racism anymore from anybody. From liberal right whites, from Tariq Nasheed, from brother Polight don't he doesn't do content anymore because he's living in the lap of luxury now. Dr. Umar, don't accept this anymore. When you go to college, if you do, don't go to the African Studies department. Don't have these African Studies professors trick you into believing in some nonsensical African past. Focus on the sciences. Focus on mathematics. Focus on science. Focus on technology. Don't have them convince you to wear a dashiki. Don't have them convince you to walk around campus beating on drums and not putting on deodorant. I'm being serious. Don't have these people convince you that Africans are better than you. And if you're African, don't have people convince you that African Americans are better than you. All Africans should unite. All Africans are the same. Whether you live in Brazil, whether you live in the continent, whether you live in the Caribbean, whether you live in the Americas. Now, I know a lot of you are upset with me because you want to believe it. You want to believe this drug. You want to believe in this drug so much of oppression. But let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. The next time you talk to Tariq Nasheed, ask him, hey, where do you live at? Do you live around blacks? The next time you talk to Brother Polight, ask him, Brother Polight, where do you live at? Where do your kids go to school at? See what he says to you. They're scamming you, you dummies. But see, the beauty of this conversation is I'm not talking to you old people no more. See, you're like an old dog. You can't be taught anything new anymore. This is for 19, 20, younger people. Start questioning everything. I took African studies when I was in college. I went to a very liberal arts college. The very same African studies teachers that were telling us about racism, white supremacy, most of them were married to non black people. I'm not lying. I'm not lying. Most of them were married to non black people. Most of the very same African studies professors were married to whites, they were married to Asians. Most of the Africans, I'm talking about Africans from the continent who were professors, They talked all that stuff about Africa, about their home country. Not near of one of them wanted to move back. The same thing with these scam artists right here. Do you think Brother Polight would live in Liberia? Do you think Dr. Umar Johnson would live in Uganda? Do you think Tariq Nasheed, let's be honest, you think Tariq Nasheed would actually live in Africa? Stop it. You know, I come over here to talk, I come over here to give my opinion and perspective. I don't want to convince you people of anything. I just want people to start thinking critically. You know what I find so funny? People will say, scam artists like these race hustlers, they will say that the white man is oppressive, that there's racism, white supremacy. Well, if there's racism, white supremacy, why are you supporting the very same institutions that white people run? Why are you supporting their car industries, their computer industries? Why are you supporting their banking institutions? Why not just go to Africa and start your own? You could drop the link, JR. It's a lot of people who are upset with me. It's a lot of millennials. It's a lot of boomers. It's a lot of people who are upset with me, JR. You can drop the link for these crybabies now. Salute to you guys, by the way. But I see a lot of people are crying today. They can't believe I'm saying what I'm saying. They can't believe I'm going after Tariq Nasheed, Brother Polight, Dr. Umar Johnson. How come Brother Polight he's not supporting an African soccer club? Why is he always at Lakers games supporting the white man's basketball teams? Why is he supporting racism, white supremacy? I'm serious. Ask yourself these questions. Or maybe there is no such thing as racism, white supremacy. Maybe Africans aren't really looking down upon African Americans. Maybe these race hustlers really love America and they know that you millennials, you boomers are emotional and they know that they can sell tickets with you. They know that they can sell seats. I can get them to donate to me. They'll definitely donate. They believe in this nonsense. Ask yourself these questions. Ask yourself if you're in college right now and you're taking some African studies bullshit course, ask your professor, Professor, are you riding on a donkey? Are you riding on a zebra to work? You're teaching us that the white man is oppressive, but you're purchasing a car from the oppressive car industry, the same auto industry that supposedly is destroying the ozone layer by using gasoline. Ask your professors these questions. Start testing people. It's a lot of people that want to get into the chat. Please let them in, JR. Let them in. You know, the greatest thing that the white man ever did, he went into Africa and he saw all of these tribal groups bickering and warring with each other. It was thousands of different languages. The African needs to unite. This whole FBA versus African American thing is nonsense. Tariq Nasheed should be ashamed of what he has done. Created this narrative. You can't go anywhere on YouTube now without somebody saying, oh, that's a tether baby. The African, the DNA that's running in your bloodline, you African Americans who are foundational, quote unquote, your DNA is just as ancient to Africa as mine or anybody else who is black on the planet. The fact of the matter is that this man has created what I believe something that is very toxic and unproductive. The fact of the matter is that we need to come together and unite to create a currency amongst our people, to create institutions amongst our people that benefit our people and our people alone. But you can't do that if you got dummies saying he FBA, he African, he stop it. Stop it. And all the while, Tariq Nasheed is sitting back laughing in the white man's house that the white man built, using the black white man's bank account, driving the white man's car. He's laughing at you. He's laughing at you, niggas. The same thing with Brother Polight. He's laughing at you. 1 minute, Brother Polight, listen, is wearing Egyptian hieroglyphs all over his face, talking about Africa. Next minute, he's wearing Balenciagas, Ferragamos, going to the white man's basketball game, sitting front court center, driving the white man's car. The African American, the ones who are foundational, you have had every opportunity to outpace every other African on the planet. And you get mad at Africans for coming over to this country and doing something within one generation that you could not have done in 10 generations. And then you let an idiot like Al Sharpton, you let an idiot like Tariq Nasheed and all these people say, oh, the African is the enemy. No, the enemy is within. That's the enemy. The enemy is always blaming the white man for your problems. Stop smoking weed and study a hard science. Get into a real field of study. I know, man. I know you guys are upset with me. I know you guys are like, man, I can't believe Chaotic is on one today. I am on one because I'm tired of hearing about this tether baby and FBA. I'm tired of hearing about oppression. None of you are oppressed. None of you are oppressed. When I was a school teacher, the average kid in class, black, could name the lyrics to every damn drill rap song. But ask the kid, hey, what's the quadratic formula? I don't know that. We pride ourselves on not knowing what is important. And then we blame the white man. We blame the African. We blame whatever for our problems. Those days need to stop. And that's why I am only talking to younger people at this point. You old people, y'all love being oppressed. You got old blacks who are 60 years old. All they did all their lives was smoke weed, drink, watch TV, sit around blaming the white man for their problems. And then you have these charlatans, these storefront race preachers, Tariq Nasheed, Brother Polight, Dr. Umar Johnson. Yes, they have gift of gab. I'll admit that. But they're storefront preachers who are capitalizing off of your ignorance. Their lifestyle proves it. If they are so black power, how come they don't move to a black country? There are 70 black countries on the planet. There are countries on the planet where 99% of the people in the country at any given time are black. There ain't no white people in Liberia. There ain't no white people in Niger. Why don't you go there and build up there? Why don't you go there with all the knowledge that you have about African or the African diaspora and build institutions there, build infrastructure there? Nobody's oppressing you there. You ever ask yourself, hey, Tariq or Dr. Umar, how come you're not in Liberia doing these things? But I know, I'm the bad guy, right? I'm the bad guy, right? Yeah, yeah, I'm the bad guy. You have Brother Polight laughing in your face. Some of you will never, ever, ever even step foot in a Rolls Royce just to sit in it for 5 minutes, let alone own one. This dude owns a Rolls Royce. I'm not hating. But you followed him for years. He's been BSing you for years, telling you about beating on drum, ancient African ancestors. He don't believe in that. And you shouldn't either. You should be just as capitalistic as he is. You should be just as greedy as he is. Guys, please get those likes up and please subscribe to the channel. Let me see who this is. Yeah.
So, what up, Kel? This is the first time I'm getting on the politics side. I'm normally only pop on the Fight Club for the sports segment. But
Go ahead, sir.
I'm listening to you today.
Go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? So, I see your headline about Tariq and all the rest, and the Umar and Polight being scam artists.
Yeah.
Now, we know, us FBA folks who know what FBA means, who knows what FBA means?
Yeah.
We know the difference in who's a scam artist and who not.
Yeah.
We know that what Umar been trying to do with his Malcolm X thing and his Marcus Garvey thing has not panned out to be in his, it could be scammy. We know what Polight did. We know what Polight did, you know, with outside of his language and how he speaks to us, what he did in his personal life, which kind of waters some things down. But what can you name about Tariq that he's been scamming about? Do you know what FBA means and what is it about at all?
Sir, anytime you try to create a pseudo tribal group.
Do you know what FBA means?
Foundational Black America, sir. I know
exactly.
exactly
what it's about. Do you know what it's about?
It's about BS, if you ask me.
Oh, okay. So you don't know what it's about.
It's about Black people who believe that their history began in America. And here goes the thing, sir. You are wrong.
That's not what it means.
Sir, you believe that you are a descendant of a slave, sir, right?
That's not what it means.
Do you believe that you are a descendant of a slave, sir?
Absolutely. My grandmother was a Native American, and her grandfather was a descendant, was a slave.
Okay, sir, let me ask you a question, sir.
Go for it.
What does FBA mean, sir? Go ahead.
Are you asking me? It means,
yeah, because you're telling me that I don't know what it
means. My interpretation of foundational Black Americans is exactly what it is. We are the ones that built this place.
You built the skyscrapers in New York?
No, we built the foundation of America.
You built the roads,
the railroads.
You built the railroads.
Liberty,
so let me ask you
Washington Monument.
So the Asians,
the Capitol,
sir. So the Asians didn't build the railroads either.
Did they?
I'm asking you, did they take part in building the railroads as well, sir?
That ain't part of history.
Did they take place in? Did they take part in building? Did they take part in building the railroad?
No, not that I know of.
Okay, sir. What are you, sir?
Railroads. It wasn't just the railroads, though, was it?
Sir.
Did Black folks just build the railroads?
Sir. What are you trying to get at, sir?
I'm trying to get at is that you're twisting the narrative of who's scamming, who's not. Tariq Nasheed has taught real Black African history. How are you gonna say he never?
What Black African history is that, sir?
History about what happened before slavery.
What happened before slavery, sir?
We were kings. We had our own people.
All Africans were kings in Africa?
We were kings and queens and owned our own villages.
All Africans. Hold on for a second, sir. All Africans were kings.
No, not all of them. But we had a tribe.
Then why would you say that? Why would you say that?
We had a tribe that had a king and a queen that was running the villages.
Sir, what did those kings and queens do for you, sir?
For me particularly?
Yeah, what did they do for you?
They did nothing for me particularly, but they did something for my descent. They did something.
Why are you honoring them, sir?
Because that's where we're from.
Sir, we're
So
also
you're
from
not African?
sir,
Are you
sir,
not African?
sir. Yes, I am, but we are also
Okay.
from sir. We are also from hunters and gatherers. Do you want to go back to being a hunter and
Well,
gatherer too?
everybody's from 100. Everybody was
Do
cavemen.
you do you want to go back to be a hunter
What
and
does that
gatherer,
got
sir?
to do with you saying that these
Do
guys are
you
scammers?
do
Do you
you
have
want
any
to
proof that
do
Tariq Nasheed
you
is a
want to
scammer?
be a hunter and gatherer, sir?
Do you have any proof that Tariq Nasheed is a
Do
scammer?
you want to be sir,
Or are you just creating
sir,
sentences? Are you just
sir,
are
sir,
you
does
babbling?
Tariq sir,
Sir,
does Tariq Nasheed live in the ghetto? Does he live around
does he
black
need
people?
to live in the ghetto?
Why doesn't
Do
he
you
live
live
around
in
the
the
very
ghetto?
same why doesn't he live around the
Do
very
you
same
live in the
people?
ghetto?
I don't want to live around black,
No,
sir.
no, 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 no.
I'm
Do
open
you
with
live
I'm
in the ghetto?
sir, sir, I'm
Do you live in the
open,
ghetto?
sir. I'm open about who I am and I'm very
Okay, but do
transparent.
you live in the
Me
ghetto?
no, I don't want to live around black,
Okay,
sir.
okay. You don't want to live around black folks because what?
Look at how you're acting right now.
How am I acting?
Sir, you're aggressive.
I'm aggressive.
You have your point of view and I have mine, but you came on here being aggressive.
Or is your narrative about what you're speaking about certain men not aggressive that
No,
you don't
it's
even
not,
know?
sir.
Do
No,
you
it
know? Do you know Tariq Nasheed?
sir, I do. Did you must didn't listen to the first 5 minutes because I
Do you
clearly
know
said I
Tariq
didn't know him,
Nasheed?
sir.
Have you
Sir,
did your research on Tariq
sir,
Nasheed?
I have known about him for a very long
Have you
time,
watched
sir.
all the Hidden Colors? Do you not
I
agree
don't
on
need to
anything?
watch the Hidden Colors,
Oh,
sir.
you don't
I
need
watched
to
the
watch
first one.
it. Y'all hear this? He don't need to watch it, but
Okay, Ray, are we gonna do this normal or are we gonna just have nigger babble? So you can go and then I can go, but we're not gonna have nigger babble, sir. We're gonna have one on one, okay? So I'm gonna go and then you're gonna go, but I'm gonna let you talk first. Okay, what is your question, sir? Just ask me one question at a time and let me answer it. Go ahead, sir.
what is your proof that Tariq Nasheed is a scam artist?
My proof that Tariq Nasheed is a scam artist is the fact that, sir, he speaks about white supremacy, sir. And but for some reason, he still lives in this country. He still purchases items from the very same white supremacist institutions that he talks about against. He doesn't live around black people, the same black people that he supposedly loves, sir. So, sir, he is a scam artist. There's nothing wrong with me
So he's a
saying that.
scam. Okay, okay, I got you respectfully.
Does
So
he
he
live in Africa, sir?
wait. I'm gonna
Does he live in Africa?
I'm gonna answer that.
Does he live in Africa, sir?
No, do you?
Why? Again, I don't want to live there.
You don't want to live in
Sir,
Africa,
I
but
don't.
you're
I'm not,
championing
sir.
African over a foundation of Black
Sir,
America.
I am, sir. Me and Tariq Nasheed are a part of the same hypocrisy, sir.
No, you're
I'm
not.
openly telling you where I do and don't want to live. The fact of the matter is that he will sit up there and tell you all these glorious things about Black Americans, but he doesn't live in a Black American neighborhood, sir.
How you know he's never had?
Sir, he may have, but he doesn't do it now.
What does that got to do with what he's talking
He
about?
doesn't do it now, sir. Is he living in one now?
What does that got to do with
Is he
what he's talking
living
about?
in one
So if
now,
I
sir?
so
Yes
if you,
or no?
I don't
Just
know.
yes.
I
Okay,
don't know.
thank you.
Do you know?
Sir, I do know, and he does not. The
How do
same
you know
reason,
for sure? How do you know he don't have a house in the hood?
sir, he doesn't live there.
Okay, how do you know he don't have a house in the hood?
Sir, he may own properties in the hood like a lot of.
Oh, okay. Oh, got you. Got you. Got you. Got you. Got you. Got
Go
you.
ahead, bro. Go ahead.
I'm just saying to you, because I know how I kind of know who you are. I know
You don't know who
some of
I
this
am,
is not
sir.
real. No,
You know
no,
who I am.
no. I've gotten to know who you are through this. Now,
Go ahead.
if you're not who you are, we could kind of see if you're this trolling character or not, and if you're really, really who you are. If he does this because you want to be the trolling soda mayor kind of guy.
Let me get you the fuck out of here. See, I normally don't kick people off the politics show, but this dude is pissing me off. This is not a debate. I'm not debating you. Again, you have your opinion. I have my opinion. You have your perspective. I have my perspective. I already said that this show was for the younger generation. And what happens? This old emotional baby boomer or Gen Xer, he gets on here. Mind you, he's living in the white man's country. He's speaking the white man's language. He has the white man's clothes behind him. He's trying to tell me all about how he's a foundational Black American, yada, 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 yada. But he won't go live in Africa. He won't give up his car that the white man built. He's trying to challenge me, and I'm trying to tell you, sir, I'm not trying to pretend. I'm telling you, I don't want to live around blacks. I've made that clear. I'm very transparent. Again, this is not a debate. You give your opinion, fine. But if a man is telling you that Africans are bad and foundational Americans are good, don't you see what he's trying to do, sir? He's trying to divide African people. Africans have never had a problem with African Americans. In fact, in the 80s, all you ever heard was, "You African booty scratcher." It was the African American who had a problem with the African. All the while, give me a second, guys. Let me read this comment. All the while, other groups of people are thriving. And you're letting these race hustlers lie to you and deceive you and have you believe in this nonsense. That dude is brainwashed by Tariq Nasheed. I'm an FBA. That nigga ain't never heard of FBA until 3 years ago. What's up?
Hey, how you doing? Your name is Chaotic, right?
Yeah, what's going on, man?
How are you?
I'm awesome, sir. I live in the greatest country on the planet. I'm free. I could do what I want to do. What's up?
Okay, thanks for having me on your show. I got a quick question for you. So, in order to deliver a message, get information out to the people, from my understanding, you have to live in Africa or live in the hood. Is that what you're saying?
Sir, what I am saying is this. Tariq Nasheed, Brother Polight, Dr. Umar Johnson, Al Sharpton, Reverend Jesse Jackson, and so many other black people like this, they are they are race hustlers. They will sit there and they will tell you how much they love black people. They will sit there and tell you how great inner city public schools are. They will sit there and tell you how great Africa is. They don't want to live in Africa. They don't send their kids to public schools, and they certainly are consumers of everything that is white. And all I'm saying is for the younger generation is this: don't brainwash yourself into believing that you are oppressed, walking around depressed because of what these lying charlatans are telling you. All the while, they're laughing from ear to ear at your expense. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, sir. You got the floor.
Okay, so let's stick with Tariq Nasheed, right? So his message has always been, the empowerment of black people. But what I'm confused about is this: you indicated with the last caller that was your thoughts was that, okay, he didn't live in Africa or he didn't live in the hood. So I'm trying to see how you're equating delivering, message to black people as, okay, it's not authentic unless you live in Africa or in the hood. I mean, what's up with that? How do you know that he doesn't have black neighbors?
Well, first, Brian, let me answer your first question. First of all, Tariq Nasheed doesn't love black people. He clearly has created a divide by separating blacks by saying these are FBA and these are non-FBA. People who love a racial group don't do that. It's just the honest to God's truth. No, they don't. So the fact is that if he really loved black people, he would love the Brazilian blacks. He would love the Africans. He would love the Caribbeans. He would love all the blacks equally. And clearly, this moron has created a divide that is actually dangerous, sir. Calling people tether babies. Come on, man. Come on. We are in the 21st century, sir. The last people that need to call us tether babies is people who look like us. That's the problem.
Okay. I give you that point. But here's the thing. His message has always been, okay, let's not continue to try to advocate being a part of a group that does not advocate being a part of us. So, separatism, comes in many forms and in different cultures. Would you agree on that? People separate themselves, right? According to lineage.
Name me a group of whites who are separatists.
I'm talking about, let's stick with black people.
Oh, okay. Well, you said people, so I didn't know who you were talking about. Okay.
Well, you interjected, okay, he's dividing the black race. So I'm just going to stay on topic. Let's just stay on topic, okay? Let's stick with black people.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Do you think that there was people, the people of color from Brazil, or I do you one even better? Let's go with Africa, since that was part of your narrative. Do you think that the Africans consider the black people from America, from the Western civilization, as being truly African?
Yes. Have you ever asked an African that?
Yes. Actually, I've spoken with one. I know
which country? Which country?
From Kenya. From Kenya.
Really? Oh, really?
Hold on. His name was Henry. His name was Henry.
From Kenya. What language did he speak?
I don't know what language he spoke, but I'll tell you this. The conversation that I had with Henry was that I asked him flat out, do you guys consider us to be African? And he told me no. He flat out told me no. Sure. So my question to you is, hold on. I'll be respectful, right?
Go ahead.
Sir. Okay, cool. My question to you is, why would we, as people, black people from the Western culture, that were born here, that can trace our lineage back to the as far as the 18 and 1700s, why would we continue to be a part of a race of people from Africa that don't consider us to be one of them anyway? Why would we do that?
Why do you? Okay, so you spoke to one African. Sir,
no. You asked me to give you an example, and I gave you one. Sir, so would you answer my question for
Brian, me? You spoke to one African, supposedly.
Right.
There are over 1 billion Black Africans on the continent.
You're correct.
There is nothing stopping you, sir, from going to Kenya. There's nothing stopping you from going to Ethiopia. There's nothing stopping you from going to Nigeria or not Lagos, Liberia, and getting a green card and trying to obtain citizenship. Just because one African says we don't consider you this does not mean, sir, that you can go there, learn the language, and matriculate amongst the people. Because truth be told, you will never be viewed as a Italian, which a lot of you blacks like going there. A lot of you blacks like going to all these white countries, and you love going there for some reason where the people really know you're not one of them. So why not at least try to go to Africa where the people look like you? So what if they don't consider you that? I bet you if you started learning the language and you just matriculated amongst the populace, nobody would care, sir. You go to Italy. You got Africans all in Italy. You got African Americans go all over the planet now, and nobody bats an eye. So why not go to Africa? So what if one or two Africans don't consider you African? The white Italian will never consider you a pure Italian. You could never tell an Italian that, hey, my ancestry is Roman, and they'll believe you. So you don't care. So you don't care in that instance. So why do you care so much if a Nigerian says, hey, you're not really Nigerian, or you're not really this? Who cares?
Okay, I give you that. Granted, it was a small sample size, but let's just say, hypothetically speaking, I decided to go to Africa. How am I going to find out where I'm from? The census, a lot of the census that was taken here in the United States, if we're going to compare, okay, who was brought over from who was actually brought over from Africa and who was actually born here. The census actually didn't start until like around maybe the early 1800s. I was able to trace my family back to 1830 here in the home state where I live in Alabama. And that's where it started at in the 1830s. So my question to you is, let's just say we do decide to up and go to Africa. Well, how are we going to find which tribe or which country over in Africa that we belong to? Can you answer that for me?
Okay, I don't know. I can't answer it for you. Maybe you won't be able to find your ancestral tribal group. But sorry, what does it have to do with you going to this country, to any country in Africa where the people look like you, starting a business, being productive, starting a family there, and creating your own lineage?
No. We have a similar skin complexion. There's a visible difference between us from America and Africans that are truly from Africa. There's a visible
Sir, I'm looking at you right now, Brian. Okay. Listen, Brian, if you changed your name, learned Yoruba and went to Nigeria, sir, trust me, you will be indistinguishable from a Nigerian.
Oh no. I beg to differ. I beg to differ.
Sir, Sir. See, this is what I'm talking about. These race hustlers have brainwashed people into believing that Africans and African Americans look different and all this nonsense.
Because we're mixed, chaotic. We're mixed
with
with
other African groups. You're not mixed with what else are you mixed with? You mixed with a
We are
Martian? What are you talking about?
chaotic. We are mixed with
Are you
other
mixed
racial
with
groups,
You're
which
not
means that
the majority of African Americans are just a mixture of Western African groups. That's it. All this pretend stuff, Native American nonsense, that's BS. The average African American has ancestry from different tribal groups in Africa. Sir, you look indistinguishable from a Nigerian, sir. Let's be honest.
that's not true, chaotic, and you know it.
Sir, I'm looking at you right now. You believe that?
No, chaotic, that's not true, and you know it.
See, this is why this message is not for old people. See, if you're a kid listening to this is exactly why. Look at this right now. See, look at me, a millennial. This guy's probably a Gen Xer. We can't come to terms here.
Yeah, I'm Gen X. I'm Gen X.
This is what I'm talking about. We failed you. If you're a young man,
you haven't failed me. I'm Gen X, which means that I'm probably older than you are.
No, but what I'm saying is, listen, we failed the younger people. If you're young listening to this, please, man, please just look at this for what it is.
Okay.
Look at this for what it is. People have convinced themselves that they are not African. But the same blacks will go to Germany, they'll go to any other country, they'll be in that country. Oh, I'm just here in Germany having a good time, blah, blah, blah. Well, how do you know that the German people really don't look at you kind of weird when you're over there? Why do you care so much if you go to Liberia and if the Liberians differentiate you? So what? I bet you if you went to Sweden, no white Swedish person would look at you like the same. So why not go to Africa? And this is the argument that I have about these race hustlers. Why not? Why not go to Africa and live there? Why not start businesses there?
Mr. Chaotic, respectfully.
Go ahead, sir.
Just about everybody can be traced back to Africa. That's the origin of man. Just about everybody can be traced back to Africa. Chaotic.
Al Pacino cannot walk in Nigeria, and the average Nigerian will say,
was I absolute?
Stop.
Was I absolute?
Go ahead, sir.
So we're speaking absolute now.
Sir,
I prefaced it by saying just about everybody can be traced back to Africa.
Sir, could Al Pacino go to Nigeria and the Nigerians would accept him as an African?
No. Hold on, you asked me a question. You gonna let me finish?
Go ahead.
You asked me a question, right?
Go ahead, sir. You got the
okay. No, he cannot. However, he doesn't fall within that category. And again, I wasn't being absolute. My answer was, my statement was just about everybody. I didn't say everybody. I said just about everybody can be traced back to Africa. You need to listen, Mr. Chaotic. I didn't say everyone. I wasn't absolute. Okay. Now go ahead.
Hold on for a second. Now, Brian, give me for I got to get other people. There's a lot of people in the back.
Yeah.
I might do a panel. Can you come back?
Yeah, of course I can.
Right,
cool. Let me know. But I'm working now, multitasking. But I'm a subscriber to the Lapeef Network. Yeah.
Is the white man holding you back right now, sir?
No, I don't proclaim anything like that. But then again, I can see both perspectives. My thing is this: you're being slanderous when you call that man a scam artist.
No, I've called 3 of them. I've called all 3 of them scam artists. I'm not.
I said let's focus on Mr. Nasheed again, Mr. Chaotic. I need you to listen to me.
Can I ask you a question, sir? Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. The current CEO of McDonald's. I don't know who he is. I know they hired a new one because the last one was ousted like 2 years ago.
Okay.
Do you think that he feeds his family McDonald's?
More than likely, probably not.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Would he be considered a scam artist too?
I would say he would be anytime you market something or promote something that you don't actually do yourself, one can say, well, okay, you're being a hypocrite. One can say that. So I would be dishonest if I say, well, hey, no, you don't have a point with that analogy.
Yeah.
with that analogy. However, we don't know for sure whether or not, he actually eats it. One would say, well, hey, look, he knows that the contents of the food is not actually good for you, so he doesn't feed his family that. He just used the proceeds to get rich, or use the logo itself to get rich.
Tariq,
However, that does not mean that two things can't be true, Mr. Chaotic.
Tariq Nasheed professes that white supremacy exists within this country. But on the very end,
Do you disagree?
no, I do not. I do disagree. I don't believe that white
Okay.
supremacy exists in this country, sir.
Okay.
You're able to be anything that you want to be in this country, sir. You're able to be anything in the political field, in the scientific field, in the mathematical field, in the educational field, etc. Sir, nothing is holding you back, sir. And
And I agree with that. I agree with you on that point. I do agree with you on that point. But you're saying, again, two things can be true. You can still achieve everything you want, and white supremacy can still exist in this country. As a matter of fact, you have white supremacist groups. You have white that have indicated that
you have black supremacist groups too, sir. But a group of hillbillies and a group of niggas beating on drums, sir, have no power, sir, that influences you. So what are we getting at here? Go ahead.
No. You saying that you I was following up on a statement where you said that you don't believe that white supremacists exist in this country, and it does, because you've had groups of white supremacists that have admitted that they are white supremacists.
And
do you agree with that, Mr. Yeah.
And
do you agree with that?
I will agree, sir, that you have groups of hillbillies who have brainwashed themselves into believing that they are white supremacists. But, sir, let me tell you something. If white supremacy existed, blacks would not live in this country, sir. Blacks would flee. People don't live in places where they're being oppressed, sir. They generally will flee, or they will try to flee. Black people in this country, sir, have been doctors, lawyers, engineers, politicians. Sir, there are 1 million black people who are millionaires in this country, sir. The standard of living in this country for your average black is 10 times better than any other place in the African diaspora, sir. You have places in Africa, sir, where there's no running water, there's no running electricity. Sir, you have places in Africa, sir, where there is absolute police corruption, sir. Black people in this country live in paradise compared to most parts on the planet. And sir, I find it appalling that these people exist, that Al Sharptons and Tariq Nasheed and all these people exist who are lying to black people, susceptible black people. But what I'm saying is this: to an 18, 19-year-old, I want you to break the cycle. You're not oppressed. Nobody's oppressing you. Listen, when I was teaching, I had 10-year-olds telling me that they were oppressed because they watched 10 Years a Slave. And I'm like, nigga, you were born in 2010. Ain't nobody oppressing you. Go ahead.
12 years a slave. 12 years a slave. Not 10 years.
I don't watch slave movies. I don't know.
So what you're saying is, what your point is that just because we have more advantages or more opportunities that we've had maybe 50, 60 years ago, that, okay, we should be grateful that we live in a free country. And I agree. This is the the best country in the world to live in. I would agree with that. I give you that point. But just because there's more opportunities for us doesn't mean that at one point that the Klan didn't exist. Doesn't mean that Jim Crow, which is where I grew up in the South, Birmingham, Alabama, and right downtown Birmingham, Alabama, is where we actually had to have marches and protests where the chief of police unleashed water hose and dogs on the citizens, black citizens that were peacefully protesting.
Sir, a lot of those people were
not Mr. Chaotic. Mr. Chaotic, I was quiet.
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish. Go ahead. You got the floor.
Two things can be true, Mr. Chaotic. We can have opportunities that we have garnered throughout history. We've evolved as a people that we've had to fight for. I agree with that. We have certain liberties that we didn't have back then. More opportunities exist now from an education, from an economic standpoint, but that does not mean that white supremacy is still not prevalent in this country. That doesn't mean that you still don't have Klan members that are not prevalent in this country. Would you agree to that, Mr. Chaotic?
I disagree, because I'm gonna tell you why, sir. If the Klan was powerful, sir, you wouldn't have had a black president. You wouldn't have black police chiefs. You wouldn't have black hospital administrators. You wouldn't have black women all across the country, sir, who have successful businesses, sir, through certain specific type of loans, sir. You wouldn't have these things if the Klan really was supreme. They're not supreme. You've created this in your head, sir, since you've been a child, and not just you, but the masses of blacks have created these notions of oppression in their head to the point where, listen, when I was a kid, sir, there was a movie called Amistad, and
I know what you're talking about.
a girlfriend of mine went to a private school. It was all white private school. The next day, the white girls were walking up to her, crying to her, saying, "I can't believe what my ancestors did." And she was like, "What are y'all talking about?" And mind you, they had just watched a movie that may or may not have been true, a movie that may be over exaggerated in story. But these white girls walked over to her thinking that their ancestors were responsible for slavery and were hugging on her. And she's like, "Shit, y'all are oppressing me now." Sir, a lot of things are just made up. If the Klan really had power, sir, you would not be able. Sir, you look pretty well to do, sir. What do you do, if you don't mind? You own your own business, don't you?
Yeah, I work for the federal government.
Yeah.
But let me ask you a
You probably
question.
make about 150, sir. You make about 150,000 a year, sir. Let me ask you a question.
I do okay. I do okay.
Do you think the average black in Botswana makes 150,000 a year?
No, but they're not in the U.S. But let me ask you a question.
Go ahead, sir.
They don't live in the same society that we live in. But what did you?
No, they live in a crap
what region? What region did you grow up in?
The Midwest.
What region? South, Midwest.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're right around. You said you're a millennial, so you're right around what? 31, 32, somewhere around up in there.
37.
30. Okay, 37. So okay, so my son is 27, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I have a son that's 27. He's out on his own. He's married. And you're correct. What we teach our kids will determine how they turn out as individuals, as human beings. And you don't want to teach them to always blame other people for whatever shortcomings or whatever failures you have. And what we call that is accountability. We teach our kids to be accountability. But I also taught my son that, hey, look, there's a history here in this state. Understand what I'm saying? So whether you want to admit it or not, Mr. Chaotic, and I'm being respectful, I'm calling you Mr. Chaotic. Jim Crow was a real thing.
You lived through Jim Crow?
Hold on, Mr. Chaotic. Hold on. Let's be respectful. I was respectful. Jim Crow was a real thing in the South.
Yeah.
Okay. Segregation was a real thing. We were not allowed to go to the same schools. We were not allowed to drink out of the same fountains. Now, me personally, I believe, it is my belief that, hey, look, we did better as a people when we were segregated because we had to do what? We had to patronize each other. I do believe that. But I would be foolish and I would be naive to say that, hey, look, Jim Crow didn't exist, because why were we in those conditions? Because we were not. The laws did not prohibit us to patronize those stores that were more resourceful, or those schools that had more resources than we had. Equality should have been our main objective. If you give them a $40 million school, give us a $40 million school. True equality. If you give them a $150 million hospital, give us a $150 million hospital. True equality. The issue was there was no true equality. Let's be honest, Mr. Chaotic. There was no true equality. And that was the purpose for the marches downtown Birmingham.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
And this is what I find fascinating about particularly Black Americans.
Okay.
You want equality when it comes to whites. You want it to be equal. You want whites to treat you fair. Not necessarily you, but when it comes to your own communities, you turn a blind eye towards violence. You turn a blind eye towards littering. You turn a blind eye towards a lot of debauchery. You turn a blind eye towards single mother households, etc. Yada yada yada. Why don't we march every time a little Black child is killed in Chicago?
I agree with you.
By a straight vote. Why don't we march? Why don't we march when entire streets become abandoned? Why don't we march when people don't cut their grass and fix their roofs on their houses and stuff like that? We only give importance to situations when white folk involved. And this is what I'm talking about. This continued cycle of catering or marching for the when white people do stuff supposedly. And I'm tired of it. And I want the next generation to know that you don't have to have this victim mindset like Gen Xers, baby boomers, and millennials do. You can be the best black generation in the history of America if you just break these ignorant cycles. You don't need leaders. You don't need people like Tariq Nasheed, Brother Polight, and all these people who are scamming. You don't need to listen to Al Sharpton. You need to focus on the stems, focus on business, and focus on never being a victim.
I agree with those points, and I appreciate your show. And I'm going to go ahead and jump off here and let you get some more callers in. But here's the thing, though.
Go ahead.
Would you agree that there's a cause and effect to everything? You're familiar with that, right?
Sure.
Cause and effect to everything. Yeah. Okay. So I agree with you. We should march when there's crime in our neighborhoods. I agree with you about the dilapidated buildings that are in the closed down businesses and the rundown communities in neighborhoods within our community. But there's a cause and effect to everything. Okay, you snatch away all of the jobs out of a major city that is predominantly black, and you're taking away the major jobs. You're taking away the tax dollars that feed into the school system, tax dollars that feed into the hospitals, tax dollars that feed into the police force, tax dollars that feed into the fire station or the rescue units. And what do you have, Mr. Chaotic? What do you have?
You have a group of people who continue to lie and be victims, sir. I bet you, sir, you have a Mercedes. I bet you're probably wearing a $50 t-shirt. Most black people, we spend our money on Jordans. We spend our money on electronics, on frivolous items. I've seen communities where, it's a hospital and it goes by the wayside. But the same blacks, they go into the lamb liquor stores and get an Arab all the money possible. We put our money into frivolous things, sir. That's why we have dilapidated institutions in our black cities, sir. You and I both know that. See, this is why I say this is for younger people. See, this is what's going on here. See, Brian, don't get me wrong. He's playing the good game. Brian knows. He knows why these communities become dilapidated. We spend our money on clothes. Brian, am I lying? Do black people not like clothes?
Listen, I didn't disagree.
Am I lying? Am I lying?
Listen, I never disagreed with you.
I didn't say you did, but am I lying? Don't niggas like clothes?
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you.
You like cars.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Like cars.
But I also said that two things can be true, Mr. Chaotic. Remember, I prefaced that in the beginning.
I used to be a teacher. Sir, I used to be a teacher. The federal government funds all types. They put all types of funding into inner city public schools, sir. In my city alone, sir, they've rebuilt at least 4 high schools, sir, in the last 3 or 4 years, sir. They put all types of money into these schools. Some of these schools now are state of the art in the damn hood. So, I mean, we got to stop with this game here. We I don't know why we love lying to ourselves. I used to teach. I'm telling you, they used to spend there are all types of resources in the inner city schools, and especially if you're a kid with an IEP.
I know about the IEP. I know about those.
Okay, if you know about IEPs, do me a favor. If your child's on an IEP, tell me how much support he has over a kid who's not on an IEP.
I don't know. My son never received those.
A kid on the IEP has all types of support, sir. So what I'm saying is that, sir, it's not that there's a system in place for failure. It is, again, we are not looking at ourselves in the mirror. See, we're listening to liars like Al Sharpton. We're listening to race hustlers like Tariq Nasheed and Brother Polight and them. And we need to stop that. We need to look in that mirror and we need to say, okay, the problem is the person looking is reflecting. But you can believe what you want to believe, and I believe what I believe, man. It's just two dudes talking.
Here's my thing. If your message is, hey, we need more families in our community in order to restore our communities, I would agree. If you say that, hey, look, we need to be focused more on home ownership, that way we pay our tax dollars goes towards building up our communities, I would agree. But my the different my objective to you, what you're saying is for you to call the brother a race hustler or a scam artist. I say the reason why I say this slander is because he has been putting in good work. Now I'm not going to speak for Dr.
What
Umar.
work? What work? Okay, okay. How about this?
Hold on,
Okay.
hold on. Let me finish.
Mhm.
I'm not going to speak towards Dr. Umar or Brother Polight, but I've had I've seen some of the work that Mr. Tariq Nasheed has put in, and he's been consistent over the last 10, 15 years, not just towards delivering a message of white supremacy, but black empowerment. Building up our own, supporting our own. That's been one of his main messages, though. Go ahead.
What institutions has Tariq Nasheed built?
He hasn't built any institutions.
I bet you can name an institution that Elijah Muhammad built.
You probably could.
Yeah.
But then again, that's the other great people that didn't build institutions. Muhammad Ali didn't build any institutions.
Muhammad Ali was an athlete, sir. He didn't have to build any institution. He was just
but what I'm saying is he was one of the greatest individuals to ever grace this earth. He didn't build an institution. Everyone contributes in his or her own way. Everybody does. You contribute to society. I contribute to society. I'm talking about positive contributions. Everybody contributes in his or her own way. We don't have to contribute at the same level as long as we're contributing something for the betterment of our people.
Hold
on. I'm gonna close out after this. Okay. All I'm saying is you don't have to live in the hood or live in Nigeria in order to contribute. Thanks a lot, Mr. Chaotic. I appreciate you, having you on the show. I feel like it was a productive conversation. Yeah. It didn't go off the rail. It was very productive. And we were both respectful. Absolutely. Again, thank you. I'm going to close out so you can get somebody else. Have a good day.
Thank you so much, man. Peace. Damn, I didn't want to bring Dusto up this quick. Somebody had dropped off. I meant to hit somebody else. What's up, Dusto?
You can bring them on too, because I'll probably.
No. I'm only doing one-on-one, man. I can't do.
If they're going blackety black, I'll just raise their blood pressure for you. So
go ahead, sir. You got the floor. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Scam Likely, and unfortunately, just Umar has me beat. The man took money he markets a fictional school to single mothers who are raising boys, and black people support this man. Mm-hmm. And he's also knocking these women down.
Yeah.
So just common sense and numbers. I happen to be math education was my first major, and I actually ended up being a teacher for 1 year. I was in there and out of there. People don't go in them classrooms. Men don't do that. Only if you're in the ages of 22 to 25 and you want to experience and then actually grow somewhere else, grow to do something else.
Yeah, go ahead.
Wow, interesting. Somebody called me an immigrant. I wasn't aware. I thought I was born in Philadelphia, but I guess they got immigrants born in Philadelphia now. Yeah. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You must have been listening to Tariq Nasheed or whatever his name is. Or Umar. Yeah, Umar, he's from Philly. Anyway, I'm just wondering how you teach aviation off of donations. How you get a ragtag jacked up building. Let's just say you had 20 teachers that were going to be full-time and you're going to pay them $50,000. But actually you wanted them to volunteer and work for free probably. That was probably the scam. And then shift the blame and say it's because of the black men don't want to actually teach for the $50,000, which would mean $1 million to get 20 teachers. That's with no benefits. People never even done the math. How are you going to teach aviation in middle school in Philadelphia? Where are you going to get the planes? Where are you going to get the... Are y'all freaking serious? Y'all donated to this? Seriously. They sent this man a check.
Yeah.
Lennon Honor, if you want to see something funny, go look at the evaluation and breakdowns he does on Umar.
What's his name again?
Lennon. Oh, you don't know about Lennon Honor? That's all he does.
No.
Look up Lennon Honor. There's a video where he actually did a tour of that building.
Yeah.
Man, my chest is hurting. I was laughing so hard.
How did the building look, sir?
I'll put it in the back chat. Lennon Honor.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I wouldn't send my kids to that. I'd send them. If there's a choice between juvie and that, it'd be a competition. Juvie or that building.
Let me ask you a question, man. Now, Brother Polight, do you know who he is?
No.
Well, okay, so you don't know.
I barely know who Tariq Nasheed is. But if we're talking blackety black or primacy,
Yeah.
I don't need to hear it. I mean,
Yeah.
just the answer is
How
no.
come they don't want to live in Africa, sir?
Um,
It's 70. Well, listen, it's about what 57 countries in Africa. It's about how many Caribbean islands are black? That's completely black. About what?
well, they probably don't want to live somewhere else because somewhere else doesn't give handouts.
Yeah, but see, I've always been confused with these race hustlers.
The
They say
hustlers,
that
what do you
they
expect?
say that the white man is evil. They say that there is racial white supremacy. They
Mm-hmm.
try to convince the next generation to believe this, and the next generation they start to oppress themselves. You know, I had kids tell me math is the white man's thing. I ain't doing math, and that's how
Yeah, it's
bad
the
it
white
is.
man's math now.
It's the white
Mm-hmm.
man's mathematics, right? And I'm just trying to, for the life of me, I don't understand why doesn't Al Sharpton, why doesn't Tariq Nasheed, why don't these people move somewhere where everybody looks like them? All the politicians, all the police, all the judges, everybody just looks black or is black. I don't understand why they don't want to move in a completely black nation. It's about
Well,
7 black nation states. I don't understand why they don't want to move to one of the
I
biggest.
don't necessarily tell people go to another land and whatever. And are there some stuff in Black history where they jacked up and foul and crook? Yes. Does white supremacy exist? Yes, but it's garbage. It's not really effective, to be honest.
Mm.
How is it white supremacy and y'all and whites are only like one level above us with a 400-year head start? They ain't making no money. But what it is they told people that the white people got all this money. They see a guy with a collar on and they assume all these white people way up here and the black people are way down. Like, no, that's not what it is.
Yeah.
White people got jobs too. That means they have to go to work. That means they're not rich. White women go to work and they go get degrees. That means they have to go to work and they have to. That would mean they're probably not all rich.
Yeah.
They go to the same schools and these are state-funded schools, which means a white person and a black person can go, and the black person get more Pell Grant money if they're poor. So they're going for a cheaper rate.
Now, Desto, give me 1 second. Now,
Which is a handout, but go ahead.
MDH says because we weren't from there, we are from here. But that's funny because blacks will go, blacks will go move to a European country. Blacks will go to Singapore. Blacks will probably go to an Asian or a white man country. But why not go to a black country and be proud of that? So you ever notice that? How come black people, black people pride themselves? You heard, niggas, man, shit, I just got back from Venezuela, man. Got me a little bitch down there. But you never hear black people.
I wouldn't recommend going to Venezuela.
I know, but you get what I'm saying. But you never hear black men say, "Hey, man, I went back to Liberia, man. That's the motherland. You never hear nothing like that. Why is that, Dusto?
I don't know. My more thing is versus the black country thing is looking at this country. White people aren't just way up here and the black people way down there.
Exactly. I agree with you.
Here's the thing. If you are way down there, so far down, there is a formula for getting from where you are to up there.
Yes, sir.
And I actually said this on another panel. There was a guy, he owned the businesses and everything, and there's some other stuff. And, okay. Instead of teaching kids the victimhood of what happened in 1522 and 1886, why don't you teach them the formula for success? Because the same formula is the same one to the white kids and the Asians, and it's the same one.
Yeah.
You need to take care of your body. You need to take care of your mind. You need to interact and become universally attractive. And the thing about university, you need to be able to communicate and be universally successful. Meaning, we push all the blackety black thing. We need black this, black banks, black this, black that. We represent 12.5%, 13% of the population. And then you already are saying that you admit that that's at the bottom. Why would you keep teaching kids and teaching our people to only communicate and consolidate to that same 12% and focus on them? And you just said they were losing. Then you're going to want them to go and start a business and some kind of work in a corporation, put a suit on or something and influence the world. Because your customers, even rappers and entertainers, the customers are not all white. It's only 12%. Why don't you teach people how to influence and actually be productive amongst the 100%? Even learn one or two different languages. Be globally attractive as well as influential.
Absolutely.
Versus keep everything black in this corner. When there's not even a foundation of culture, of family, of structure, of success. It's a lot of victimhood. It's a lot of handouts. The culture has problems.
Right.
Why would you focus on that versus focusing on the universal formula? Take care of your body, take care of your mind, get your money right. Get you a pretty lady who can work with you, try to marry, build you, have you a good family. That's if you choose to. Save money, marriage money, influence other people, all that other good stuff. And if you want to give back, you can. But that's not being taught. There's people get 10 minutes to the microphone and they spend 8 minutes complaining about what happened in 1856.
Go ahead.
And what they did in 1856 didn't work.
And a lot of it is just what they see from the movies.
Chaotic, you're wearing a suit, aren't you?
I'm wearing just a suit jacket. I'm not wearing a suit. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You have gas in your car and probably food in your refrigerator, right?
I have a lot of gas and I have a lot of food in the refrigerator. Yes.
What was the formula for you to get those things?
Just working a job, trading stocks. Yeah, I mean, a different formula. Yeah.
If a person raised their hand and said, "Excuse me, sir, I ain't got no money, man. Can you show me a couple things of how I can make more money than I'm making right now?" Could you tell them something that would actually help them or direct them somewhere?
I would tell them to open up a TD Ameritrade account. I would tell them to start investing their money in common shares. And as soon as they get a considerable amount, start doing stock options. And I would also say, listen, man, maybe you can, do other avenues of creating a money stream. We live in a technological world now. Maybe you can create, something online or something. I don't know. Yeah, but there's 1,000 different ways to make money in this country.
I'll just tell 3 people, hey, why don't y'all go get a 2-bedroom apartment or something? All y'all split the rent and work 60, 70, 80 hours at Amazon and just save the money.
Yep.
1 out of 4 or 5 people. Just stick it out for a year and a half.
They can't do that.
The money.
Can't do it.
This is Amazon.
Yeah, they can't do
it. A 676-story building. Amazon. Lift as many boxes as you can. And save the money. Work hard as you can. Work 2 jobs. Save the money. Not gonna do it. That's very basic.
And I've actually gave that advice to individuals. I mean, why don't the 5 of you just get like a small apartment and do that? And people don't want to live with each other. They don't want to sacrifice like that. They believe it's struggling, and I try to tell people it's not struggling. That's how Indian Americans build. That's how Chinese. I know a lot of Chinese Americans who do that right now. They buy a little house in Chinatown. They probably pay like $500 a month, but it's like 10 or 15 of them in that house, and they work at different jobs, and next thing you know, they're millionaires. Yeah.
Or what's wrong with just having 10 grand in cash? Because everybody's not going to make all this money. Everybody doesn't get $1 million, but can you make 10, 20,000 more than you're making right now? Can you just do that? And can you go to the gym?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, man, just
not break the law. Just do the basic things. Make yourself productive.
Yeah. I agree with you. I agree. Like what you're saying. Work a multiplicity of jobs. A group of people stay in the same spot and just save up. Absolutely. Give me 1 second. Rico says 100,000 descendants of African Americans live in Sierra Leone, and over 10,000 African Americans live in Ghana. So in fact, many of us do move to Ghana. Thanks, Rico, for the $10 super chat. Hey, Dusto, let me bring DP up real quick, okay?
Cool.
Yep. Thank you so much, Dusto. Guys, I know you're upset with me. I know a lot of you want to cry. I know a lot of you, oh, JR, I can't believe you got this tether baby on here. Stop it. It's nothing more sad than seeing a grown-ass man cry. If you really believed in what you believed, stay strong with it. Call in. Give your opinion. DP, what's up, man?
Yo, what's up?
What's up, man?
All right, I'm coming to speak specifically about Tariq Nasheed because I understand where the tether term derived from. I know because I watched. I'm a FBA. I'm very informed, and I invested myself into this new era of being on code as a Black American, because since I have invested into it, I've started to see that my people are beautiful. We are strong and possibly the strongest beings on earth when you consider what we lived through. And one thing I don't understand, Mr. Agent of Chaos, is that why would you tell some people to move from the land that they built? I know that you say you don't believe in white supremacy in this current state, but do you honestly believe that white people built America and made it the powerful country that it is?
I do. I don't. Yeah, I absolutely do. You didn't build America. You didn't build the skyscrapers. You didn't build the institutions. You didn't build even the HBCUs that you go to. In fact, the white man did. You didn't build these things. You don't control the unions. You don't control the construction companies. You know, blacks do have construction companies now, but for the most part, blacks have not built America. Have we taken part in building America? Sure, but the first thing that, in my opinion, that we need to start doing as African people.
Hold on, let's get on that point first. Yeah,
Oh, you asking me a question?
No, you answered it. Now,
Okay,
now it's my time to speak on that.
Well, it's your time to speak. Okay, go ahead.
This is a dialogue, right, back and forth, right?
Go ahead. You have the floor, man.
Okay, so if you know your history, you do know that before 1900s, blacks were the majority of compared to white people in America. There was a few colonies of white people that colonized America, but all of the building and construction from the country to the major cities were all black slaves. Even the stock market that you use to put food in your refrigerator today was created on the livestock of my family, my ancestors. So so that right there just debunked your whole idea. We built the railroads, we built Washington, D.C., we built New York City, we built every major landmass in this country. And then you're going to tell me to leave that? Are you crazy? And then, so go ahead.
What skyscraper in New York did your ancestors build?
Skyscraper?
Yeah.
Is that how? What about the whole economy? What about
okay,
you talking about a skyscraper? One skyscraper? That's
I'm asking you a question.
I don't know the history of skyscrapers, but I don't know the history of skyscrapers. But I know the history.
Your ancestors built New York. I'm asking you, which skyscraper, which bridge did your ancestors build?
The entire city.
Okay.
We were the entire city. We did the blueprints. Do you know who made the blueprints for the Washington D.C.?
Okay. You said that your ancestors drew out the blueprints for New York.
We built the whole country.
What
from blueprints
to
labor?
What is the name of the black architect in your family that designed
Benjamin Washington, Benjamin Carter?
Okay, sir, was that New York, sir?
They did the blueprint for Washington D.C.
Was that you just said New York?
Consideration for since you say it's no white.
Sir,
listen to this point because it's relative to what we're talking.
You just said
everything that we've created, especially in the 1800s.
How come you
stolen? We couldn't. We didn't have the right to patent anything. We didn't have the right to copyright anything or trademark anything. So everything we was done was stolen and taken credit by the same white people that you give all this power.
Sir. What skyscrapers did your ancestors build? What bridge did your ancestors build?
Well, I'm concerned all of them.
Okay, how about this, sir?
I'm
willing to fancy the notion.
Harbor.
I'm willing.
DP. That's the Peak Bridge.
DP.
I learned some up.
DP. I'm willing to entertain what you're saying. Can you in the back chat provide me photos and a manifest of the people building these structures? Could you provide that information? Because I didn't know these things.
Can you provide it?
Sir,
if it wasn't
you're the one saying that your ancestors built all these things.
Yes,
I just would like to see it.
It's only logic. It's critical thinking. It wasn't no white people here to build
Sir,
it. They didn't get here
did
till 19.
your
The
ancestors
country was all
build the
built.
skyscrapers?
Listen.
Did your ancestors build the skyscrapers, sir? Did they build Spelman? Did they build Howard? Did they build Morehouse College, sir?
Yes.
The problem with FBA is that a lot of times that you're brainwashing yourself into believing that you built things that you did not, and that's another
You
problem with
haven't convinced me that I haven't.
I don't
We
care
built
to
the
convince
first car. Did you know who made the
you,
first
sir,
car? You
whether
ever
you
heard of
built,
the Patterson car? Have you heard of the
sir,
Patterson
where is
mobile?
the Patterson cars now?
Why? Because
Where are
this
they
it's
now,
in
sir?
the rubble, the
Where
same
are
rubble
they
that
now?
the
How
Oklahoma
come you don't
black
have these things
black
now?
is under. The same rubble that Greenwood is under.
How?
Rubble that every other major black inventor has to lie under. You're making
Why don't? Okay, how about this, sir? How about this? How about this? You're on
been
mute. I don't. I don't. DP, give me a second. DP, give me a second. In Nigeria right now, can you do me a favor? In Nigeria, there is a manufacturing company that creates vehicles. It's called Innocent Vehicles. I challenge you, sir, to give up your Mercedes, white man's car, and import an Innocent over into this country, and I want you to drive it. I challenge you to do that. That's the blast made by
why
blacks.
the Nigerians ain't
No,
dying
no, no,
for
no. But
me.
it's made by blacks. But why does it
They're
matter?
not black. First off, okay,
Sir,
let's
you're
have another
black.
history lesson.
Sir,
Another history lesson.
no, 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 no.
Blacks, no.
I gotta mute you. Give me a second, sir. Now you will sit up here. You will just like a typical FBA. You will profess that there's white supremacy, but yet and still you would drive the white man's car. But the minute I said, "Why don't you drive a Nigerian car?" One of the only black produced vehicles on the planet. Now all of a sudden the Nigerians aren't black. Well, why drive the white man's car? Why not drive a Nigerian car or a black? I mean, they're closer to black than white than Germans are. You got a Mercedes. You would do. Listen, the Germans would never view you as one of them. At least the Nigerians would. Why not drive an innocent vehicle? Guys, look it up. Innocent vehicles. The Nigerians are producing it. 70% of all the material made in it comes from local resources. Why not drive that? I challenge you to do it. Go ahead, sir. I'm gonna go on mute now. Go ahead.
Okay. Because this is why I'm not, that's not where my energy at, is because I learned that yes, the blacks in the diaspora are really our family, but we got to get some straightening here because they don't understand black FBA, just like most of FBA don't understand FBA. This is something we all learning due to luck, fortunately to social media being able to pass information at the speed of light. So what is going on though is that we're learning to integrate each other and learn to work and build and produce our own resources. Now, me just going to go build with a Nigerian, it will work eventually, but once we have our code set, once we have our parameters set, once they understand that, okay, you're our cousin as a Nigerian, but you got to respect me as a black American. Don't come over, because this is the issue with the tethered situation. The issue with that is they have come over here and they're coming in politics, and then they'll try to regulate our history. I've never seen the FBA go to any country and tell the people of that country that we want to erase your history. That's happening here in America, as I'm sure you do know that. We don't have FBAs going around to other people's country getting into their historical businesses. Do you know all of the reparations conversations? The panels are all immigrants and first generational immigrants talking about FBA issues. money that's due to us 20, 200, 300 years before they even got here. See, so that's the issue with the tether situation. So it's not nothing wrong with building with Nigerians, but we got to get some stuff straight, bro. They got to understand where we're at in this white supremacy world. Once you understand that, we can make all the power moves that we need to flourish.
What kind of vehicle do you own, sir?
I have 3 vans. I have a Honda Odyssey. I have a ProMaster because I have a low voltage business. So I deliver TVs for white people. I install and I service very price friendly TV mounts and installations and camera services, security services for black people in my community because they can't afford it from the regular businesses. So I have a ProMaster Ram. I have a Honda Odyssey that I work out of, and I also have what else? I got a Ford Transit Connect.
Okay.
I also have a Honda. I have a Honda Accord UX, and my girl got a Camry. So yes, that all white people own shit.
Sir, can I ask you a
question?
question?
Guess what? I don't own property, so I live and rent from a Jewish person because technically I'm homeless because my family had nothing to pass me down. But I'm changing that for my next generation.
I got you, sir. But
because I'm powerful. I'm a black man in America. Can't nobody do nothing.
Is my mic not working or something, sir? Can I ask
you?
Can I ask you, sir? Can you do me a favor? You, black man, can start today. You can give up those 3 vehicles and purchase a black-made vehicle. The Nigerians are
one other point. Nigerians aren't black. Nobody else.
Let me get you the fuck out of here. All right, enough's enough. DP, thanks, man, thanks for calling in, DP. I don't like kicking people off, man, but come on, man. He said Nigerians are black. What color are they? What color are we then? Uncle Ruckus, what's up, man?
What's going on, Chaotic? First and foremost, I like your content, but I'm going to tell you, you're a hater, man.
Go ahead. You got the
Tariq Nasheed, first of all, showed us how to mac to women, right? Brother Polight told us we could have multiple women. Umar Johnson showed us how to get to them strippers. Leave them men alone. Sure, they may be finesses, but they get into that bag, all right? Let them get to the bag, right? We need to fight white supremacy. White supremacy is everywhere, Chaotic. It's in water. It's in sand. It's in the space. It's in the black hole. It's in the white hole. You know how they say that dark energy pushes the galaxies away from each other? That's not dark matter. That's white supremacy at work. Now, give me a chance. I need to fix my glasses because I can't see. But we need to fight white supremacy. Please join my movement. My life matters. Hit the Cash App, run them donations, send everything. Don't pay your rent. If you got $5, just donate it to my new movement. My life matters. And we're going to fight white supremacy. I'm going to tell you how we're going to fight white supremacy. Number one, I'm going to buy a big house around white folks. I'm going to buy several Bugattis and Lamborghinis and all that. Oh, that's going to get white supremacy. Help me, folks. We can get there. We can get there if you guys help me. Now, if you're going to help me, I got a Cash App I could drop. Will you let me drop it, brother? Will you let me drop it? Would you let me? Yes, Chaotic?
Unfortunately, this is not my network. I can't let you do it.
Anyway.
Yeah, go ahead.
Look for my channel, Fugazi TV. Subscribe, do all that good white supremacy. I can't hear you.
You can't market your channel on here.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I get some last closing words. Go ahead, sir.
All right. Okay. I'm sorry. But we can't hate on them brothers. Them brothers getting to the bag. I ain't mad at them. We all love a little finesse once in a while. Everybody finesses everybody. Okay, I'm going to tell you a story. I was walking to Publix one day and I saw a lady. She had a baby in a stroller. That baby was like 300 pounds and he was like 3 years old. And he had Michael Jordan shoes on and a jersey. I said to myself, this kid doesn't look like he's struggling. Why is this lady asking me $5 to get him a meal? He had Jordan shoes on. He had $300 worth of attire on his body. He looked healthy, chaotic. She was trying to finesse me. Everybody finesses everybody. You ever go to the strip club and you try to pay for a table dance, but you try to get a lap dance? That's trying to finesse. You trying to finesse them. Chaotic. It's finessing everywhere. Look, I bought a chip the other day, a Cheetos chip. Remember a long time ago, those Cheetos chip was 25 cents. They was big as hell. Now they're 50 cents and you can't even get 2 bites out of them. They finessing everybody. Everybody gets finessed. Leave them alone. Leave them alone. Brothers, get to that bag. In closing, we're going to get to that bag. We're going to get to that bag. Let Tariq Nasheed, Brother Polight, Umar Johnson, and myself, I want to get to that bag too. Get to that bag. Make me green again, baby. Make me green again.
Have a good one, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Crown Prince, what's up, man? How you doing, man?
Hey, chaotic. How you feeling?
Real good, sir. Is that a Super Bowl ring you're wearing?
No, it's not.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Our issue being FBA with the recent immigrants that have come here is this. When you talk about the foundation of the country, this is something that you will not see. It's in the infrastructure, the railroads, the roads. The prison system still works on the railroads and the roads. The economy, we built the foundation that made it a place that you might want to come to. And because we feel we are part of the fabric, we feel differently than you do. You're just grateful to be here. We feel like we built here. That's the difference. And because of all that, when we try to explain this to y'all, you keep on running your mouth. That's disrespectful. We would never come to your homeland, point of origin, and have as much to say about that. I've never heard you mention past 2 sentences where you're from, let alone the state of the streets. This country in the 1850s, you seen the gangs of New York? You should check that out. The reason that
the black...
You're
talking about a movie, right?
Yeah, the gangs of New York. It gives you a basic idea of what's going on.
I guess Roots gives me a basic idea of what's going on.
I said the gangs of New York. You
know, but I heard what you said, but I'm asking you. So does Roots give me a basic
understanding? I happen to be a historian as well. So
really, what school did you go to?
Which one? Which school? High school?
Where'd you get your PhD from in history?
Yeah, I went to Morgan State, but you don't need a PhD.
Did you get your PhD?
So did you think the first doctors had PhDs?
Did you get your PhD, sir?
No, I didn't.
So you're not a historian?
Yeah, I am. That's what I do.
Okay, well, if you're a historian, I'm an astronaut.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. That's not even the point.
Okay.
You're deflecting.
I'm not. I'm telling you.
Listen, every ethnic group here has fought in the streets like dogs when they got here. We just happen to get our guns now. It's no different than the white people fighting once they accepted the Irish, the Polish, the Italians, the Jews. They were considered outsiders at first. Before they were even importing many African immigrants from any African country. They fought in the streets. Every single war we fought in since the beginning of this country. Not going nowhere. I mean, why would we leave?
Your phone is breaking up, man. Crown Prince, can you come back for a minute? Your phone is breaking up, okay? Your phone is breaking up, bro. Yeah, come back for a minute, all right? I want you to come back, Anchor Baby. Your phone is breaking up. Mr. CJ, what's up, man? Mr. CJ, you're break. Are you there? All right, let me get you up out of here. I see you in the back, Mike. Give me a second. Trigger Mike, what's up?
What's up, man?
You are the excuses today, man.
I mean, damn, like this has been one hell of a topic.
Thank you so much, man.
This is one hell of a topic to watch to watch people defend the indefensible. It's really something enlightening, but I'm not surprised in the least. So that's what I'll say in the beginning. But what do you? Yeah,
Let me
want
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, bro. Tariq Nasheed has created this divide by using terms that, in my opinion, can lead to certain levels of violence. Let's look at Rwanda for a minute, right? There was already tension in Rwanda between the Hutus and the Tutsis, right? And there were words that were used for the Tutsi, if I'm not mistaken. One of the words, and I'm probably saying it wrong, it was an Ayenzi or something like that, and it was a term for a cockroach. And people would literally walk around calling the Tutsi cockroaches, to the point where they believed that the Tutsis were 6 foot tall cockroaches, and it just gave them justification in hacking them to death during the genocide. When you say that immigrants are tether babies and all types of other derogatory words, eventually it turns into they're different and and we need to perceive them as less than. And eventually you're going to have stuff like that happening in this country, maybe not on the same scale, but what Tariq is doing is he is basically green lighting African Americans to start harming immigrant blacks, when in fact that's the last thing that should happen. We should all unite. But my question is, why don't these Pan-Africanists, why don't they move to Africa? Why don't they move to these black African nations? Or why don't they even, or truth be told, why doesn't Brother Polight live around black Americans? Why doesn't Tariq Nasheed live around black Americans? Why didn't Al Sharpton send his kids to school around black Americans if they love black Americans so much? But instead they're creating this divide that is really harmful. But all the while they're sitting back like, oh, okay, well, look at them fight. Go ahead. Does that make any sense? By the way, I'm just trying to.
It does not. It does not make any sense at all.
I was talking about what I was saying. Does that make any sense the way I told you?
Oh yeah. It does. You're making sense. Absolutely. No. When you really look at it, there is a healthy amount of tension. Like, I went to an HBCU, and everybody knew that I was Nigerian. Yeah, they cracked their jokes or whatever, but through and through, they had to learn that I'm not that different from them, other than my mentality and my culture. So, knowing people really helps bridge that gap. But for people who who all of their ideology about immigrants coming here comes from people like Tariq Nasheed, that can be very harmful.
Exactly.
If they don't cultivate these relationships with, immigrants, African immigrants themselves. If that's where they're getting all that rhetoric from, then that's really, indeed harmful. And to me, it's harmful all across the board, financially, economically. You want to eradicate or harm the people that in your likeness are upholding the very standards for you. You see what I'm saying? The most educated ethnic group relative to their population in size in America are Nigerians.
Yeah.
Not black people, over everybody. Nigerians over everybody. The number one group of women in corporate placement are Nigerian women. There are more C-suite executive Nigerian women than any other woman. So when you see that woman in your image, she is paving the way for you. So to go around acting like she's harming you, you're just fucking stupid. That's the way I need to
Trigger Mike. If Nigerians had a reputation of being gangbangers when they come to America, if they had a reputation of being deadbeat fathers and bad families, the Black American or foundational Black American community would overwhelmingly embrace the Nigerian. What has happened is that the Black American or the foundational Black American is looking at the Nigerian, looking at the success, like you said, C-suite executives, doctors, engineers, business owners. They're saying, how did these black people come here and achieve all this in slavery and blah, blah, blah. And see, they were told that slavery existed, they were oppressed, the white man's holding them back. And then they see my parents, they see your parents, they see other Nigerians, and they're like, and something doesn't click. So instead of critically thinking, they listen to idiots like Tariq Nasheed, dogging the Nigerian, dogging the productivity of the Nigerian or any other West African that comes here. Now they're the enemy. But the true enemy is you. You've been here for 7, 8 generations. You didn't take advantage of the free public school system. You didn't take advantage of all the resources in this country. Instead of going to Trigger Mike, you went to HBCU.
I did.
How many black kids really were majoring in mathematics compared to social sciences? Yeah. I went to a PWI.
The dorm was hella small.
Yeah. I went to a PWI, right? The running joke was, if you walk by the math building, you're going to see Chinese people. It's like Chinatown there.
Yep.
You walk past the math building, oh, it's Chinese all over. You want to find Chinese? Go to the math building.
Yep.
The Chinese people weren't in the Chinese American Studies building. They weren't in psychology and all these inferior majors. They were in the core sciences. But nobody gets jealous, though, because that's the expectation of the Chinese or the Japanese.
Yeah.
But when Tariq Nasheed, who made colors, he's trying to get more money, so he creates this whole thing about this divide now. And the divide is really based off of jealousy. People are saying that, why am I pocket watching? I'm not pocket watching none of these niggas. I don't care about how much money they make. But what they're doing is that they are creating hostility towards certain groups of blacks because they're jealous, because they know that the masses of people are jealous. See, here goes the thing. A lot of people coming up here, I know that they're not medical doctors, because if they were, they wouldn't give a damn about a Nigerian.
Two shits about it.
If they were working at KPM, you know what KPMG is?
Shipping?
No, KPMG is the biggest auditing firm in the world. If they worked at KPMG, if they worked at Ernst Young,
okay.
If any of these blacks that called in today worked any of these places, they wouldn't give a damn about a Nigerian. But because they don't, they're looking back, they're listening to Tariq Nasheed, they're listening to Brother Polight, and they're getting mad. They're like, why are these people so successful? They're successful because they work hard. They're successful because when they go to college, they don't major in black studies. They don't major in sociology. They don't major in horse shit. They major in real shit. The same thing with the Asians. Do you know who gets jealous? Here goes the thing, Trigger Mike. When I was a kid growing up, do you know who used to get jealous of Mexican people? Hillbilly whites. Successful whites could give a damn about a Mexican, because a successful white is a neurosurgeon, is a doctor. Mexicans ain't about to be there's no big drive for Mexicans to be doctors. So successful whites could care less about a Mexican, but it's a poor white who has to compete. They taking our jobs. Well, they're taking your jobs because you don't have any skill set. Go ahead, Trick Mike. You got the floor.
No, man, you preaching it today. I really can't add much to that. I just think you're just laying the framework to show that when it just makes even more sense about the hostility that Black or African immigrants receive, because we are the anti-excuse. Now, in your image, there are people here that have done exceptionally well.
Yeah. And
you can no longer make excuses. In fact, they came in here with nothing. I got a cousin. Mm-hmm. All right. The one thing that I will say, and then this is more of a lesson, because I think it was somebody who said it. Black American people in general need to be more humble. My cousin came here. He was already 30 years old. All right. I was 20. He lived in the room when I went to college. He moved into my room, 30 years old, worked at McDonald's, got a work permit to work at McDonald's, went to school for engineering, stayed there every day. My mom would say, man, he really come in here. He washed the dishes. He cleaned the house to do what he can because he gets a free room in that house. He moves out of that house to go help my dad run his business. Then he does his master's in engineering. Then he gets out. He moves his, girlfriend from Niger over here. All right. Now he got a job at the shipyard doing engineering. Now he's a 6-figure earner. This dude just got here in 2010. Mm-hmm. Just got here in 2010. not a dime to his name. Well, 2008. I'm sorry, if I was 20 something. So yeah, so not a dime to his name.
Yeah.
And came over here and did all that. He was humble about it. Any humble circumstances that anybody would give him, he took it. He wasn't trying to dictate his circumstances, saying, "No, I need my own spot. I need to be able to." He wasn't doing all that shit that people be doing, man. It's like, come on. Like, he took anything anybody would give him, any circumstance, any opportunity, and he made the best of it. He is the anti-excuse to all you lazy motherfuckers who can't make nothing of yourself.
Now, thank you so much, Trigger Mike. We had a gentleman call in today, right? He's telling me that he's FBA. He got that from Tariq because he didn't know about FBA before Tariq said it. He got that from Tariq Nasheed. He's telling me that blacks and black Americans are different from he said Nigerians weren't even black.
Yeah, I heard him.
And clearly, most, if not the majority of African Americans have Nigerian blood. I asked him, I don't know if you remember, I said, would you be willing to give up your, now the individual believes in white supremacy. I'm like, would you be willing to give up your car that's made by whites, the very same people that you say are oppressing you? And would you purchase the vehicle that is being made in Nigeria, the Innocent vehicle? I don't know if you're familiar with the Innocent, right?
Is that a Nigerian car company?
It's a Nigerian car company. They use the resources. It's one of the only black made cars on the planet.
Yeah, I've heard of it.
All of a sudden, we gotta work better with our brothers over in the homeland. So all this, you gotta work better, this, that, and the other. But you can never go to Germany and a white German will see you as a true German. Never. But you can go buy their cars all damn day. Niggas work hard all their life to buy a Lamborghini, white man's Italian car. You know, I got my Lamborghini, I got my Ferrari, whatever. Italians hate your guts.
Mm-hmm.
You would never go to Italy and proclaim to be an Italian, and one of those Italians view you as a true Italian. Yeah. Never. But you're over here contemplating on buying a car made in the motherland, supposedly, by black people. See, and that's what I'm saying. This is the hypocrisy of us all.
It is. I mean, total hypocrisy. And I don't think a lot of people really understand what they're saying and the perspective that they're using. And it's not even that they're just driving these cars. They don't even have the money to afford them.
Yeah.
By and large.
The money to afford.
So the people who in this country who have the money don't even buy those cars. Yeah. You're so interested in looking like you have a certain status in life that you're purchasing, killing the wealth in your own community and not reinvesting in it to go invest in these people's stuff. But yet they're oppressing you. So it's like a double negative. Like, it's crazy.
It's the weirdest thing. And then the worst part is you're listening to people who are clearly lying to you and clearly benefiting off the fact that they want you to think that you're being oppressed and that you're different from other African people. All Africans are the same to me, if you ask me. A Brazilian black is no different to me than a Caribbean black, than an African black. It's just, I've always thought that.
Yeah.
But you're listening to this nonsense, this tether nonsense, this FBA nonsense, to the point where you grown men are calling in talking about FBA. What are you talking about? Your DNA goes back 100,000 years in Africa. Your DNA is more African than it is African American. If you really sit back and think about it, your ancestors were in Africa 100,000 years ago. That DNA, according to science, we're modern man, right? So if we believe in science, modern man has been around for over 100,000 years. So the blood in you goes back 100,000 years in Africa. But you're telling me that you're FBA. Stop it.
I'm looking at this chat, man. This shit is funny. These people talk about go back to Africa, learn you need not be worried about me in Africa, okay? My family owns a water factory. We're doing just fine over there. You need to worry about how you're sending me your resume and make sure that you're crossing your I's and dotting your T's, because I'm probably going to be your fucking boss. All right? So you can chill out with all that in the chat.
But my thing is that, see, what has happened is that Tariq Nasheed's, Brother Polight's, Umar Johnson's, they have a much higher IQ than most blacks. And they know how to exploit black emotionalism. They know that, we can sell them slavery.
Listen.
We can sell them junk. They'll believe that. Here goes the kid. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Yeah, that is the original topic. So let me speak on that really quick. I think, even those particular brothers, I'm not too impressed by them or even disappointed by them. The common trend is that these men, even in their propensity to be intelligent at times and project their intelligence,
Yes, sir.
They're taking advantage. And the fact that most people or their followers cannot see that is the disappointing part.
Yeah.
The Umar Johnson thing, that to me it was like he's given a gift that he cannot utilize properly. And now that it's like, when is this school going to be finished, man? Like, you're literally the biggest scam artist, the most popular scam artist in the Black community right now. He gets on the Breakfast Club every year, every summer, I think, and tells us at the end of the summer the school's going to be finished.
Prince of Pan African.
Yo, he said that last year, and I'm like, and then the worst part is that he blames the lack of progress on Black people that he's supposed to be empowering. If I just had one Black plumber, if I just had one, Nick, shut up.
Yeah. Plenty of Black plumbers, plenty of Black electricians.
Yo, it's crazy. Yeah. So by that alone, like I said, I'm not even surprised, but it is disappointing to see that people are falling. Like he's using the emotional, like he's emotionally oppressing you. He's using all of that anger against you to get you to donate to his causes. Let me tell you one thing about Umar Johnson that I find unbelievably funny. This man is using this cause for his own personal sexual gain. Do you see the way he takes pictures with women? It makes him feel sexy. Like, I've never seen more of a poser in that sense, where when he's posing with women, it's like he feels sexy. Yeah. I'm like, dude, that's not even how, like, the people who do this thing move. You're supposed to, in public, you're supposed to be very professional.
Yeah.
Very professional. Even if you care for your people, no, he wants to be a playboy with it. It's like he about to shimmy on the damn picture, like every time a girl touch him. So it's hilarious.
Trigger Mike, let me get to another caller, but I might do a panel to close it out. Thank you so much, bro.
Nah, I gotta go shoot. So I'm doing a competition tonight.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Africans diversify their hobbies too.
Absolutely, man.
Just putting that out there.
06, bro.
All right.
We got Greg Day in the chat. What's up, man? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing awesome, man. I live in America, the greatest country on the planet. I can be anything that I want to be. I live in the greatest time period in history. We don't have to hunt wild elephants like we did in 50,000 years ago in ancient Africa. I feel great. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm like, there's a delay. There's a delay, and with the audio, it's like I'm hearing two at the same time. But I would like so I would like to ask you, are you saying that there's no white supremacy?
No.
Okay, so white supremacy does not exist.
No.
Okay, so what is the definition? Do you know what the definition of white supremacy is?
I do not. Enlighten me.
Okay. Okay. Well, according to the definition, it says that that people who believe that white people are superior and that should be in charge of everything and everyone.
Okay. Well, that's your definition. Okay, cool. Yep.
So are you saying, so you do not believe that the white population or a large segment of the white population believe that they are superior?
I would hope that they would believe that just as much. I hope that the black man will believe he's superior too. Yeah.
So in other words, everyone should be equal then.
No, we should compete in this competitive market, which is called capitalism, and it's a dog eat dog environment. It's a dog eat dog system. I actually like it, but no, we should not all be equal. This isn't a fairy tale. Black people should strive to be the dominant at everything. There's nothing wrong with healthy competition.
I agree. I agree with a lot, some of the things he says. It is a capitalist system. Um, Now, are you American? Were you born here?
I was born in America, sir. Yes.
Okay, so it isn't just the foreigners, Africans, Caribbeans, a lot of foreigners. They're not the only people who are doing well.
Yeah,
There's a lot of Black Americans
doing very well, sir.
who are well educated,
Absolutely.
who are becoming doctors, lawyers, engineers,
Absolutely.
right? But that is not. I find like it's frustrating that that's not emphasized.
I emphasize that every time I get on here and on my channel. I even have said that the African American is the superior African, the
Right.
descendant of slave. I've said that. I've made videos on that. The African American that is of slave descent actually sets the standard in terms of entertainment, sports, political influence. I've always said that.
Okay. All right.
I've literally have always said that. But Greg, listen, man. If you could make some corrections with the Wi-Fi or something, can you come back?
My audio is messed up, man.
Yeah. Well, come back or something, and let's see how that works out. Okay, thanks, man.
Okay, then. All right.
Peace. Gotta get that Wi-Fi up, man. Guys, salute. Please hit that like button, guys. There's a lot of people in the chat. There's almost 700 people in the chat. Guys, please hit the like button. Let me see. What's up, man? You on mute?
Yo, what's going on? Peace be with you. Peace be with you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
What's up?
Oh shoot, not allowed. Just like I said, just kind of following along. Just kind of as far as I know the title, like I said, I somewhat agree. I agree in ways that they're scam artists, but that's because they don't know the truth. And I believe you know part of the truth as far as saying, you know, the African American, which we know ain't no such thing as that. The what we would call the black man, the slave descendant, the chosen people, we're the greatest people on the planet. You kind of agree with that, correct?
I 100% agree with that.
Okay. I guess I mean after that we'll say I guess why we get into so much when we say the blackity black, so we kind of make it seem like pushing for our people's greatness is a bad thing when we should do that, like band together and try to work things out.
Exactly. Go ahead.
Oh, and that's just kind of what I'm saying, like as far as banding together, working things out, building together, but working on our behaviors, because some stuff I've seen quite a few things there. I agree with quite a few of the things as far as we do got to look at ourselves, look within, because the reason things are messed up is because us is what we call black, which is really the children of Israel. We don't take accountability. We don't like to say we're wrong. We like to say that our oppressors are wrong, when really our oppressors are just doing what is by nature normal for them.
Who's your oppressor? Who's oppressing you now?
Same one oppressing you.
Sir, nobody's oppressing me right now.
So
I've never been.
You've never been oppressed?
No, who's oppressing? Who's oppressing me? I've never been oppressed, sir.
Okay, so is the definition of oppression to be treated unfairly? Isn't that the definition?
I've never been treated unfairly, sir. When I was in school, teachers, and I'll tell you something even better. White teachers went above and beyond to assist the black students in the class. When I was in college, sir, nobody was oppressing me in college, sir. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. So you saying basically they gave you because they gave you special favors? What you're saying? Because if you say no,
they didn't give us anything. We pay taxes. My taxes pay for the state college, or my parents' taxes pay for the state college, and people who donated funds to the school contributed to the endowment. That's how the school is able to function. Nobody gave me anything, sir. Go ahead, you got the floor.
No, I'm kind of laughing. You said, well, I mean, most schools, for one, colleges, most of them function off of, you already know, off of our greatness, off of the greatness of our people. You agree with that?
I would say that the greatness of the country is attributed to all ethnic groups, including Black people, sir. Yes, I agree with you.
No. Ain't no all ethnic groups. All you first of all, you said we're the greatest people, correct?
I said that in terms of the African diaspora, not the FBA, that you want to call it, of slave descent, is the most influential Black on the planet. I've always said that. I've always believed that.
Influential Black or influential? So we're not the influential people of the planet.
In my opinion, okay, I'm gonna go by the definition that Tariq and everybody likes using. The Black of slave descent in America is the most influential Black on the planet, politically, culturally, we know entertainment and sports wise. I've always said that, and I think that's a fair assessment, and I think that's real. Yeah.
So influential, which means because our greatness is on a level which is above all people, correct?
I would say yes to a degree. Yeah, absolutely. Hold on for a second. Jerome with the $5 super chat says the disrespect is real. Add me to the convo briefly. You gotta hit the pinned message at the top of the chat. You gotta hit that. Yeah, I would say yeah.
Okay. So if we're the greatest people, but you say nobody's oppressing. We're great at all these things, right? And nobody's oppressing you. But your people can do all this greatness. Why are our people still being a bottom society? And I'm talking about as a whole, because you said no one's oppressing you, but our people are definitely being oppressed. To say our people's not being oppressed would be
you're oppressing yourselves. The reason why, if there are people like that at the bottom of society, it's because you haven't worked hard. You went to school. You didn't take advantage of education. You didn't take advantage of opening a business. You didn't take advantage of working hard. The only reason why people are in their condition in America is because of working hard. You work hard in America, you get results in America. Sir, there's nothing stopping you. Sir, I walked past about 20 homeless people today, and most of them were Black. One of them was disabled, but the other ones were able-bodied Negroes. What's stopping them from going to Amazon and making $20 an hour? Sir, there's a hiring shortage. People don't want to work. There are jobs that are literally begging people to come in and come to work. So if you're a loser in this country, whether you're Black, and if you're white and you're a loser, that's really pitiful. It's your fault.
Hold on, boss. I'm right there. Hold on. Why is it really pitiful if a white person?
Because this country is tailor-made.
You're making my point saying that.
No, I'm not making your point. The country is tailor-made for whites. It's tailored. Well, hear me out for a minute. It's tailor-made.
Okay, go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
The Fortune 500s. Listen, if you're a white kid, right? Think about all the Fortune 500s, right? Walmart, Amazon, Microsoft. If you're a refined white person, you can go work there as a C-suite executive. Yeah, you can just walk in the door. So if you're a loser and you're white, that's really pathetic. Because the institutions in the country are predominantly, the C-suite executives are white. The managers are predominantly white because most of the people in the country are white, right? So you would only suspect that most of these jobs would be filled with white people, right?
Not because of most of the people there, because of old money.
Listen,
old money. Listen, and you know where the old money comes from.
Old money, new money. It doesn't matter. If you're a loser in this country, it's because of your own doing.
Oh, wait, now to say old money doesn't matter. It's disingenuous. You know that.
Okay.
You have children?
I do not. But let me ask you this. Was Apple founded off of old money?
No. I don't think so.
Thank you. It wasn't. Apple was founded off of an investor who was a stock options trader who invested into Apple. Now, some companies are from old money.
The majority. The majority.
Okay, I'll use your argument. The majority. But here goes the thing, sir. Nothing is stopping you as a Black man with all the homies that you got, all the friends that you got. Create your own business with your friends and sell products or services to other Blacks. I see Blacks all the time with businesses. I see young Blacks. I see old Blacks with businesses. What's stopping you?
I'm not talking about myself.
No, I'm not talking about you. You look pretty well to do.
I'm speaking in general, and the thing is, my mission is actually to pull our people up to as a whole, as a collective. What happens is a lot of us, and you know this is true, a lot of our people we'll do well, we'll come up, and then we'll be like, oh, I'm good. Well, I'm good. I'm not oppressed. When I hear that, usually it tells me of a selfish coon Negro mindset, which means I'm gonna do my thing. I'm good because I'm going to assimilate to society.
To argue that we're all coons to a degree. Well, hear me out for a minute.
Okay, go ahead. I got you.
Hear me out for a minute. In my opinion, we're all coons. You are helping the white man every day. You don't have a black man's car. Pretty sure you don't. Your bank account isn't a black owned bank. The clothes you have on is not from a black manufacturing company. So you're helping them out just as much as the coon is, really. You're on the white man's computer right now. You probably got an Apple. Let's be honest. You got an Apple computer or something. You're helping these people out, sir. So you're just as much of a coon as anybody else is. You're a coon too. Hear me out for a minute. Until you move to, I'm not pointing at you.
No, you good. Hey, I'm not. I don't take stuff personally.
Until you move to Africa, and particularly in the rural parts of Africa, and you're living off the land, you're living off the resources, then none of us are truly African. None of us are truly African. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. MD Hood or MD H251 says Africa is the richest country in the world. You mean continent? Why are you here again? See, dummy. I didn't mean to call you a dummy, sir. But yeah, so my thing is that, Rick, let's be honest. You don't know Yoruba. You don't know Igbo. You don't know Twi. You don't know Hausa. You don't know Lingala. You don't know any African language. You know the white man's language. We're all a part of the same hypocrisy, sir. It's just I will admit to the bullshit. You guys don't admit to it. And that's why I'm exposing, or at least trying to, Tariq Nasheed, Brother Polight, and Umar Johnson. But go ahead, sir.
Okay.
I see everybody in the back, man. Give me a second, guys.
Yeah. Okay. I want to say this. One. Here's the thing. We talking about we're using their products, correct? Because which we know Deuteronomy 20. It actually says we'll go to our oppressors or those that are ruling over us for water, for food, for the lack of all things, which we got clothing. We got to go get marriage license from. We got to go get driver's license. All that stuff is controlled by the same people that conquered us. You do know we were conquered as a people, correct?
No, you weren't conquered. You were civilized.
What?
No,
you said with straight face. Come on, bro.
Greg, you weren't conquered. You were civilized.
Okay, define. Okay, isn't conquered when you lose a war,
sir?
And then you get carried. Hold on. You lose a war. You get carried away into slavery, and against your will, you're working for the people that beat you. Go ahead.
Do you honestly believe that I'm going to sit up here and believe that some 6'1", 6'2" Negroes were being taken out of their will in Africa by the millions? I don't believe that. You know what I believe? I believe that Africa suffered from the same thing that it's suffering from now amongst blacks. We're constantly divided. We're constantly bickering with each other. We're constantly doing evil things to each other, just like probably our ancestors were doing thousands of years ago.
I agree with some of that stuff.
The white man came in there. Negroes lived a mile from each other, had different languages, and Negroes lived a mile from each other. And so the Negroes warred with each other, enslaved each other, bought and sold each other into slavery, and participated in the slave trade just as much as the white man did. Sir, I believe that our ancestors were primitive and they were not civilized. I believe that certain packs of whites were civilized and they civilized the planet. They just did, in my opinion. And truth be told, you can sit there and laugh all you want, but you as a black man, dark skin, you are not willing to go live around the very same people that you supposedly love. And that's what I'm trying to challenge all of these black race hustlers on. If you really believe what you're saying, go live around blacks in a black nation. If you believe blacks are just but you don't really believe that. You like your cars. You like your steak dinners at Ruth Chris. You like going to the Broncos game, supporting the white man's NFL. You like that. You like that. Just admit it. You niggas need to admit that. That's what I'm trying to get Tariq Nasheed and all you niggas to do. Just admit you love capitalism. I'm not hating on Brother Polight. That nigga's living large. He's sitting courtside at Lakers games. He got little Instagram models. I'm not hating on him. But don't pretend that you're a pharaoh the next day. That's what I'm trying to convey here. Don't pretend that you're a pharaoh. Like Brother Polight does. He one day the nigga he got on Louis Vuitton shoes, Balenciagas. He driving in a Rolls Royce, and the next day the nigga will paint some hieroglyphic nonsense on his face, talking about he's Ramses the Third. Nigga, come on, who you fooling? You ain't fooling me. The nigga talking about he Tutankhamun. Stop. You're not. You are a capitalist. You're no different from Warren Buffett. Go ahead, sir. You got the. I got to let other people on the. I got.
Yeah, no. Hey, I love to have this conversation because I got a whole lot more. So you got some points. I'm not gonna cap, but it's just some things some things you way off on is like it's certain pieces I know you missing. But I do agree as far as I think whatchamacallit. Actually, I think all three of them are clowns in ways. So let's first. I want you to understand that. Don't think I'm a supporter of them because I used to watch a little bit of Umar. He be on point about some stuff about the black struggle. Don't now. Polight, he's a straight clown to me. I don't even really, and then who the other one? Tariq Nasheed. That the hidden color stuff was pretty good, but a lot of that stuff was still Hey, and that happened too. Polight. I seen the pictures with him with the white woman. I was like,
Polight. Listen, for years, Polight, and I hear what you're saying, bro. Polight for years. I see you guys in the back. Give me a second. For years, Polight was talking all that stuff about black women. Oh, black women, queens. As soon as that nigga got rich, he in videos taking pictures with Saudi Arabian chicks, Arabs, white chicks, Scandinavian. He ain't got a black woman in sight. Come on,
not Hebrews. He was not with. He was not with our Hebrew women. You're right. You're absolutely correct.
Hey, bro, I like talking to you, man. Look, I might do a panel, but please come back, bro. Like, I gotta get other people in the back. Okay, it's a lot of people in the back.
I get you. Hit me up. Right. Well, I was gonna say back chat, but
Yep. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, bro?
I'm pretty good, man. What's going on, man?
I want to talk to you. I'm sitting here listening to the show, but
go ahead, man.
The Nigerian and FBA thing. I mean, of course, you don't know Tariq and Dr. Umar like others may, but you don't understand the disrespect and the customs. The things that you're saying are highly disrespectful. It's like you showing up to my wedding with the same suit that I got on as the groom. You don't understand that you are being disrespectful by some of the things that you say. And I know you don't care. It's okay. You don't care. That's the divide. And Tariq Nasheed and people like that are saying, look, man, these people are going against what we are trying to do. We've been fighting for a long time, bro. The immigrants just got here, in mass numbers in 50, 60 years. They haven't been here, about 56. We fought for the right for you to be over here. And it's mad disrespectful for you to feel the way you feel. We fought for the right for your parents to even be over here. And all the stuff that you were saying, you and my man Trigger Mike, I was like, man, that hurt. You was cutting deep. You was cutting deep, bro.
Now, may I say something, sir, to you?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to know what I find disrespectful?
Yes, sir.
When black men leave their children. You know what I find disrespectful? When black men shoot up the block. You know what I find disrespectful? When black men, instead of pursuing intellectual pursuits, they pursue ignorance. You know what I find disrespectful? A culture that purchases and listens to rap music that promotes violence towards other blacks. Do you want to know what I find disrespectful, sir? Let me see. I'll tell you what I find disrespectful. When I was a teacher, entire schools being allowed to have black children read at a kindergarten level when they were in the 5th and 6th grade, and they gave every excuse for the kids. That's what I find disrespectful. Do you find those things disrespectful, sir?
Yeah, yes, for the most part. But here's the thing. Take your shoes off at our house, in my house. You might can walk in that's metaphorically. You might can walk in your house with shoes on, but we're saying to you, you can walk, you don't take your shoes off at the door. The disrespectful is that right there, what you're saying, that's a relative term. I get it. I might go to China. I didn't bow my head. That's disrespectful. All the things that you're saying, it's not disrespectful to everyone. We're just trying to control the masses of things that's disrespectful as a whole globally.
Is it disrespectful when I'm in a black neighborhood and I see some black man litter? Is that disrespectful?
You see a black man litter, throw something on the ground?
Yeah, when I'm in a black neighborhood and a nigga, he's walking down the street with a malt liquor beer can, he just throws it in another black person's yard. Is that disrespectful?
Yes, definitely.
Oh, okay. I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, so what have I done that's disrespectful? I'm just curious because I haven't done any of those things.
No, just based upon your conversation, what you're saying is, look, anytime the Foundation of Black Americans try to big up their community, I know we got some bad things going. So, bro, don't try to act like it's all sweet over in Africa. But I ain't about to do the Tariq thing and tell you about like they defecating in the streets, y'all raping little girls and all. Hey, it goes on over there real bad.
We can't say that word on
okay.
No, you good. You good. A lot of people don't know that.
But you understand what I'm saying? It's some bad stuff going on over in Africa. Don't try to act like it was sweet, because if it was that sweet, you'll be busting your butt to try to get over there and not come over here. It's like you in someone else's house talking mad greedy.
Every immigrant, first of all, I was born in America, but every immigrant will admit to that. The reason why they come to America is because America is better than their homeland. Of course. Everything you're saying is correct. So what are you trying to get at? Of course.
I'm just saying, bro, like, why would you talk so bad about people that you know it gave you a great opportunity? You look like you're doing okay. I watched you on different shows. You're okay. I mean, can you at least do this? Try to big up the other side. I know you're not a foundational Black American like that. Yeah, you're Nigerian. You ain't got, look, that's the thing about it with foundational Black. We know who Nigerians are by your swagger, how you talk about Black people. It's just the downgrading of it.
Can I?
All right.
I'll big up a Black American right now for you. Okay.
Martin Luther King, watch. Here we go.
Look, that's my fraternity brother. Rest in peace. I got one for you.
Hard to do.
Macy Jameson.
Okay.
You know who that is?
Who? Macy? I can't hear you.
Macy Jameson.
No, I can ask Google.
No, don't worry about it. I'll tell you. She was the first Black astronaut. She's a foundational Black American.
Okay.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yes, yeah, know who he is.
Okay. Those are the Blacks that I'll big up.
Right, I get it. You don't like us. I know you don't like foundational Black Americans.
I just gave you some foundational Black Americans, sir, that I love and respect.
Yeah, we want it. We want the distinction, because every time if you do something great, I guarantee you are not saying that you're gonna big up Nigeria. You don't even live over there. You have to live. No, I'm projecting what you would do, because this is what immigrants do. When they do something well, they're gonna big up where they're from or where their parents are from. And then when they do something bad, he's a Black person. That's the part that we're trying to get the distinction. Everybody that's Black, we're not all one big Negro. That's what a lot of you guys are thinking right now. As a whole, not you, may not be individually, but a lot of you think we are one big Negro. All the stuff that you said bad about Black Americans, you and Trigger Mike, y'all think we all are like that. That's crazy.
What did me and Trigger Mike say that was bad, sir? I'm just trying to figure that out.
About, you was talking about the whole the father's not in the home and all that. I'm like, look here, bro.
Okay, how about this? First of all, I didn't say that, but
he did.
But would I be lying?
No, but I'm saying we're not all of that, bro. If I go, all of us are not the same. I had two parents, so yeah, that's not everybody. That's not everyone, but that's what you do. You're doing the same thing that white supremacists do and other races do. They think we're one person.
White supremacy, sir?
Say again?
You believe in white supremacy, sir?
I believe it exists, yes.
Okay, you work in the medical field, right?
Correct.
Where was the white man that stopped you from getting your job in the hospital?
Oh, no. Trust me. They do not stop nothing that I'm trying to do. I'm not saying I'm just so super oppressed and that, like that's not my story. But I know it goes on. That doesn't mean because you haven't been treated unfairly racially. That doesn't mean it doesn't happen, bro. That's all we're saying. You in the wrong lane. Just because it didn't happen to you doesn't mean it doesn't go on. I'm not oppressed. Not saying that.
So you say that you're not oppressed, but oppression exists in this country, right?
Yes, it still does. But some people are strong enough to adapt and overcome. We don't do the fleeing. We don't do the fleeing things. Americans, Black Americans on this in the United States, we don't do a lot of the fleeing things.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Right? Okay. So, if you don't flee from oppression, why do you flee when you get a lot of money from other blacks? Then.
What was the last part you said about black skin?
I'm going by what you just said, sir. You said that you should not you shouldn't flee oppression, right? That's what you said, correct, sir?
No, I said we don't do the fleeing thing. See, that's what I'm saying.
I heard you. You said you don't flee, right? Thing. But why do blacks? And I gave an example with Brother Polight. As soon as you get money, you flee other black people.
Some people do that, but that's a choice. I haven't look. So everyone is not doing that because you see a black guy talk to another race. Sir, that doesn't mean we all do that.
Sir, let's be honest. The day I'm talking to you. The day you become a multimillionaire, I can pretty much guarantee you that you're moving away from niggas. Now stop it. Keep it real, sir.
Oh, yes, I knew
it.
Listen what I'm saying. No, that's not what I'm admitting to. That's not what I'm admitting to. What I'm saying to you, I will move into a better environment. Yes. But
are you saying the people you live around now are not good people?
No, where I stay now, yeah. I mean, it's diverse where I'm at, so that don't count. But at the end of the day, that's not when you get a bag. I want to get as far as I can away from black people. No, that's not what they do. It becomes a money thing. It's the color of your money, your stature, your social status. That's where you're moving to. If it's just so be it. If it's some black people over there, I'm cool with it. If it's Asians, I'm cool with it. But I'm not running away from my people. We never have, bro. You got to give us that. We ain't leaving the Caribbean. We're not leaving Africa. We're not leaving Mexico to flee the United States. That's not what we do. You don't understand our soul, and I'm not giving credit to the first human being. Like we all are black. Yeah, we all came from a black person. You try to play that one. I'm not giving credit. Like, well, you are really African still. I'm like, huh? You really gonna go that far back? If that's the case, then white people are black too. We talking about culture.
Hold your thought. I gotta bring some other people up real quick, okay, bro? I see
you. I appreciate you, man.
Jerome made a lot of sense. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I got too many people in the back. Dub Will with the $2 super chat says, he says, I will live around bougie blacks, but ninjas, no. What's up, man? All the way from Cuba.
Atlanta, but yeah, I'm Cuban.
Oh, Atlanta, yeah. Okay. Sir, what say you about this whole topic of conversation, man? Go ahead.
Look, you said something interesting.
You gotta turn your mic up, bro.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Hold on.
You gotta turn your mic up.
Can you hear me now?
That's a little bit better. Go ahead. It could work. Go ahead.
What about now?
It's like the same, but it's cool. It's fine. It's not that bad. Yeah.
Okay. I'll say this. You say that FBA culture is the most influential around the world, correct?
Yeah.
Is that a good influence or a bad influence?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
What was the question again? I'm sorry. What was the question?
FBA culture is the most influential.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. I 100% agree with that.
Is it a good influence or a bad influence?
Yes, I would say yes. It's a good influence. Yes.
I am not sure.
Okay, go ahead. You got the floor.
I see Eastern European women twerking on YouTube.
Go ahead.
How is that good for those cultures over there? I know it's good for the passport brothers on the short term, but in the long term, for Ukrainians, Polish, Russians, etc., how is it good that their women are now taking twerking classes?
That is not good, sir.
Look, I know that it can sound cruel when we immigrants, criticize the black culture in America, but at least we're being honest with you and we're not, sugarcoating things because the Asians and the other non-black Latinos and everybody knows what's going on, man. They just don't say anything. They stay away, but when you talk with them without other foundational black Americans around, they all say the same thing, And when sometimes you have bad relationship after bad relationship, maybe you have to look in the mirror. That's all. But I do think that we can be more sympathetic and we can kind of maybe try to help instead of criticize so much. But yeah, I do agree, man. Like when immigrants come here, they think they're gonna do well, and one of the big problems or tragedies that they see is this historical group not doing as well as they should for the amount of time and all the opportunities that they have in this country. So how they're making fun of my accent, but I don't know. I mean, I have a Cuban Bitcoin mayor in Miami that probably is going to be the first Latin president. So, like I said before, Latinos are fine. We breed more. We work more. It's true.
Hey, Rick, do me a favor, man. I want you to come back, man. It's like you have like a little bit of audio issues.
Yeah.
Can you come back, though? Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Yep. That was Rick on the ones and twos. Rakim, are you a porn bomber? I have you in the back. Can you just cam up real quick? Nobody can see you but me. You don't have to. Granville Gullery says, man's got a green card talking about American soil. Rakim, what's up, man?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. What's up?
Oh, hey, well, what I was saying is this. I'm a Black American, and I was trying to say, if y'all got this so much up, we're more Black Americans are the most successful Black people in the world. So how can an immigrant come here and try to criticize us when you guys are in worse predicaments than us?
Thank you. That's what we've been talking about.
Hold up. Can I say one thing? Because we don't know where is y'all historic leaders and billionaires and millionaires. We've been here in fighting for y'all to even come over here with vitriol and try to play like y'all did something we haven't done. We had doctors and lawyers way before y'all, and Latinos are doing worse than Black Americans as a whole. And definitely Cubans. Definitely Cubans. Cubans. Come on now. Let's Hispanics. They are lower on the totem pole than Black Americans.
Here we go.
You came over here fleeing from all this tragedy. Then you're going to come over here and your whole style is beating off of Black American culture, then try to downplay us. Crazy.
It sounds like he's saying you came on a banana boat.
No, I ain't saying he came on a banana boat.
You're trying to start stuff, man.
I said he flew over here on the broom. That's what he did. I'm just fucking with you. I'm just playing.
I know, man. I know.
But no, man. Enrique, come on now. Let's do this. Let's come on now. What's that man name? Enrique. Let's speak facts. Now now we about to compare. Now we about to compare. Where is your Martin Luther Kings? Where is your Michael Jordans? Where is your
Martin Luther King?
Come on. Where is any of your people who did anything to change anything better for you? Fidel Castro.
Can I tell you?
Fidel Castro made many of you Cubans flee to Florida. What are you talking about? Go ahead, big bro.
Can I answer you? Okay. So when you say systemic oppression, I've actually lived through it. So our Martin Luther Kings are dead or in jail.
Oh, so are ours.
I remember, the Castro family is also like a white Spanish family. So we've actually still experienced systemic white supremacy in Cuba, number one. Number two, it's true. We come from shithole countries. We come here to this great country, but there's a community here.
Hold on, let me ask you this. Who made it great for you, for your black ass who died and got lynched and made it possible for it be for this country? It was not great at first. Not for a nigga like you. It wouldn't have been great without who?
Rakim, hold on for a second. Rakim, hold on for 1 second. I got a question for you, Rakim. You just mentioned lynched. How old are you, sir?
Me? I'm 23.
So let me get this straight. And this is the ridiculousness of why I say history.
So how is it ridiculous if I'm
give me a second, sir. Sir, you were born literally in the year 1999, sir. I was a freshman in high school in 99. You are on a panel telling us about being lynched. You were born in 1999. Don't you see how ridiculous this whole thing is when you're taught oppression, sir? That you believe that you've been oppressed. You are 23 years old. Is he still there? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm still here. What are you talking about? No, I'm talking about history. I never said I experienced it. I said he came over to this great country. I said it was not great. Who made it great? Who made it possible?
Well, it was great. It was great when I got here in 1998. Let's say that.
Who made it great when?
Yo, wait a minute, Rickett. I'm not even joking, bro. Are you that baby? That baby from back in the day?
No, I was there in front of his house, but not me.
Are you that baby dude?
Elian? No, dog.
Gonzalez. Are you that for real? Are you that baby, sir?
No. I protested, but I wasn't. I'm not him.
That was from Cuba, right?
Yeah. The dolphins fucking like saved them and shit. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead, guys. I'm sorry. Wow.
No, I'm just saying that for me, my experience, I came here in 1998. And I've been basically winning the whole time. You know, there's ups and downs in every person's life. I'm not perfect. But as a black man in systemically oppressive America, I've done pretty well. And it's thanks to like all kinds of people of different ethnicities. A lot of white people have helped me, given me second chances, giving me advice.
Hey, Rickett and Rakim, I do have to get to other people, man. But Rakim, you still there?
I'm still here.
Thinking of a master plan, cause ain't nothing but sweat inside my hands. So I dig into my pocket, all my money is spent. So I dig deeper, but still coming up with lint. So I start. Yeah, you know that lyric?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Rakim, sir. Rakim.
Paid in full.
Correct, sir. Guys, please stay in the back. I will do a panel later on. Because I really want to smoke with everybody. But thank you so much, Rakim. And Rickett, I'm going to put you in the back too, sir.
No problem.
Yeah. Damn, there's a lot of people in the back, man. I'm trying to get to everybody. Wait a minute. Who else? The Crown Prince.
I just one more comment. South Africa.
Let me get you up out of here. Sir, what's up, man?
No, just a comment. I saw South Africa, Mandela's party, socialist. So that's why Cuba supported the fight against apartheid. That's it.
Okay. Peace. Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, man, I agree with you. You sound very educated. You ever read anything about Thomas Sowell?
Yeah, I'm familiar with Thomas Sowell. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, he would share a lot of the points you share because a lot of these black people, they're just ingrates. There's a lot of opportunities in this country.
Yeah, lazy, shiftless niggas. Always,
you know what I'm saying?
It's always the lazy ones complaining. The ones who
are
the white man. You mean the white man? The white man. Start a business or go to Amazon or something, or work harder.
Yeah, bro. Because You know how they always break down the statistics of, oh, there's such huge inequality in the country, and it's a problem, and the demographics this, demographics that. So hold on, because when they put those demographics together, they usually exclude Asians, right?
Yeah.
And you know that India is considered a part of Asia, right? So now there's a lot of Indians that are darker than me and you, right or wrong. Some of them are
one of my neighbors was a doctor. He was pitch black, and hated a lazy, shiftless American, black or white.
Yeah.
Lazy Americans are so lazy and shiftless.
Yeah. So if white racism, right, could really prevent all these things, right?
Yeah.
Why is it that as a group, Asians are not only out earning blacks and Hispanics, they're also out earning whites. As a group, they have better credit than not only blacks and Hispanics, but also whites. As a group, they are more college educated Asians, right, than blacks and Hispanics and whites.
They come over.
So if white racism was the true problem, if a white racist not going to look at me and then look at you and say, well, he's a little lighter, so he's not as black. We're not going to be as racist to him.
Yeah.
Black is black to them, right? They're not going to distinguish and say, well, he's not from America. He's from India, so he's not black. It's either you're white or you don't have white skin. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but you're going to get a lot of flack for what you're saying because there's a lot of ignorance, bro.
Listen, the only people that give me problems are lazy, shiftless niggas. And the fact of the matter is that, sir, America is the greatest country on the planet. Everything that you said is correct. And like I said, if the Indian can come over here and being as black as they are can thrive and nobody bothers them, how come they're never on cops? How come they're never beat by the police? Because they are hard workers. They build businesses, or they either go to school and major in something that is lucrative, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
But you know, it's a culture thing, man. The culture is toxic. And they don't want to admit it. The music is toxic. They don't want to admit it. You know what I mean? Their behavior is just toxic. So instead of pointing the finger and saying, oh, the white man this and oppression this and racism that, and they need to point the fingers back at themselves and say, what can I do to make my situation better? You understand what I'm saying?
The problem is that they're listening to Tariq Nasheed, they're listening to the Umar Johnsons, and they're being convinced that they're oppressed, and they're not. And that's the big problem.
Yeah, bro, I blame all them people, all the way down to Al Sharpton for this race huckster shit. Right? They're using it as a way to make money because, you know, it's easy to put the blame on somebody else and scapegoat somebody else, right? Instead of pointing the finger at yourself and saying, you know what? Maybe I should step up and do more. Or maybe I should change my way of thinking and my way of behaving.
Yeah.
They don't want to do that. It's easy to point the finger at somebody else.
Yeah.
Right? Because I'm in IT, right? And the majority of the people at my job, they're Asians and white. I'm one of the few black people in there as an engineer, right? So now, what can I say to them? Oh, y'all cheated to get here? You were given a handout to get here? Because I'm in a company where it's all based on merit, right? And the top performers, the top engineers in the company, they're all darker than me, but they're from India. So now I can't look at that and say, well, white racism is keeping me oppressed because I'm not a top engineer. When the guys above me are all darker than me or the same shade as me.
Yep. I have a lot of friends who work in IT and they say the same thing, that their superiors are Indian. Yep. And that's what
look at Google. When exactly. And Google was started by who? Two white guys, right?
Yeah.
Larry Page, right? And Sergey Brin.
Yep.
Who did they hand the reins over to? An Indian.
An Indian, correct. And and dark.
Ditto for Microsoft. Look at Microsoft.
Yep.
After Bill Gates and Steve Ballmer stepped down, who did they give it to? An Indian.
Yep.
If it was a whole conspiracy or white supremacy and all this, why would they give it to a dark Indian?
Yeah.
He earned that, right?
Yeah, he did.
And we're talking about that these are undoubtedly the top 5 most valuable companies on earth. Apple, Google, Microsoft, Amazon.
Yeah. Where's the white supremacy there? You're absolutely correct, sir. Yeah, none.
Yeah, bro, it's excuses.
Let me AI bring, is it AI or Al?
No, Al, it's Al.
Al, stay in the back real quick. I'm gonna do a panel. I got a lot of people in the back real quick. But sir, you are absolutely correct, sir. I'm glad you pointed that out. These Fortune 500 companies, many of these companies are led by non-whites. You're absolutely right. Sundar is complete. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Give me 1 second, sir. Let me bring somebody else up, and I'm gonna do the panel. Okay. Thank you so much, Al. I want to point out that Sandy says Team Chaotic. Yeah, I don't know why I'm making sense. Listening to Tariq Nasheed talk about some tether, baby. Stop. Got a lot of Black Americans fooled. Man, they all here to get us. Ain't no African out here to get you, nigga. You've been in the damn country all your life. You could have went to school and became anything that you wanted to become. Now you're looking at some Cameroonian over here who's a doctor. Now you're jealous of him. And now you want to call him a tether baby because he went to school, medical school, studied hard, and became a doctor. While your black ass, you went to school for sociology. And now you want to believe what Tariq Nasheed is talking about. Stop it. Even Tariq Nasheed knows that's bullshit. You want to give Umar Johnson all that damn money. He ain't built one damn school. Black boys should, no. Black boys have the opportunities in regular public schools to be good already. They already had a damn schools. I taught. The problem is the parents. Take your ass to school and learn and pay attention. You don't need to go to this black man, is this nonsense that he's talking about, some Pan-African schools. No. Brother Polight tricking you niggas. One day the nigga, he want to be Ramses, ancient Egypt, Tutmos the third, Tutankhamun. Nigga, he got on. He's doing, painting hieroglyphs on his damn face. Next minute, he's driving a damn Rolls Royce and shit, dapping up LeBron James courtside at Lakers game. That nigga full of shit too. But I ain't hating on him. I ain't gonna lie. But they're all capitalists. They're all capitalists. What's up, man?
How's it going?
Pretty good. You look Nigerian, sir.
No, I'm full-blooded foundational Black American on both sides.
Get your ass out of here. No, what's up, man?
What's going on? So I just want to know, what's going on with all the hate towards foundational Black Americans? Why are you guys, specifically Nigerians, on here just spewing all this hate towards FBA? What's going on? And also, somebody else said in the comment, if you guys are so accomplished, what's going on with Nigeria? There's a floating slum out there in Lagos. It's a 3-mile floating slum out there. What's going on with that? We don't have those here in the States. Why isn't Nigeria built up?
Sir, you must have just tuned in to the last 10 minutes of the show, sir. I did
actually. I saw this on Twitter.
Nigga.
In all respect, I did.
Yeah, nigga. You came
Come
in
on now.
With your FBA emotion, with your emotions.
I didn't start saying
you didn't even go to the beginning of the damn video. You automatically, I'm gonna get that, sir.
I did. I asked you a simple question.
I have made videos, and even today, sir, I have always said that the FBA was the preeminent Black of the African diaspora. I've always said that. I've made videos about it. I said the gold standard is the African American of slave descent. I've constantly said that.
But
I have made videos on my page and my older pages about how the African American woman is the most beautiful woman on the planet.
I saw that. That was actually, you're contradicting yourself in one breath. You say all this nonsense about foundational Black
John
Americans.
Henry, can I please finish what I was saying, sir?
You got it.
Because you're acting like a foundational Black American right now. You're violent.
Apologies. Go ahead.
Thank you. I've even made videos about how the African American is the most beautiful woman on the planet, sir.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say is in this video is that for the younger generation to break the cycle of oppressing themselves mentally by listening to charlatans like Brother Polight, Tariq Nasheed, Al Sharpton, and all these people who are selling them racism. Racism doesn't exist. oppression doesn't exist. You live in
white supremacy isn't a figment of our imagination. That is a real thing, sir.
Sir, let me ask you a question, sir.
Absolutely.
If white supremacy exists, how are you able to buy your car, open up a bank account, have a job, go to school? How? What white man is holding you back right now?
These were all things that we were allowed to do in 1920.
Sir, what white? Okay, how about this? If white supremacy exists, why don't you go live in one of the 70 countries on the planet that are completely black?
Well, I didn't flee from my nation. I live here in America, so I don't feel the need to hop from country to country. My culture is deeply rooted here in these states. The same states that you happen to flee to.
I'll admit all day long that America is the greatest country on the planet. It's way better than Nigeria. I can tell you that right now.
Okay, so wherein lies the problem? Because, like I said before, you spewed all this hatred towards FBA.
I don't.
And then turn around and because we are the only.
John Henry, can I ask you a question?
Sure, sir.
Okay, thank you. Rappers, Black Americans, foundational Black American men, openly talk about murdering fellow Black Americans.
Okay.
Are they hateful too?
You have rappers
right now who talk about sexually assaulting fellow Black American women. Are they hateful too?
Okay, it's one thing to rap a song, but it's another thing to kidnap an entire village of women
I've kidnapped
and commit these atrocities in person. So there's a difference.
Have I kidnapped an entire village of women?
I'm not quite sure if you have.
Why would you say that about me, sir?
I'm saying that about Nigerians. You said that about foundational Black American rappers.
That is very.
There's a difference. I don't know if you know the difference between someone artistic expression versus someone actually going out there and kidnapping an entire school of girls. Because we don't do that here in America. We're civilized.
No Black people in America kidnap other Black people. That's what you're saying?
No, we don't kidnap.
Get you the fuck out of here for lying. No, John.
That's your second time doing that. You don't have any.
John Henry.
I'm being respectful.
John Henry. You know that even in America, sir, all types of crimes and atrocities even happen here. So what I'm saying, sir,
you answer my question. Give me the equivalent of a foundational Black Americans version of Boko Haram or Joseph Kony. I will wait. Sir, give me the equivalent, sir. The equivalent.
Sir, there is no equivalent, sir, because again, in America.
There you go.
America is civilized, sir. I keep on saying that compared to Nigeria or any other African country.
Because of foundational Black American.
Sir, I'm not disagreeing with you, sir. I don't understand it. I'm not disagreeing with you. What is the argument here?
So I'm not quite sure where the correlation lies where you say, well, what you got FBA rappers rapping about.
You do have FBA rappers rapping about some of the destructive things, but you're saying, why am I you're saying why am I doing some of these things? And all I'm saying is, well, why don't you check these rappers or how about this? What about these Blacks who commit armed robberies and murders in their own communities? You're telling me I'm on the same scale as they are?
Now you're gaslighting and you're intentional.
Hold on, I'm about to gaslight this super chat real quick. Jerome with the $5 super chat said, "That's it. Immigrants think we are rappers and salute to you, Jerome, for the $5 super chat. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, man.
No, continue. There's what I was saying is there's no equivalent there. So I think that you're being intentionally dishonest when you give one small version of or an individual of someone kidnapping someone versus Boko Haram or Joseph Kony. These people are doing this en masse. There's actually there's revolts going on in Nigeria right now where these men are openly assaulting and killing women in the middle of the streets.
Now, sir, listen, I could care less if you
have I don't have any furniture in your house, but I don't. I just got here. I just moved in.
Okay.
At least I got my own place though. I know this Granville nigga don't, but go ahead.
Okay, sir. Again, sir, you have people like Tariq Nasheed, people like Dr. Umar, people like Brother Polight, who are selling oppression and white supremacy and racism where it does not exist. And what I am trying to do is be the person that breaks this cycle. These younger kids, they need to break this cycle. They're not oppressed. I had a 23-year-old kid just call in and tell me something about lynching. Can you imagine this? Nigga was born in 1999. He's talking to me about lynching. Nigga,
because it still happens today. What happened to that young man a couple of weeks ago in Ohio? There's no difference between a young black man getting killed.
What happened?
You keep doing it. Every time I make my point, you cut me off.
What happened in Ohio?
Okay, there's the name evades me right now. It was a couple of weeks ago. This young Uber driver, young foundational Black American man, was shot 60 times. He was out doing his job. So there's no difference between that man or shit. You can pick a name out of the hat. George Floyd, Rekia Boyd, so on and so forth.
I had to mute you real quick. You're going like a million miles an hour.
Okay, do I have to slow
down? First, the kid in Cincinnati, his wife had died a few weeks prior. He was not working Uber. He was fleeing the police, and I saw the video.
I watched it as well.
Okay, you watched it.
Yeah.
It's probably a situation of death by cop or suicide by cop.
That is ridiculous.
No,
that is ridiculous.
Sir, you and I, sir, again, sir, here you go. You're telling me about lynching. Sir, George Floyd.
I never even, go ahead. I never even mentioned lynching. That was a caller prior to me.
You mentioned George,
or the one before him.
You mentioned George. You mentioned George Floyd.
Yes,
you're talking to me, sir.
Every time you're telling me we can't have an intellectual back and forth without me being able to make my point, my brother. Come on now. I'm being respectful. It is your show.
I'm trying to say something, man. Give me a second, man.
All right.
I'm about to mute you, okay? Hold on for a second. Granville with the $2 super chat says, "Ooh, you mad? Granville must be a girl." FBI Rager, FBI Rager, he got the 40 of OG Rage. Now, hear me out for a minute. This is the problem with FBA. You just got done mentioning George Floyd. George Floyd was a motherfucking crackhead, nigga. He was a motherfucking crackhead. Now, did he deserve to die? No. But I would assume drugs in your damn system and bad health probably would lead to that. You're on mute, sir. Stop. Stop for a minute. Now, you're telling me about a dope fiend. Somebody who didn't contribute to society. Somebody who was, from what I've read and researched about him, he was a deadbeat dad. He was a career criminal. His last offense, and this is public record, you could look this up. He robbed a fucking pregnant woman. And you want me to sympathize with a dope fiend? Don't you see the problem with the Black community? You're not talking to me about a Black astronaut, a Black astrophysicist, a Black biologist. You're talking to me about a nigga who was a dope fiend. Don't you see the craziness in this all? If you're young watching this, if you're about 16 or 17, learn from the mistakes of my generation and older people. See, in the 90s, when I was a kid, we were brainwashed to believe that Rodney King was an innocent victim, another dope fiend. We need to start having sympathy for people who do great things for society. That beautiful Negro woman, Nichelle Nichols, she died the other day at 89 years old. Most of you niggas don't even know who she is. Here she goes. She paved the way for Black women to get into the sciences. A lot of Black women, like Macy Jameson, the first Black astronaut, said, "I became an astronaut because I saw Nichelle Nichols on Star Trek." Most of you Black asses don't even know who Nichelle Nichols is. But this nigga right here, he's telling me about a damn dope fiend. I kind of want to end the stream. I'm going to end the stream right now. I'm done. Guys, get the hell out of here, man. Okay, go ahead, sir. You can talk now, sir. Go ahead. Thank you for the super chat, Super Saiyan. He says, in the top 10 worst list of U.S., I'll find 4 black subs. Go ahead, man. You got the floor.
To young people out there, don't ignore humanity. These are all people, no matter what their life's choices are, no man or woman, for that matter, deserves to die just for existing. That is no reason for that. And for this man and people like him, tethers, as we call them, to sit in a nation that we build.
Motherfucker, you didn't build this nation.
Every time you
didn't build this nation. Okay,
I see how you're running your show though, because when I get on a roll, you stop me, and that's good because it's your program. But go ahead. Oh, okay, I got the floor. So, did you leave? Did you kick me out? What's good?
I muted, sir. I would like for you to finish.
Okay. So, when immigrants like yourself come stateside and start saying these ridiculous statements as like white supremacy doesn't exist and it's a figment of our imagination, FBA, don't believe that. And it's unfortunate because I know all immigrants aren't like you and don't have the same mentality, but unfortunately, it's far too many of you guys, which is why us as a people, we're starting to delineate and we're starting to separate ourselves from you, because no group of people can be taken seriously without us purging ourselves of the weak. And that's exactly what foundational Black Americans are doing today. We're purging ourselves of the weak. And tethers and immigrant coons that come stateside and talk about George Floyd and make fun of these people's deaths, because that isn't a laughing matter. No matter what I don't care if he could have been smoking crack openly on the streets. That is no reason for any man to put his knee on your neck and suffocate you for 8 minutes while you choke and foam at the mouth. And essentially what you're saying is that's all right because he was a dope fiend. That's the difference between FBA.
Can you do me a favor, sir?
Sure, sir.
Okay. Without you Googling this, can you name 5 children who've been innocently killed in Chicago over the weekend? Any given weekend?
Can you?
Yeah, I can. You know the tragedy of why you can't do it right now?
Name
because them. You know why the tragedy is?
Name them.
You are a hypocrite, just like most of these races.
Name them. If you can.
You don't give a damn about Black lives until Whitey is involved. You don't care about those Black babies. You
That's
don't care, sir.
You're projecting
here. You listen. Black people. Look, sir.
You're projecting,
sir. I could tell you went to inner city schools because you have excellent ranking skills. But
okay.
sir,
you're projecting.
You and I both know, sir, that the running joke in the Black community is calling someone a crackhead and dope fiend. Stop. It's calling someone a crackhead or a dope fiend. When is
what you're doing is not? That's not a joke.
When has it ever been a thing of sympathy in the Black community for somebody to be a dope fiend? Never. And when I was growing up, and you too, sir, you get mad at somebody, you ranking somebody like you motherfucking dope fiend, but all of a sudden you want me to care about this dope fiend. Sir, stop it.
You're projecting.
But you're a hypocrite, and you want to.
That's not a part of foundational Black American culture.
You're a hypocrite, sir.
We don't cut each other's throats. We don't do that. Not as a group. No, we don't.
Oh, you don't cut each other's throats, sir. What are you talking about?
You never answer my question about giving me the equivalent of a Boko Haram.
You're telling me FBA don't cut each other's throats, sir?
No,
FBA
not in the
down in the street.
Give me all the questions that I pose to you, sir. You haven't provided me with one answer. Not one. You do realize that, right? Give me the equivalent of a FBA version of a Boko Haram. I'll leave now.
Sir,
give me the equivalent of a Joseph Comey or a forced female circumcision in East Africa.
Oh, man, let me put this nigga on mute. Sir, there are Joseph Coneys and Boko Harams in every major city that has blacks. Blacks are gunning each other down in astronomical numbers, sir. So whatever you talking about, sir, yeah. Is it one black that's massacring thousands? They don't have the resources to do it or the scale to do it. But best believe, sir, if given the opportunity, some of these Negroes in Detroit and Chicago would do the same thing that Joseph Coney is doing. Sir, the only reason why they can't do it is because this is a civilized society, sir. If girls go missing here, you have too many police forces. You have too many people that will stop that, sir.
You're being intellectually dishonest.
I'm being intellectually dishonest, sir. You just said FBA protect each other, nigga. FBA gun each other down in the street.
Simple questions.
FBA guns each other down in the street every damn day, sir. What are you talking about? Am I lying?
Do we have child rebel soldiers roaming the streets?
Yes, you do have child rebel soldiers running the streets.
Where do you see?
They're called juvenile. They're
roaming?
called juvenile delinquents. They're called juvenile delinquents. Those are your child soldiers. Your little gang bangers, the little Bloods and Crips, the little niggas who are in the gang, sir, who terrorize communities. Those are child soldiers, sir.
I'm eating you alive. You have nowhere to go.
Sir, I'm not debating with you. Sir,
you have nowhere
to go.
You
asked me where the child soldiers at. I can go to any major city, sir, and tell you that any of these little gang bangers who are 15, 16
nowhere to go.
Committing carjackings, committing robberies, those are child soldiers, sir.
And they're not slaughtering entire villages of people. No, they're not.
Sir, what are you talking about? These kids are killing each other in astronomical numbers.
And child rebel soldiers are doing that.
Sir, how many?
They're not?
Sir,
so I'm lying?
Sir, do you honestly think
either what I'm saying is true or it isn't?
You honestly think in Nigeria, sir, that there's some civil war going on every day, all day?
Yes, there is.
You don't know what the hell
you niggas are savages out there. Let's just keep it a buck. You niggas are shitting in the middle of the streets. There's a defecation problem out there. There's politicians that are going on campaigns trying to prevent grown men and women, mind you, from shitting in the streets.
Sir, you're talking about Monrovia, Liberia. You're talking about one city. And sir, again, sir, I am not arguing which country or continent is better. I clearly have said America is the best. I don't understand why
foundational Black Americans are the best.
I literally said that an hour ago, dude.
We are the best. We're the reason.
What the fuck is wrong with this dude? I literally just said that an hour ago. I said foundational Black Americans are the gold standard. What the fuck?
But in one breath, you say that in one breath. Okay, brother, and then the next you say, "Well, we're just like Africans. There's an equivalent to."
Let's get you the fuck out of here. I don't think you get it. That's the third person I had to kick up out of here. I don't know what he's talking about, man. I agree with the dude. I don't understand why he continued to argue with me. All I'm saying is that I don't want the next generation of kids to believe that they're oppressed. What is this nigga arguing about? He's arguing about politicians shitting in the street. Yeah, I know about that. That's in Monrovia, Liberia. Okay, they don't have certain types of infrastructure that we have here. But I clearly just said America is the best country. I don't understand why this dude is arguing with me. The Bulls were the greatest team in the 90s. Man, but you know what? But why are you arguing with me? The Bulls were the greatest team. You're arguing with me. Okay. That's like third nigga I'd had to kick off the panel. What's up, Mike? Mike, I didn't want to bring you up too quick, man, because they accused me of being an Uncle Tom for bringing the white person up first, because you were first, but go ahead, sir.
Well, I just knew I was trying to give you a little slack because you've been taking a hammering in the chat. So it's been I've really enjoyed listening to today.
Absolutely.
A lot I disagree with.
Absolutely.
Thank God that whoever built this country, they all still here, because if they go back to Africa with 10 times the gold, diamonds, natural resources and shit, America will be a shithole. So I hope these people that built this place stay around and help me continue to grow. You know, I don't want anybody to leave. You know, everybody in the world is fighting to get here. What, 2 million have come across the border just this year. I mean, if you can get on a boat and get here, you know, right now you're welcome. Come here, work hard. You know, it took me 20 years. Once I figured out how to, you know, to make money in America, it can be done as long as you work hard. And look, I mean, thank God to your Nigerian cousins, because it's a Nigerian man that taught me how to make money.
Absolutely.
So in real estate, I'm set. I'm retired. I'm sitting here in my own basement with my new dog, not doing shit except collecting money. So thank you, Nigerian. That's all I got to say, brother.
Thank you so much, Mike. Salute to you. Guys, I am going to do a panel. Salute to you guys. I had to kick off 3 people today. I don't like kicking people off. But it's like the dude got on here. First of all, I knew the nigga didn't listen to the whole stream because he said, "Oh, you over here dogging FBA?" I'm like, I didn't dog FBA. I literally just put FBA on the pedestal. You've only listened to like 10 minutes. Yeah, I listened to 10 minutes. I'm like, yeah, I know you did, nigga, because I could tell. The whole argument for today is race hustlers should stop selling oppression and racism. You got a 23-year-old kid, Rakim, called into the show. He's talking about lynchings. Lynchings? Nigga, you was born in 1999. What are you talking about? I understand he's probably an individual who wants to learn about history, and that's totally up to him. But what people fail to remember or forget is that most lynchings were a form of justice back in the day. They lynched whites, they lynched blacks. Generally, those people being lynched committed a crime. I know a lot of you don't want to believe that, but it's true. Hangings were a form of punishment for a crime. Do you think that blacks were just peaceful back in the day? Oh, you know, we're just walking down the street holding hands, rainbows and unicorns, and they lynched us. Stop it. Niggas weren't peaceful back then either. I'm just trying to send a message. You know, when I was teaching, there were so many kids, man, who were just depressed. So many kids who didn't want to do the work. They didn't want to do math. They said math is white people stuff. And they were taught this by angry black people who didn't, succeed in life. And they can't look in the mirror and just say, I'm a failure because of my own actions and choices. They just blame Whitey. Oh, it's the white man's fault. So then they tell their kids this. They tell this to their kids. And they continue this ignorant cycle of oppression. You're teaching oppression. Everybody that cammed up who said that that oppression exists, they didn't cam up from a mud hut. They didn't cam up from an outhouse. Everybody who's cammed up saying that they're oppressed lives in a house or a nice apartment, has a car, has a job in America. You speak the Queen's English. You can go to any place on the planet. You can get hired because most businesses on the planet speak English or it's English speaking. And instead of going to Africa, instead of going to the Caribbean, for some reason, you stay here in this oppressive country. Doesn't make any sense to me. I'm going to do a panel real quick. Guys, please salute. Please hit the like button, please. Crown Prince. I forgot to bring Crown Prince back up. Yeah, after Crown Prince, then I'm going to do the chat. Panel.
Should I go outside where it's lighter?
No, you're fine here, man. It sounds perfect in here, too. Go ahead, man.
All right. You remember where we left off? I was talking about the other European ethnic groups and what they went through in development for this nation as well. See, I'm not arguing oppression and this and that because my family's been here from the beginning. And and we've been doing pretty good for generations. It's not always about money. We're not, dancing monkeys. We're saying that we have a history and a lineage that the immigrants aren't acknowledging or respecting. That's the issue. You go.
The African American is an individual that, for some reason, needs some validation. Nobody should validate you. Just like nobody should validate the white man or the Indian, etc. America is founded on freedoms that other places on the planet do not have. That's why people come here. When not Native Americans, when East Indians, when Asian people get here, when Arabs get here, nobody nobody has to bow down to you or anybody else and say thank you for picking cotton and contributing to the economy. Nobody has to do these things. And truth be told, you shouldn't want these people to do these things, in my opinion. You should want to utilize the resources given to you. You should want to be at the forefront of society in this country, like the Jews. The Jews came over here, and for some reason, they magically are at the forefront of everything, despite having a low population in this country. They don't have a victim mindset. They don't have a mindset of, oh, I need validation. The white man doesn't need it either. I need you to bow down to me and tell me how great I am. Only the black man wants this. And I believe that's a thing it's like an ego thing. Now, you could act like that all you want, but don't expect Nigerians or Ghanaians or any other ethnic group to bow down to you. It's just, I don't understand, why do you want that so much?
It's not about bowing down. It's about acknowledging our history, our folklore, our struggle itself. When you reduce it to digits on your bank account on the computer screen, it's disrespectful. And the people keep coming up here telling you, and how old are you, Chaotic?
37.
The people keep coming up here telling you, some of them older than you, some of them younger than you. But you acting hard-headed, like you refuse to acknowledge it. We don't need to qualify to you. We just letting you know our story. And some of us are much further ahead than you are. So that's irrelevant. That's my point. It's irrelevant. We're saying our kids, okay, we were still being lynched, sharecropped, and all that in the 1950s. And we still inhabit the same country with the same folks. We saw it on January 6th.
What about the Black Lives Matter movement that destroyed half the damn country, sir?
What about it?
Okay, you talk about January 6th, but what about Black Lives Matter? It went throughout the country, destroying the country over a crackhead.
See, that's what we call deflecting. If I'm mentioning something, we want our children to be aware. See, y'all came in the middle to the end of the movie and have been treated perfectly fine by the white folks. A lot of us have too. But we still inhabit the same country with the same white folks we did in the 50s. So we want our kids to not walk around thinking that they got digits on a computer screen, that everything is sweet. See, we've seen their nature. You haven't. You're grateful to be here. You think you're in heaven. We're saying it's not heaven. We're saying there's things going on that you might not be aware of.
Like what?
Everything I just told you. The same nature of the people.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Sure.
Have you ever taught school before?
No.
I was a teacher for many years, sir.
Mm-hmm.
In any given classroom on any given day, black kids were acting a total fool.
Mm-hmm.
Jumping up and down, fighting each other, doing backflips off desks, literally. No white man was forcing them to do that.
Maybe you weren't.
What I'm saying is that how can you say that, or how can you blame that on slavery, lynching, Jim Crow, How can you? I don't understand. How can you correlate the two? What are these kids going through where they can't behave? They can't follow directions, sir.
Did I say something that correlated the two?
No, but what I'm asking you is that why is it that the average black boy in the country can't read over, doesn't have a third grade reads at a third grade level?
Well, did the children respect you?
Sir, that's the thing. A child should not have to respect me or not. A child has to listen and follow directions.
Well,
see, that's up to the parent, and that's exactly why these inner city schools are terrible. Because
do you have any children?
I don't have any children.
Well, we all know that children don't do exactly what they're supposed to do.
And and here goes, and that's the problem. I've been in Jewish schools. I know it's funny, but I've been in Jewish schools. I've been in so many different schools. These kids are obedient. They listen because their parents don't talk about certain things with them. They don't tell them about some oppression and all this nonsense.
They don't tell them about the Holocaust.
We can't say the Holocaust. We can't say that word on here. Here goes the thing. Most Jews didn't live through that, so no.
No,
let me ask you a question. You ever heard Jerry Springer talking about it? You ever heard Gilbert Godfrey? Recipes.
Are you in their living rooms in front of their fireplaces?
But you hear. But wait a minute. I know I'm not. But you hear black celebrities openly talking about things that they didn't live through. But you don't hear Jews talking about it. How often do you hear Kim Kardashian talking about the Armenian genocide?
You know why?
How come she doesn't talk about it openly?
Wait, you don't know why we keep talking about it?
I don't know why you keep talking about it.
I'll tell you. Yeah. Because we know that our children are still inhabiting the same nation with the same people that, if given the opportunity, or if it comes down to it, are going to turn like a snake. But see,
people are so bad, sir. Let me ask you a question. If these people are so bad,
and they're not so bad, I'm not saying all of them.
If these people are so bad, sir, the very same people that I'm talking about in the title, why do they live around them, send their kids to the same schools as them? Al Sharpton, for example, look it up. Both of his daughters, they went to all white private schools. How come Brother Polight, how come he's with all the whites now? How come he's in the white neighborhoods now? How come Patrice Cullors of Black Lives Matter, she lives in a white gated community? If these people are so evil and they've done so many bad things, why don't black people live in black gated communities away from them?
Okay, I'm glad we had a chance to have this dialogue because what you're doing is a former intellectual 3-card Monty.
I'm just asking a question. I don't know anything about that.
You're bringing up celebrities and basic entertainers. We're saying that we do actual history here that you are overlooking, and every time we bring it to your attention, you choose not to even hear what we're saying. So that's our major issue. We're talking about I'm talking about the divide between the tether,
sir,
and the black folk.
There is no such thing as a tether, sir.
Have you seen the movie Us?
Sir, I don't really watch those types of movies. I watch science fiction.
Well, if you had, you'd know where the term tether came from.
Okay,
sorry. All right, go ahead. I'll explain it in a minute. Go ahead.
Tariq Nasheed, Dr. Umar Johnson, and Brother Polight are causing division. They have convinced people to believe that we are different. Me and you are not different, sir. We are all the same. Just like when whites see a Frenchman come in, they know that, oh, this guy's from France, but they don't say that, oh, they don't view him as a different type of white. You had a black person who looks damn near Nigerian tell me today that African Americans and West Africans look different. That just shows you how much you've been brainwashed into believing that you are not your source is an African. Your DNA is 100,000 years old and it comes from Africa. Just because you've been living over here in the New World for 200-300 years doesn't mean that you're different genetically.
No,
it just doesn't.
I mean, well, if that's the case, you're contradicting yourself. When you blowing smoke saying, "Oh yeah, FBA is the premier black people on the planet," so if there's no distinction genetically, how can you make that argument? But hold on, I had a whole bunch. You say a bunch. I'm noticing what you're doing. You say a bunch. Obviously, I'm not taking notes.
So you talked about our shop that most people tend to move to nicer areas when they get money.
So are you saying the black areas aren't nice?
No, I mean, wait, the hoods aren't, but there are a lot of black affluent neighborhoods, diverse affluent neighborhoods. But see, that's the thing. If we've contributed so much of our ancestors,
How come Jay-Z doesn't live in an affluent neighborhood around blacks? A black
why don't you
affluent neighborhood?
ask him?
You think that I have a access to Jay-Z?
Well, you're asking me.
I don't have access to him, sir.
My point is this: I'm discussing the divide because that's the most dangerous part of all of this.
Yes, sir.
The divide comes because we don't feel like our efforts, our history, our lineage, our blood, sweat, and tears that still soak the soil of this very land is being respected. Like you.
See, I was born in New York, born and raised in New York. I grew up in the neighborhood was kind of poor, and like Chaotic Truth said, these kids were out of control. They were out of control. My parents are immigrants, and I've said this on other shows before. My parents always told me, "You're not black, you're Haitian," and I never understood that until I got older, because I saw those black kids. Because they had the same opportunity I did, go to school every day. But if they choose to play hooky and do whatever, that's not on me. That's not on a white kid. That's not on a Hispanic or Japanese or whatever. They choose to do that, and then when they get older, what do? Play the victim, and you're kind of perpetuating the cycle. You have to hold them accountable. You can't tell me that these kids. They're innocent. They don't respect you. No, they're kids. I knew from the get-go, if I want a good life, I gotta stay in school. I was born here, first generation. So I don't feel sad for any. I'm sorry to say it, and it sucks. I don't feel sad for almost any poor black person, because if you have the opportunity as I did. To go to school from kindergarten to 12th grade for free. With other nations, you got to pay for free. And you're telling me that, you're still being oppressed? Bullshit. I will say this, though. There is hints of racism, of minor racism, oppression. Okay, it's there. However, it's not the same as it was like before the 60s. It's not the same. Now, in this generation, you have no excuse. You have no excuse. No excuse whatsoever. You go to school. You finish high school. If you don't want to go to college, you go to trade school. If you don't have money for college, you look for scholarship. If you don't have money, if you don't want to do that, you go to the military. There's so many ways. You go to the military until you're 39 years old. I mean, you have so many chances to get out of poverty. And nobody want to take the L. Take an L for your generation, for your son to get a better life, and it just continues to go on up and up. Take an L. That's all. Hey, go to the army, get your education. Hey, son, I went to the army. I did this. You don't have to do this, but here you go. Yo, there's no excuse. No minority has an excuse. That's why, and that's why I understood. That's what I understood. My parents, they always told me, "You're not." That victim mindset to divide me from that, because to this day, when I fly back home, the same guys that were on the chairs doing all this bullshit, they come to me, "Oh man, the man is putting me down. Oh, you got, can you help me out for a job?" Like, nah, no excuse whatsoever.
Well, I didn't even mention oppression. I'm talking about the divide because it's a clear distinction. I'm 44. I graduated high school in '95, so I was a kid in the '80s. In the '80s and '90s, we were wearing big red, black, and green medallions, Pan-African this and that. It wasn't until recently here that we found the Twitter spaces of all these Somalians, Ugandians, Bohemians, Jamaicans, Haitians. We found that they don't see us as family. So the Rubicon has been crossed. So that we're not gonna be in a foxhole with somebody that's just as likely to stab us in the back than cover us.
It's not necessarily the reason why. Now, the reason why they don't look, they don't think too fondly of Black Americans is because you got a Haitian, Jamaican, or somebody from another country. Their first language is is different. They had to struggle not only to learn the language, but to work and provide for their kids and family. And you guys know the language, your first language. You guys been here longer, but yet these people are able to start from the bottom, sometimes even lower from the bottom, and not only catch up to you but surpass you. That's where other races get mad at. Why I'm at the bottom, not only did I catch up to you, I surpass you, and that's the problem. And then when you guys do bad, we all get it too. We all look bad also. Like I'm a Black person until I say I'm half Haitian, whatever, or I'm Haitian, whatever. Every Black person is Black until you say where your heritage is, whatever. We all take the brunt of the stereotypical cover art, you'll say, until you differentiate yourself from the group. All right, that's why other races of Blacks, they look bad upon us. Just because, like, wait a minute, I'm here immigrant, I come from another country, I don't speak the language, but yeah, I got a business, I got this and I got that, but yeah, you still here saying the man. Come on now. I mean, it's tough for me to sit here and listen to this, and that's why I came on the panel. I was like, come on, you have all the chances in the world, all the chances in the world.
We're not repeating the man oppression. That's not even the point.
You are. You just said that, like, they're shooting up this person, blah blah blah. You're forgetting he was committing a crime.
Wait, I said I didn't say that.
Oh, I'm sorry. There must have been the previous person, but
okay, because I'm speaking specific to a specific part of the subject, which is the divide. And at this point, we're saying we don't care what y'all think. At this point, we like, okay, it's fine. We can draw the line in the sand. We push, whatever. We don't let turncoats in our ranks.
It's not turncoat.
Oh wait. I wanted to explain to
Crown Prince. I think there's something that we can tell you. You are fighting a war that we are not fighting. So you may be fighting against white supremacy or whatever, but we are like, what are you talking about? This is the greatest country in the world. Let's win. So you're like out over here, and maybe you're confused because why aren't these other Black people trying to fight our war? And we're telling you, you're fighting ghosts. You're fighting like Fugazis, man. You're fighting smoke. You're fighting boogeyman. That's what we're telling you.
And I'm saying y'all don't know what y'all talking about. We know the people that y'all, and when y'all in y'all country. I travel abroad and I see how the aspirated Africans treat Americans. They treat Americans great, but they treat white Americans better because they hold them in this reverence. So if you think that the white man built this heaven for you to come to, we're saying it's not that sweet. Is what we're saying.
It tastes pretty sweet, bro.
I'm sorry to say this, man, but show me how. Again,
I had to stop. I had to pause, Stephen, real quick. I want to point out and say this, that it is heaven living anywhere that whites have created. Just to be completely honest. Go ahead, Steph. Go ahead, sir. Let me
see that would imply that you think the white man is God.
No, that would imply that wherever the white man goes, he's
where's God supposed
I don't agree.
You live, sir, Crown Prince, respectfully, you live in America.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to live in Liberia. You don't want to live in Somalia. You live where the white man is at, sir. So you're just as at least I will admit it. You love the white man.
I'm not complaining about the white man on whole.
That may be over.
There's a population of white folks who never change and are just as dangerous. We saw most of them. We saw a good number of them on January 6th.
Hold on.
How many Black folks were hurt on January 6th?
And hold on for a second, guys. And I saw 1 million Black kids for what, almost 6 months destroy cities in the Black Lives Matter marches. Go ahead.
You know what, Mr. Crown Prince, you may be right. I will give you that. However, that number is small. Also, how are those guys oppressing us? I went to school from kindergarten to 12th grade. I didn't see no white person stopping from going to school. I didn't see no white person stopping from going to college. I didn't see no white person.
Why you keep saying oppressed?
So what are they doing to stop us from a normal black kid from stopping from raising up? Come on,
they're
now.
arming up.
Do you want an honest answer to that?
Hold on. They're arming up. They're stockpiling tons of ammunition and batteries. What are you doing?
Come on, now.
same.
That's conspiracy. Come on now.
I can give you non-conspiracy.
Huh?
You have the same right, Crown Prince. You can also stockpile ammo and guns.
I didn't ask what I'm doing. I said, what are you doing?
Do you want a non-conspiracy answer?
Sure.
Okay. So I live in one of the richest zip codes in the nation. I'm in Johnson County. That's where I'm at. I'm in the Kansas City metro area. My girlfriend works for Johnson County Mental Health. I've worked in the health system for 6 years. In that system, what they do is, at least here, we have inpatient psychiatric residential treatment centers. If you get put into that system for anything, the teacher then has the ability to, like, if you come back into class period and she's like, I don't want to deal with you, if you talk, she kicks you out of class for a week, you're put in a facility. So what this is doing from a psychiatric perspective, you're conditioning criminals. So like the school to prison pipeline, the kids that we saw that were repeat visitors there were all non-white. The other thing that I'll tell you that they are doing within that system, they are getting on their case managers, the good ones that actually try, going, hey, we want outcomes that are better for white people. You're trying too hard for these other people. Those things are happening. So, and I'm not saying that it's an excuse before you come back. That's not an excuse, because my stance on it is, much like immigrants, we need to divest from the system, because like I said, I never hear immigrant black people coming to this country and complaining. I will also say that while people want to shit on America, it is, from a monetary perspective, the best country to springboard from. And we do, as Americans, have an advantage everywhere else because of those opportunities. That doesn't make it perfect, but like this back and forth about like things aren't happening, things are literally happening, but it's happening in a certain segment where if you're in that system. What you also see is in schools that are mixed, minority children are targeted and more likely to end up in the mental health system, seeing the side of things that I had a whole career in. And like once you're in that, you are started from a child having a record. That means that the police are now involved with you as a child in these areas. And I'm not saying that slavery or anything else is an excuse, but when you have judges who refer to black defendants talking about these people need to learn, his people need to learn, that judge is fucking racist, bro. That judge. So my deal is, don't get in front of them. You avoid that at all costs, because that system 100% is racist. It's not set up for us. The difference is immigrants come here and they don't understand because you didn't go through what those of us who lived here went through. And the issue is, when those issues are verbalized, you say we're running in the Victim Olympics. Now, I also own a business, which is why I'm dirty right now. My circle of people are all $1 million and up. I do home automation.
We still go through it. We still go through it. No. Can you? If I didn't say I was Haitian, excuse me, I was born and raised here. I was born and raised in New York. Okay. If I didn't say I was Haitian, you would automatically say I was black, correct? Just like 100%. Any other person, right? Right. We still go through it. Now, what you said before, I believe it happened. It may be happening. It may be happening. Maybe not. Okay, cool. It's not happening in mass. If it's happening, it does suck. It does suck.
One second. What do you go through, sir? Because you just got finished lambasting Crown Prince about nothing happening. So what are you actually going through?
I'm sorry, you talking to me?
Yes, you've been one talking, right?
Yeah. Well, what are you talking about? Going through what?
As far as like the racism, like what are you experiencing?
So whenever, like in New York, if a kid, at least when I was a kid, if a black person did something bad to a cop or something, the cops will be on a rampage. They'll be like, all right, we're gonna catch the next, black guy we can, and we're gonna make an example. I didn't do anything, but if they catch me or stop and frisk, I'm gonna be put as an example. Or if a kid in my classroom, black, does something bad to a teacher or whatever, every other black kid in the classroom, whether they did wrong or not, will be the whole school be on alert. All right, the next person is gonna be made an example. Again, immigrants, they work hard. They just wonder, why don't you work hard as them? You guys have a head start. You guys have a head start.
No, you're 100% right, and I agree with you on that. As somebody who regularly interacts with immigrants, like immigrants are the reason that I got my shit to where it's at now, and I'm on a damn good trajectory. Happy as fuck. But they always would come to me and be like, "You don't act." You don't act like any other black person I've met, or you don't act like an American.
Yes, I get that too. Yeah.
Because of the work ethic. But my thing is this: I grew up, like, my family didn't have the financial literacy that I have. The work ethic was there. That's what I saw. So, like, for me, I never saw anything but that. So to say that, like, black people in mass, like, granted, I also lived in multiple neighborhoods when my mom first became a police officer on her way to becoming a detective, where I didn't get to leave the porch, and she was like, "We're not of this," and that's as 100% ADOS or whatever. Jay Prince says I'm not black, so I don't know, but like, as
but why did she tell you that for?
My great grandmother, we have a picture of her. We have two pictures of her.
Quick question: why did she tell you that? Why did she tell you you're not of this?
Because we lived in bad neighborhoods historically.
And why,
we lived in some of the worst neighborhoods in Kansas City.
And why did she try to separate you? Why did she try to separate you?
Because you can be somewhere and not of that culture. And that's realistically the issue where the delineation comes from. It's a culture deal, and it happens between American-born black people. There's two different cultures that are running, and unfortunately, the loudest one is the worst of us.
Yes, thank you. And that's what immigrants are trying to say.
But that doesn't make it the majority.
That's not the problem. The problem is that people like you, like well-to-do black Americans that were raised correctly, defend the fuckery.
At what point did I defend it? At what point did I defend it? My whole stance is
people
don't
like
be
you.
a part of
Too
it.
many people like you.
Excuse
That's
me?
what I meant.
Well, you're saying like me, so I'm saying form your argument. People like me. Explain where I defended the fuckery. Where was it
you.
defended?
People like you.
Okay.
No, we don't defend it.
Okay.
Sir, you've been doing apologia. Well, not you, but like other successful black people have been apologists for the bad aspects of the black culture or low-class black people. You see it all the time. Very educated, very successful black people in the media, in entertainment, and just in general popular culture routinely defend and make excuses for low-class criminals, etc. They're now screaming about the lady that went to Russia with drugs, trying to get her off. I mean, you cannot make this ish up.
You can though, because you're talking about? You're having a conversation with a black person who's on their grind that you just said was successful, even though I'm dirty as fuck right now. But I'm not defending it, and I'm a real person. We are having a real conversation. You're talking about what the media is propounding, and if you look at what you get out of that, is you get complacency and you get people who excuse bad behavior, which is what you're trying to seed a culture to do. So you're talking to a real person and you're giving me examples of non-real people as far as we're concerned, because you're never going to talk to that person like this. We never talk to those people. That's an agenda. You're watching
Very much
TV
so.
and going, this is a representation of well-to-do black people, and you're talking to one that doesn't agree with it.
Wait, but here's the thing.
But then you're proving my point.
Wait, hold on.
Not proving the
Guys, here's the thing. Those well-to-do black people that do promote this lifestyle, they got a mass audience. Okay, they have more reach than us. So when these
100%.
rappers, sports guys, when they go, when they defend it, they have more pull than us. Right now, who's watching this? 1,000? They have millions.
Did you not just hear he said they have an agenda?
No, I didn't say agenda. I didn't say agenda. I mean, some of them.
He said that.
Well, I didn't say that.
I did, but the issue is this: we don't own the media. If you don't own your narrative, then exactly what happens with BLM happens with everything. BLM, that was what? 5 lesbian chicks and a baby daddy? Like, what are you talking about? The agenda got hijacked at the very beginning.
Yeah.
At the very beginning. And then what happened? They took it and they monetized it and made money. These people make money off of our fuckery.
Right.
So there's an incentive, because not only does it keep us in a weakened state or a perceived weakened state, but it also generates revenue. If you market to the lowest common denominator, you want as much of the lowest common denominator as possible.
I think that's his business. Honestly,
you're
I think
100% right. You're 100% right, but that doesn't make it right.
It doesn't make it right.
Make it insane.
But it's business, and we keep feeding in that business because we keep making money off of each other off that business.
But my question is this. My question is, we got 1,000 people watching this, and we got a bunch of really seemingly educated, a lot smarter than me black men. We got a nice white dude up there in the corner. Like, I think that now that the media stream's been decentralized, it needs to stop being this argument. It's like, hey, if you want to do better and you're rocking this way, because the one thing that black culture in America seriously hasn't done that immigrant culture has is they have a delineated mark. They're like, hey, if you're over there on that fuck shit, you're dead to us. Go ahead, take him away. Keep Pookie. Matter of fact, put a bullet in Pookie, please. Like, don't bring him back. And we haven't done that. But what I'm saying is, like, since the Lapeef Network, and like you got Chaotic, who I don't like the way he presents things, but I like the ideals. I agree with him on a lot of points. Some of it I get is shock and awe, but like now we're having those conversations. He's moving the needle forward. This network is moving that needle forward. So like the argument then becomes, okay, if we're moving the needle forward, then let's talk about how to do that, because the people on here, everybody in America, if you're an American-born black person who's got descendants that were slaves, you got a soft spot and you're gonna get immediately triggered, bro. Like, it's just what it is. Yeah, but the reality of it is, you guys have something that could help those of us who want to move forward.
It's
so like,
as a black person, you already, excuse me, the second immigrant steps foot in the United States, you're black. You're a black person, unless you announce that you're not or have different lineages. Okay. Now, the difference between immigrants and I guess American blacks is one, the culture, and two, the mindset that they have. Now, I spoke to a couple of kids before. I asked them, "What you want to be?" They said, "Oh, I want to be a basketball player. I want to be a football star. I want to be a rapper." Like, why? No. Do you know? I asked them, "Do you know only less than 1% of all the drafts combined of those guys get into the league?" You know, it's like why do our young men aspire to be those people? I can
explain it to you.
You know,
hold on.
Go ahead. One thing is because our community put those people at the top of our echelon. All right, we need to put engineers, doctors, all these, I guess, reachable goals at our top of echelon. Because whenever I hear rapper, athlete, I cringe. But like, man, here's another black boy right into the prison school to prison pipeline. Because that's where it's gonna lead them. That's exactly where it's gonna lead them. Here's another victim. All right, we need to show these kids, because I was fortunate. I had a great family. My mentor, he's white, and he told me straight up, The difference between white and black is education. It's education and mentorship. Those are only two things: education and mentorship. If that's the only thing we need now, the black community only.
Hey, gentlemen, I want to ask somebody a question, a clarifying question. I'm sorry.
Before you ask that question, let me read the super chat. Henry Vaughn with the $5 super chat says, another thing is these guys know the people that listens to them are going to complain and not take action. They are catering to lazy blacks. Please ask your question, sir. Go ahead.
I have actually two clarifying. I want to clarify. I want to verify something. Who on the panel believes that most black men have been to prison or jail? Who believes
Are you
that?
kidding me?
What?
You believe that? Who else believes that?
When y'all get a chance, I'd like to explain to Chaotic where the term tether came from.
Well, what's your next question?
He dropped off.
Oh, he did. Oh,
wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
No, I got dropped off.
Oh, my fault. I didn't mean to do that. No, that was my mistake. Go ahead.
Oh,
please.
okay. Sorry.
Continue.
Cool.
That was my
no,
mistake.
and my second question was going to be, how many people believe that black people commit more crime?
More crime, period, or per capita?
More crime, period.
Today or in general?
I don't.
More crime, period.
Period.
No way.
No way.
No.
I think our crimes get more highlighted more. I think our crimes get highlighted
In
more.
percentage, yes.
But I'm
No,
so
historically.
I'm asking about facts, not beliefs. So the reason why I
don't know the numbers.
Go ahead.
You niggas.
Hey, that statistics is wrong.
Oh, think
it is?
super chat says less than 1%.
Less than 1% of blacks will be doctors, so that's wrong.
I don't know about that one, but I know this. You niggas.
That's definitely wrong.
Give me a second. You break traffic laws. You speed all the damn time. You don't have your tags up to date. Your license are suspended. Yeah.
And that's all American blacks, not no immigrants.
You switch the tags.
Right, I was about to say that. But okay.
You niggas, you switch the tags at Walmart. You do little crimes like that. You litter a lot. Yeah, you commit a lot of crimes. They might not be vicious or violent. You niggas commit a lot of crimes.
So quick question: if those crimes that you named, right? You just named crimes that actually other classes of people commit more heavily than black people. You realize that, right?
No.
Oh, you think black people are the major contributors to tag fraud?
No.
I know to littering. Yeah, littering is
to littering. Black people is a major contribution
come
to
on,
littering.
you already know that. Now stop.
You realize that there is a vast body of pollutants in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and you think?
Man, let's get this climate change Al Gore nigga up out of here.
Okay, who in the panel understands percentages?
Please finish back. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Wait. So hold on. There's a few things I do want to say. I was teasing with
Mother
that.
Earth, nigga. Come on.
But honestly, a few things for the brothers who thought most black men go to jail. Is single-digit percentage of black men that go to jail that have been to jail or prison. Somewhere around 7 to 9%. Of that percentage, black men are 4 times more likely to be incarcerated than white people.
Yes.
Even though 7 to 9% of
And
us
for longer.
Why?
Have been. So I want to get to that.
Did you not hear the
Listen.
whole spiel that I gave
Listen,
you about
listen.
the court system here
No,
specifically
exactly.
that
I was
I have
gonna get to
factual evidence?
hold on,
I'm
hold
like, that's why.
There's a few other things that affect us drastically that you guys seem to ignore.
Uh-huh.
You know, we're still redlined, right?
No.
No.
I think we need to follow the Asians.
How you come to somebody
Asians will be fine.
and don't study their history, but come to a conclusion about the people that built it? I don't get it.
Because their history don't go past 563.
Like
What?
systematized redlining.
Their history
Live
don't
in the
start at
city.
page 1.
Look, redlining. Look, don't get me wrong. We are still being, I guess, divided in certain areas, but not into the numbers you think. Like I do believe that because when I was looking for my house, I was being pushed somewhere else. Okay, understandable. But I had the ability, you know what? I had the ability and funds to go to somewhere else. Like, hey, I want to buy this house over here. Okay, cool, no problem. Again.
Yep.
But wait. Hold on, you're missing something. You are redlined when you go get an appraisal for the property that you want to buy, and it's significantly more than if you were white. Or
I understand that, but not the numbers that you're talking. You talk about it's happening in mass. Not in mass.
So that's redlining too.
I know
you have a shitty real estate
but it's not happening in mass.
But
yes, it is.
White
boys,
this
court case in court right now.
You're okay. So I can give you that, but why would you not? If you got money to go move into these areas and they're trying to redline you out, then you bring your own. You go pay another $500, which is nothing, for another appraisal, and then you sue them and get your bag.
Oh, a black appraisal.
So quick question. Do you think any of that is free? You think any of that is free?
I think if I'm moving into $1 million neighborhood to buy $1 million
wait,
house, I got the $500 to get my own appraisal if I think I'm getting
Wait. Hear what you're saying. I'm a businessman who makes money. I want to buy a property at market value and get my value for it. I should get market value, but hold on. I need to spend more money. I need to get an appraisal. Then I need to say, you know what? I don't trust that appraisal because they might be.
This shit ain't working.
Get another appraisal and then say, hey, you know what? It was different than that last one.
Okay.
Have you ever gotten a second opinion from a doctor?
Is it 2022? Because I could have sworn to God we have Zillow where you can look and get a generalized idea of what you should do.
Hold on.
Is that what you should have to do in this country?
Hold on.
You should have to do your due diligence. You just said you're a businessman.
That's not due diligence when you have to pay to. When you have to pay when somebody does you wrong, that's not due diligence.
Hold on.
Zillow
If you're
and Richland are free, right? Zillow is free. It's free.
What?
You just
What's
look
free?
at it.
Hold on.
You pay for your appraisal. You then have to pay for another appraisal to prove the first one wrong, and then you gotta pay to go to court to get your money back from the first appraisal. I don't know about y'all, but the way it's
louder doesn't make technology not exist, though. That's all I'm saying.
Are you really a business person?
Bro.
That's what. Thank you. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. You're just talking loud now, and you're saying the same thing.
That don't make no sense in the world.
How would you go look at a property and not have an idea of the ballpark, especially since Zillow exists, which goes based off of market rates?
No, it doesn't. Zillow does not go for market rate.
Yes, it does. You just saying it.
It does not.
If you're so concerned,
it doesn't.
Yo, bro.
Zillow does not go for market rate.
You're telling me that the Zillow doesn't have a ballpark estimate where
it's called
hey, this is what they said it was, and then this is what it sold for.
It's called your
do that math as a business person.
And any real estate agent will tell you that is not a trustworthy estimate of property value.
Bro, if you're so concerned about being
Andy, pick one. Ask one. We got one on the call in the chat. They'll tell you.
Yo, if you're so
I understand this is not very logical what y'all saying.
Bro,
what
you're saying is illogical.
What I'm saying is illogical.
It's like, I mean, there's multiple people who own homes on this panel. I don't think we all got collectively fucked. Like, that's all I'm saying.
So how do you know?
Bro, if you're so concerned about being screwed, get a black appraiser. There you go. That solves your problem right there.
Chaotic, let me know when I can jump in.
Yeah, go ahead and jump in there, man.
I just wanted to mention something real quick and I'll drop off. As a mortgage professional, the redlining argument is very disingenuous. And it is disingenuous because the very institutions that back in the day used to do what you're trying to say that they still do today are the very institutions that are giving black people the power to own homes. As far as the FHA, for an example, but as far as
that's a government-backed security.
Can I finish? The government institutions that were doing what you said that they were back in the day, which we all agree with, are the same institutions that are now giving black people the opportunity to do the opposite. That parameter has died. Now I'll give you.
FHA qualified
Jesus Christ. This is why you can't. This is why the black community doesn't move forward because black people can't let other people talk.
Wait. I gotta ask you a question and I'll let you talk. Are you telling me FHA-backed security loans is fighting redlining? Is that what you're saying?
What I am trying to tell you is that the very institutions that used to do wrong back in the day are the very same institutions that are giving black people the chance to own homes that were owned by their slave masters. 3.5% down, 4 family units, 580 minimum credit score. All right, there's a difference. There's a difference between what you qualify for and what the government is trying to do against you. Those are two very different things. Now, on the appraisal instance, appraisals are based on comparables. You cannot tell me that you're going to try to redline someone, and appraisal comparables must be within at least 5 miles of the property. You cannot tell me that you're going to appraise a property using a comparable in the area and try to give them 200K to 300K less in value. It will never work because the comparables are listed on the appraisal. Redlining no longer exists because the government has placed fail safes in those things so that redlining cannot happen anymore. Do you have any idea what would happen if you sue an appraisal company that tries to do that? You can take out the whole bank with that shit. The FBI will be on their ass. It does not happen anymore in mass as you say it does. It no longer exists.
Can I give you a case?
Hold on.
Right now, with Bank of America, I can give you one right now, if you like. Since you said it's not impossible for a bank to
I said it is not happening in mass.
He's gonna give you one off example.
Fined several times for racial discrimination. I wonder why.
Okay, don't go to the bank.
For not giving the loans.
Don't go to the bank.
We talking about the same country. Hold on. We talking about the same country where they were giving out ninja loans in 2006 and 7. Remember, we had a housing bubble, right? They would literally give a dog a house.
10 years. Bank of America.
You know what's funny? Someone will apply for a loan, right? Someone will apply for a loan, and then 3 days before closing, they'll get a new installment payment with a Mercedes for $250. Their DTI doesn't qualify anymore. Then you want to call it racism? That is not redlining, sir. That is not redlining, sir. This shit happens every day. This shit happens every day. No, I didn't make it up. If 3 days I help close 150 loans a year. I help close 150 loans a year. If you go out 3 days before closing and you get a new car and your DTI doesn't qualify, you're done. You're done.
Come on, man.
What are you talking about?
Explain away active
True.
For banks.
True.
No?
My question is this.
Yes.
I've never been denied for a loan, period.
So
because
see what I'm trying to say? Because you know how to qualify for it.
Exactly.
If you've never been, I'm sorry. Can I ask you? If you've never been denied, does that mean all black people's never been denied?
No, but
not all black people qualify. Not all black people qualify.
Right, but why would you make that example as if that's an example of truth?
Because that happens every day.
Because they give you the answer to the assignment. True. If you're coming in trying to skirt in on the minimum, you're giving them reasons. And he just gave you a perfect example of something that could potentially happen. I didn't even know that if you went and got a car loan, on top of that loan, you could get disqualified.
I'll give you another example. You co-sign on a car or a student loan. Guess what? You're liable. Guess what? If the payment is not enough under your debt-to-income ratio, you're done. And then you want to complain about racism because you don't know the information that you should when you go buy a house, and then you complain. You say the FHA, you say Freddie Mac, you say Fannie Mae. Sir, you're dumb. That's what the problem is. You don't.
Why would you call me dumb? There's court cases, literally court cases that go against what you're saying. But you keep telling me and give me anecdotal examples. Can you give me some
True.
evidence?
My only question was, were they above and beyond qualified? Did they meet all of them, like on the top end of the criteria? And then they said, no, you can't have this money. That's the only question I'm asking, because I understand what you're saying. I don't give an excuse. I take away all your chips. If I come in and I go, hey, Bank of America might not give me money, I'm going to walk in with an 800 credit score. I'm going to have all the cash that I said I was going to have, and I'm going to say, cool, deny me. I dare you.
Also,
with what you've seen here,
I'm gonna give you guys a little bit more game. Also, certain lenders have what we call all lenders have guidelines, but some lenders have I forgot the name of it right now, but certain lenders have rules that other lenders don't have on top of guidelines. If you go to Bank of America for a mortgage loan, it is different than you going to a mortgage broker who can use various lenders to qualify you under. What one bank will do for you is not what another bank might be willing to do, because they mitigate risk. We do this every fucking day. So
the
if you don't
problem
get
is
qualified,
there's not a lot of brokers in our community, and that's the problem that we run into.
Wait, hold on. Good question. Why do we have to go to brokers in our? Why do we have to go to brokers in our community?
Someone said it.
Because
Someone
we can't
said it. Overlays.
no,
Someone said it.
exactly.
An overlay.
Yeah.
Why do we have to go to brokers in our community?
No, I'm in agreement with you, because here's the problem. The fact that there's a lack of brokers in our community, because I have now, we use these terms FBA, non-FBA. I'm FBA. If we're going by those terms, I'm FBA. But I'm also in business, and I'm also in business, and I work with other people from other communities. And let me tell you something that I've learned about the East Indian community, because I have a lot of people who I do business with from that community. There's people within that community, and they become brokers. And one who I particularly work with, I asked him, I said, how do you guys come into neighborhoods and buy up the whole block? He said, it's easy. One of us becomes a realtor, and then we become a broker. So the places that we can't get approval from, one of us becomes a broker, and we're going to find somebody who will approve our people. That's what we fail at, which is being on code and approving our people.
And
so yes, there are institutions out here who will not give us a loan. We struggle with that, but we also struggle with the fact that there are individuals within our community who can help us get through that red tape and get us in front of somebody who can get us approved. We got to get more on code.
And I'll give you another example, right? If you're going to run your credit 1 week before closing on a hard inquiry, and you were at the minimum of 620 or 580 if it's FHA, guess what? You're done. You don't qualify anymore. There are all sorts of things that you do on your day-to-day basis that can unqualify you for your current property that you're trying to buy right now. But people don't know that. They just want to act willy-nilly with it and think that there are no rules, regulations, or guidelines, because we don't want the same thing to happen like it did in 2008. In 2008, there are rules.
I don't disagree with you, but how does that apply to black?
No, both of you guys are right. There's just parts there's no understanding. There's a gray area.
What I'm trying to say is
there's a gray area that we both don't understand.
The black community is the community that misunderstands this the most. Check this out, right? I had a Haitian client when I used to work at the Brazilian brokerage firm that I used to work at when I started. The guy decided he wanted to be his own buyer's agent. Boom, take out the commission, keep it for himself. Technically speaking, because he didn't want to pay out the commission for a real estate broker that he didn't have to technically if he can represent himself on the PNS. But that's something people don't know that you can do. You can represent yourself on the PNS as your own buyer's agent. You don't need to give out a commission to an agent if you don't want to. But guess what? People don't know that. Then they complain.
Look, here's two things.
I don't understand. How does that apply to black people, though?
It does.
I don't know what you're doing.
Oh my God.
It does, because two things we're missing in the black community: education and mentorship. All right. The education comes in where you could easily learn about credit, learn about how to keep your credit high, learn about how these loans work, and learn that there are other jobs out there other than sports and media. Okay. Like you were saying about the Bank of America, if they won't give you a loan, go somewhere else.
I'm not saying.
The problem is we don't. But the problem is that he's right, because we don't know where to go. So that's why we need people within our community. That's why we need people who are within our community who can steer us in the direction of where to go. Because I agree with you, brother. I agree with you.
I don't disagree with you. I am in finance currently. I am part of the 1%. I am completely aware of what our community is not aware of and what it is. I have experience with it, specifically and direct experience. I completely understand all of that. Every community has that same issue. For some reason, the Black community is dumber than everyone else, I guess, is what you're saying. Is that what you guys are saying?
If you're a part of the
No, it's not dumb. It's just ignorance, meaning we just don't know, and there's not enough people within the community. But but the problem is there's not enough people who will guide us in the correct direction. So we only go for what we know. We'll go to 3 institutions.
You're making my point. Why would
right? No, that's what I'm saying. I agree with you.
No, I know you do, but I'm talking to everybody else. If there's no such thing as the whole discrimination thing, why would we need this extra guidance to help us?
You don't. You know
You're
what?
asking disingenuous questions. You're asking disingenuous
Are you
questions.
telling me that? Are you telling me that just white people by and large are financially literate? Like, is that your argument right now?
Okay. Watch this.
If it doesn't exist, the solution for it shouldn't be necessary. Correct? If the problem doesn't exist, there's no need for the solution. Correct?
There's one thing that we can all on this panel agree with is the fact that the Black community has a lack of financial literacy. That's the problem. Yes. So we don't know where to go. So we have to work on that. If we're going to move forward as a people outside of delineating from each other, we all need to understand financial literacy. Then these conversations go away because you know what? When you can't go to Bank of America for a loan, I can go to my man Chaotic Truth because he's a broker. He's going to put me in front of somebody who can get me approved.
So many overlays. White people can't get loans over there.
Dude,
it's all about.
Bank of America is not it's not a first. They weren't created to be mortgage lending first. That's not what they do. Oh my fucking God! I do this for a living, bro. Go ahead, you got it.
I work for one of the major banks, my man. Stop it.
So you actively
got it, bro. You got it. You got it.
Stop it. What happened?
Like, this is Truth's fault.
I came on the panel to talk about mortgage loans. This is my specialty. This is what I do. I don't care about what you do if you don't do what I do.
No.
When was the last time you approved a mortgage loan? Tell me. Crickets.
I don't know. It's been a while. I'm the one who handles the systems for the approval process.
Crickets, bro. Crickets.
I'm the one who handles the approval. That approval process that comes from my team.
Reckless.
Yeah. We're the ones who establish the condition and the workflow and how things process.
No, I do.
That comes from us. My team.
So you understand the difference between Bank of America and, let's say, for an example, United.
You understand? I didn't give.
Listen. Hold on, bro.
As an only example, they're all doing it. Is what I'm saying.
Listen. So what's the difference between Bank of America? Tell me the difference between Bank of America and a United Wholesale Mortgage or a Home Point Financial. What's the difference?
So in the case of
because Home Point Financial is not a depository lender. They are a mortgage lender. They only do mortgages over there.
I understand.
So it's a lot easier to get approved at Home Point than it is Bank of America, because Bank of America will take your savings, your checking, they'll give you a credit card.
No, major banks aren't built that way. They used to be countrywide. The division of Bank of America for mortgages used to be its own company. And it still is. It operates completely separate from the rest of the bank.
But they have overlays that other lenders that only do mortgages do not have. That is my point.
Guys, this is pointless. Hey,
I'm not here to dick measure with you. I'm not here to dick measure with you. I'm telling you the truth. Okay.
Yeah, oh God. Killing me, man.
You got it, bro. You got it.
So can we bring this back to the piece where you were talking about, oh well, white people just apparently are financially literate, because you're saying that you're part of the 1%. My business.
Who said that? I didn't say that.
You literally
just said that.
You just said that, bro.
I said that white people are also financially literate.
Okay, so but I'm asking a question, because you said you were in that echelon of people, which is where my business is. I do $1 million and up homes, multi-million-dollar projects. I design in-home movie theaters, all that fun shit. So I'm around people who are the 1% of the 1%. Yes. The one thing that I'll tell you is not every single one of those households is educating their kids how to steward money. Some of them are, and some of them aren't, which means that within a generation or two, that wealth for the ones that aren't educated is going to be gone as well. So now you extrapolate that down to a working class person who doesn't have that education. Like we just saw a video on the black dude that's making $130K a year that's only saving $57 a month. That's what happens when you increase income, but you don't know what to do with it. You're still poor in your mindset.
Okay.
So if you're poor in your mindset, you can go, okay, from a historical perspective, because I'm going to give you your token here. From a historical perspective, they made it so that a good majority of black people, FBA, would have that mindset because they made it poor. Like the societies that we set up and the cities that we built that got burnt down with government sanctions, that contributed to that. What I'm saying is now, what's the excuse?
What do you mean now?
Like, now, because you have a poor mindset. If black people are going to have a poor mindset, what's the excuse? Because, like, I found the internet.
Wait, hold on. When you say they have a poor mindset, where do you get that from?
They're financially illiterate.
The victim mindset, the hood rich type.
It's not even.
But that's not. I wouldn't say that that's a poor mindset. It's a lack of us getting education from the place. You know, where do we get that from?
We call it the victim Olympics.
But it's not a choice. But it's not a choice. It's not by choice. So there's a lot of people who would like to know.
Right. We're all on the internet right now talking to each other, right? We all have phones, right? Everybody could be learning how to save up $1,000, right?
I'm not saying you're wrong. We're not saying you're wrong, but we need to clarify. Are you talking about a minority of black people? Or are you talking about the majority of black people?
I mean, the majority of black people aren't making that much money, so I'm going to go with majority, bro.
Proof teller.
Okay.
It's a minority, you're right, that engage in bad behavior or they don't do as well as
so
they
why
should,
are we focused on them? I don't understand.
Why
do they represent the culture?
When you're saying we're still being redlined and it came down to, well, there's a lack of education on how these processes work and what options we have available.
No, but we are being redlined.
Financial illiteracy, in my opinion.
We are being redlined. There are realtors that won't show you properties in a certain area. You do get discriminated. It's been proven. I'm not saying this because I experienced it, although I have. I'm saying this because it's been proven in court.
Did you get the house you wanted?
That's true. I will give him that. That is true. However, no, it is true. However,
there are so many ways to mitigate the realtor.
Yeah,
if there's a realtor,
you have to mitigate.
I got to push back on that because if there's a realtor not showing you a house in the neighborhood that you want, that realtor is incentivized on wanting to make a sale. So if he feels like he can't make a sale for you in that neighborhood, he's going to feel like he's going to send you to an area where he think you can afford and get approved. And unfortunately, they want to make money. All this
you guys are skipping over the fact that the realtor has a fiduciary duty to their client. There's a legally binding contract in there. They have broken the law.
Hold on. It's hard to prove unless you do a controlled experiment. But it does happen. It does happen. However, it doesn't happen in mass. Okay, I'm an engineer. When I was looking for my house, I have all the documents to show that I make enough money to purchase any house at that time. I was being pushed to a certain area that I did not like. I said, hey, I don't want to be over there. Oh, I don't want to be over there. I said,
and you qualified to be anywhere, right?
So I went to another realtor.
Exactly.
And that realtor helped me out. Again.
Exactly.
It's not happening in masks. But
hold on, before I'm not gonna say in mass, but there's several things happening at the same time. So and none of y'all want to take that into account. Y'all just want to say, well, that's not happening in mass. That's not happening in mass.
Bro, it's happening. The percentage is so small it doesn't matter anymore. Don't focus on it anymore.
So if
your realtor's being an ass, change realtors.
But what I'm saying is, I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. Change realtors because it's in your benefit to do so. But what I'm saying is, that's what you have to face when you're this color.
What do you mean? It's one email that you send.
The way to defeat that, but the way to defeat that is to get more of us in a position to show us the way.
We can defeat it. I'm not saying the question is not the fact that whether or not we can defeat it. We can defeat it. We just have to work harder to defeat it. That's what we're all saying. I get that. And I'm not telling you y'all wrong in that.
You're right about that. You're right about that.
But the problem
I will say, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? I really have a question for you. I have a question for you. I really want to have I have a question for you because you say we have to work harder. Now, I do agree. I agree that we do have to work harder. But let me ask you a question. The test that someone has to take to become a broker and the qualifications, and the test that someone has to take to become a realtor and the qualifications, that's not a different test. We just need more of us in those positions. It's the same test. We need more of us in those positions. That's all.
Yeah,
we got to stop expecting those who we know don't have the best interest for our overall outcome to help us get there.
I took my test 3 times and passed by 1 point on the 3rd time. You got to be willing to put the work in, bro. It's 125 questions.
We just got to get more. We got to get more people who are willing to get in those positions to help the community.
Exam, and you're going to be filmed while you're taking the exam. It is what
Why do we got to get more people for us to help us? Why do we got to get more people?
Because this is not because it's not our. This country is not ran by us. That's why.
Thank you.
The problem is this country is not ran by us. That's why we have to. This country is not ran by us. That's why we should. The fact that this country is not ran by us is why we should expect those who look like us to help us.
We already know that. We already know that.
So if we already know that, why are we sitting here shooting black people down like we don't know that they're up against a whole lot more than everybody else?
Because it's not. It's a whole lot. Because when you dwell on the past, you forget about the future.
Yeah. Thank you,
man. Dude,
thank you.
Y'all cats in denial, man.
They are.
Okay.
So when you say dwell on the past, you mean like enslaving the people?
You keep running in the victim Olympics while clients that I know that are black are buying houses like it's nothing.
Victim Olympics. Just pass our money. That's all we saying.
Yeah. I have a Toyota Corolla.
Pay us the money you owe. Is what we saying.
I got a Toyota Corolla.
I don't think you
every year.
Money. I don't think
pay us the money you owe is what we saying. That's all we saying. Pay us what you owe.
I got a Toyota Corolla. Every year, the dealership calls me and asks me, "Hey, do you want to trade it in?" And every year I tell him, "Hey, I'm not hood rich." And I have a conversation with him. And I asked him, "Who do you like calling the most, blacks or other races?" He said he loves calling black people the most because he knows he can get them to buy another car, put them in more debt, even if they have $2,000. He told me there's one person had $2,000 left on his car to pay off. He agreed to get a new car to be hood rich, to put himself back in debt instead of sticking with that car.
Probably the payment was probably $150 more too.
Yeah. So again, this is why.
Why do you guys keep bringing up these weird anecdotes?
It's not weird because this
shit happens a lot, bro.
It happens a lot to who?
To the
people that are complaining, bro. To the people that are
I don't know if you realize this, but a lot of the folks that you just described are not FBA. The people who are doing some of these things, like all these rappers y'all was talking about, most rappers out here ain't FBA. They from other countries, literally. But how do you make them FBA?
Well, black is
when
Haitian.
you want to and not when you want to? I don't understand. Help me understand this. How does that work?
Look, truth teller, it's percentages, right?
This conversation,
so, even though black folks are not the majority.
Wait, black or FBA? We need to qualify this at this point because y'all
FBA,
y'all speaking a lot of stuff. So black.
I mean, I don't even know if I'm black or not anymore, bro. Like Jay Prince keeps yelling at.
Yo, the guy here want to talk.
Yeah, my man in the green. Yeah.
Dude, man, look, listen. I'm not running no victim Olympics. I buy houses with my own money. This conversation, we just went on 25 minutes talking about real estate. If every black person get everything they want in real estate, the bottom line would still be the same. It's the sin for all us to be black up here, supposed to be intelligent, keep falling for the same thing over and over. I'm doing well over here. I'm not in the victim.
Exactly.
But I'm doing well. That's you guys. Listen, just like you said, right here next to me, you are black. Abdul Louima is black. I don't care if you're Haitian, Dominican, Puerto Rican. It's 75% of Puerto Ricans check white on census.
90% of Hispanic people check white.
Trump showed them what color they were. he threw that toilet paper to him. So when I'm down here in South Louisiana, the people down here that don't want to be black, that's yellow like me, with green eyes, straight hair, curly hair, wave hair, they say they're French. They say Creole. When I'm in Ethiopia with my wife, the Eritreans, we're not Habesha. We're not black.
Put your email in the back.
Hold on. They're in black Africa with Italian names where their grandfathers was tied and burned to a crisp, the trees. These people are laughing at us. And chaotic, I don't know what your problem is, dude. I don't know if you're in the feds. I don't know if you're part of the robots that control the tone of the. No, hold on. We should not entertain. We are all black. If you're yellow, if you're pink, we are black, and we should not be divided. Hold on, we should not be divided. The Amber Rose is from Cape Verde. They say that Cape Verdean. No, partner, you're black.
Sir, I understand that.
None of that is on the mortgage application. None of that you just said.
And there is a difference. We're taking all of our talking points, all of our opinions from television, from the media. The media has given black Americans our image of Africans with flies around the mouth. The media has given Africans an image of us of booty monsters and reality stars and rap stars. And we're sitting here that are taking control of our image, and as a family together, Tariq Nasheed, ain't no goddamn such thing as no foundation of black Americans. Ain't no Americans descended of slaves. We're all black. And we're being divided once again, 2.0 in the digital age. And ain't nobody up here smart if you're falling for that. We are all black.
I have to disagree with you, brother. I gotta disagree with you.
I'm gonna disagree with you too.
What you're saying is correct. However, there's a reason why people isolate themselves. If I'm trying to tell a brother, hey, dude, stay in school, come with me, let me help you come up. If he don't want to listen, I gotta let him go. Period. All right, I gotta let him go. Now, if somebody else want to come join me too. Okay. Well, and then later on, when he sees me succeed, and he doesn't, he's gonna blame everybody else but himself. And here's the worst part of that. Not only is he gonna blame himself, he's gonna teach his kids, somebody else's kids. It's gonna keep spreading and spreading, and that's what's happening right now. Immigrants aren't separating themselves because they don't want to be part of it, because it's necessary. They kind of have to, because they don't want to taint their culture. They don't want to taint their lineage.
Let me follow up with that, because you're completely wrong on that one.
How am I completely wrong? Look,
well, first of all, I don't know if you know where the title "black" comes from. That was not created in Africa. That was created here in the 1970s.
Dude,
most immigrants, they didn't start calling themselves black until probably the 80s, 90s is when we all fell into that moniker. There are people in African countries right now that say that they're not black.
Bro,
so
that's because black has political implications.
Yeah, exactly. It's a social construct within America. That's why.
Hold on. That's irrelevant.
I understand us wanting to consolidate as a group and be a team and move to our own success.
As the only light skin on the panel, I'm dropping off. Thank you guys so much. Redlining doesn't exist anymore. It's a complete lie. Dub, I emailed you.
I think you should look up the federal government report on that, and then come back to this call.
Okay. Chaotic. I'm going over to your channel.
The government says that it does. What I'm saying is, I would love for us to take the black moniker and move forward as a team. Don't get me wrong. I would, but that isn't. FBA folks are the ones who thought that.
What's FBA? I don't know.
Foundational Black.
The problem is why we have these. The problem into why we have these issues is because we all have a difference of perception on the country of America. So a lot of black people in America don't look at this. We don't look at this as the worst place in the world. It's just been just a little bit worse for us if our people were, been here for the last 400 to 500 years. Now, of course, it's way better. And I agree with a lot of the people who come here as immigrants. Hey, you guys should really be taking advantage of what you have because it could be worse. But that comes from knowing what it's like on the other side. We don't know what it's like on your side, just like you guys don't know what it's like from our past. So that's where we have these issues where they won't get, resolved because we won't come in the middle and say, hey, we don't get what it's like to come from Haiti or Africa and see what it looks like over there. Just like you guys don't know what it's like to have people who were building this country also swinging from trees. So it's all perception, which is why these conversations go nowhere. I really feel like we
panel seen swing from a tree, please. Can I
exactly. No, I agree with that. And see, that's the problem. The problem is, I agree with you on that. The thing is,
go to Haiti right now. I can't go back to the past. I don't have a DeLorean with like a flux capacitor.
Right.
So
but the problem is when you look at the fact that the same people who yes, we can't go back and look at that and see people swinging from trees. But when you look at what's around you and knowing that the same people who were swinging from trees built what you have today, that's what we get pissed off about. Now, a lot of us should recognize that no matter what, I don't know a better place than America. I get the past as a pass. We just it's all about perception. It's all about perception. I'll leave it
brother, I do think you're right, but I think there's something that needs to be taken into context for the folks that immigrate here. The people that live here and built this country is not obligated to understand your perspective, right? It'd be nice if we do it, and it's a nice courtesy, but it's your responsibility to understand our perspective. You're coming to our house.
Right.
And the fact that you can come here and make up your own racial discriminatory terms about us, criticize us in our own land, tell us we have no culture, not even study our history or pay any respect to it. It's very, very disappointing. And I don't understand why y'all... What?
But when we study your history, we find you lacking today.
We're lacking today, but if you studied our history, you would know we built our own communities. And they were
I'll say this, the same reason why a lot of immigrants who come here don't understand why Black Americans act the way they act and have the vitriol that a lot of our people have against the American, government construct in the system. It's the same reason why a lot of Black Americans don't understand why in countries where the predominant of the group looks like us, why is it not in order? Like, because we look at other countries like, but everybody's black. Like when we go out overseas and see black people, we get happy. We just don't get it. So it's just all perception. I'm sorry.
I think you're right about the perception. I do. Yeah, but what I'm saying, I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm just saying if you come into somebody else's country,
truth teller,
you should at least take the time to educate yourself and pay some respect to the people there.
Truth teller.
Why would you disrespect a whole population? I don't understand.
Truth teller, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Picking cotton and inventing peanut butter, I don't think that is at the forefront of society. What is
doorknobs, windshield wipers, the tenements and the light bulb. Keep going. There's a ton of inventions that we made.
Mr. Teller.
The process line for the Ford, the T model Ford. Yeah.
Well, chaotic. Chaotic is like Uncle Ruckus. He's in love with the white.
Wow. Come on, listen, chaotic. I don't want you to be like that because they're gonna break they.
What did you say to me, man?
I said chaotic is like Uncle Ruckus. He's in love with the slave master.
Sir, you're in love with the slave master. You just came from the white man's shop.
You
got the white man. You in the white man. You're in the white man's car right now. You're in his country. You're in his country right now, sir. You're just as much in love with the white man stuff as I am, sir. Stop the cap.
Look,
name me the company that you control right now. I bet you go to the white man.
I control my company. I got 3 companies. But
okay,
I'm saying,
good.
You said that the white civilized the whole world, and that
of course they did. What are you talking about? You didn't.
Who brought mathematics to the white man in Europe when he was crawling out of a cave?
Sir, every civilization.
Who brought running water and sewer systems? The Berbers.
Oh man, hold on for a minute. Damn, you asked me too many damn questions at the same time, sir. Stop. The Romans and the Greeks had math just as much as the Egyptians had it. So what? What are you trying to prove here? The Romans had aqueducts. Sir, give me a second. The Romans had aqueducts. The Greeks
they got it from.
Okay, whatever you say, sir. All right, whatever. Okay, they got it from us. All right, they got it from us. Oh, I'm done. You guys can go, man. They got it from us. We invented air. We invented everything, man.
Hold on.
I think. Are
I
you
need to say
serious,
something
bro?
real quick.
Are you
There-
serious? Or you being comedic?
I need to say something. There's a huge disconnect between everybody in this whole conversation. One thing is, there is a big when people say the immigrants aren't connecting with the black people, they're not saying yes, we all feel the pain of these broke ass motherfuckers out here acting ignorant. I understand that. We all get that. But what they was saying was we don't want the people that are trying to do right and try to change the image, we don't want to be backed up into that group that immigrants coming over that push us in there like, hold on, wait. First of all, we're not part of that group. So I understand what they are saying about that. Secondly, I agree a whole bunch with Chaotic because I ain't gonna lie. I used to be one of the ones that the blackity blacks that looked up the history and the whole mindset. So, and I grew out of that because the whole concept of you finding out your history, it literally changed your mindset to create you to be a victim. So then you're looking at everybody and you're like, wait, oh man, they're doing this, but you're not. You
What
just have a
history did you look
mindset.
up, bro? That's wild.
No, but
That's
listen.
what you got out of it?
No, listen. Let me keep talking. Listen.
All right.
I am saying. I'm not saying the history. I am saying when you start digging in your history, and then you start thinking, like one example is the Willie Lynch theory. When people look at that and they understand that, they believe in their mindset, oh, I am still a slave. I'm still being manipulated. You're only being manipulated because you think you are. Because let me give you an example. Let me give you an example real quick. Let me give you an example. I can give you a proper example.
By someone that is my point of view where my status is.
Listen real quick. People say, oh, police is bad. I could never say that because there's plenty of times where I did ignorant shit where I could have been locked up. You know what they did though? They let me go.
Hello.
You ready to have that conversation? You ready to have it?
Twice, like 2 or 3 times, they let me go. So I cannot say cops are. Now, don't get me wrong. There was one time where the incident where I did feel racially profiled, but those incidents, it was nothing against me or my skin color. It had to be a certain reason for they was looking for somebody, and I so happened to match the description because he lived in my neighborhood. So it wasn't. They didn't personally attack me because of my skin color. They attacked me because I did match the description and I was in that area. But they did let me go. It wasn't I was handcuffed because I was doing something. I was just being me. No, it was because the person, and I know who they personally looking for. So I cannot put that on everyone saying, oh, they doing this. And plus, listen, like I said,
you're saying the police
I've
was
done stupid stuff. Listen, I'm saying I've done stupid stuff. Listen. I've said I've done stupid stuff, but the police still let me go. Right. So how can I be out here saying, oh, police are actually looking for black people, they're doing this? I cannot say that. So when people out here saying, oh, we're being oppressed, listen, I understand there are small minorities to that aspect. But that doesn't mean it is, like they said, like everyone was saying, yes, it does happen in some instance, but it is not happening to everyone. So when people come in here and saying, oh, this and this, you're doing the same thing a lot of females do, is pulling out the minority of shit that really doesn't, that statistically doesn't matter. Even though some things that you see does happen, but not all of those things happen. That's what I'm not saying you personally. I'm saying some of this conversation that was going on in here, people were pulling out things that happened in the minority, which wasn't really happening in mass. And yes, it happened to certain people, but it doesn't happen to everyone. It happens to like I said, I can be the one where I had police encounters where I could have been like, they literally gave me a blessing because I should have been locked up. I should have been in jail. I'm just give you a light example. I should have had a DUI wrapped around my hands and possession. But they told me call for a ride and they sent me home.
Can I speak on that really quick? Because I'm probably the only person on this panel who was actually a police officer. I was a cop for 5 years. You're speaking on an individual who thought about your outcome. When you say the police as an entirety, trust and believe, my brother. I've seen stuff that I'm like, oh wow, like we really kind of get handled out here. But so you gotta give it to the individual that you dealt with, not the organization in a whole. And I was there. Trust me, brother. I was a cop for 5 years. I saw some shit.
Because
I'm just saying. So you can't say the police. You got to say the individual. Same thing, which is why a lot of stuff we disagree on is individual experiences. Now, I've never had a bad run-in with the police. I was also cooperative and I comply to survive because I know on the other end, because I've been on the other end. Number one, I've locked people up. Jail ain't for me. I don't want to go there. Number two, I know that there's a lot of people out here itching to pull that trigger. You're not gonna pull it on me. Whatever you need me to do, I'll just do it because I want to live to see another day. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people who don't understand that. So you can't give the organization kudos as a whole. You got to give that individual kudos.
I'm not giving kudos. What I'm saying is I cannot be the one saying, I'm not giving kudos to police. What I'm saying is I can't be out here saying, oh, police are oppressing when they could oppress me, but I didn't get oppressed. And when people are saying that, I honestly believe it's your attitude and you putting on, it's really your behavior on everything. If you're going to give them backlash, you're going to get them mad and they're going to use their power. So why are you doing that? Instead of knowing the situation, just do what you're told and get it out the way. I know a lot of people are going to believe me saying that like, oh, bro, come on, you know how it is. I get it. I seen that dude Castro who told the police officer, hey, I got a gun, and a police officer shot him in front of his kid and his baby mama. I understand that there are situations like that, but there's also situations like mine where they let somebody like me go.
So it depends, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I am saying there's a multiple. I'm saying people can't go around saying, oh, the police is doing ignorant or doing. It's not. You can't say it's en masse when it's not en masse. When there are certain situations, there are certain situations. So people can't use that as a whole. It doesn't make any sense. You're being disingenuous to everything.
So when you're talking, and I understand you're going from your experience. So I grew up on the other side of the blue line for the first 20 years of my existence, my friend. My mother was a police officer. She worked gang squad. She did this job at a very fucking high level, higher than pretty much anyone I've seen on these panels so far. I got pulled out of a car at 14 because I made eye contact with an officer when we ran a yellow light that saw this woman in passing every single day because I looked at him and made eye contact. Not only that, after he realized who my mom was, the dude went back to the station and tried to lie on me to a police sergeant who I was over at his house for every fucking holiday, my friend. So, so moving forward, I'll tell you, that officer, nothing happened to him immediately, but they made it so that him and his partner could not be police officers anymore.
Okay. See,
because that's how this works. And the thing that you're not understanding, because like you're ignorant of the other side of this, is if you have a corrupt police department, you can't have one bad cop because it's not safe to be one bad cop.
See, this is what I'm talking about right here. There is a disconnect with the conversation because I just said I understand those situations when I brought up Fidel Castro when he told the police officer, I have a gun. So let me reach for my wallet. I just brought up an example. I am saying
out is that wasn't just that cop. Like that cop made a bad decision.
Yes,
but that's how that station moves.
Yes, because there's been multiple
police forces move like military units. You're in lockstep. You are on code.
Yes, I understand that. But what I'm saying
I'm like,
no, I agree with you. But what I'm saying is we cannot go around and saying this is a mass thing that is happening when it's not. There are certain situations that are going on.
No, and to your point, I've had great experience with police officers as well. State troopers,
so that's what I'm saying. There's a disconnect with the conversation because you brought up a point to argue for no reason when I completely agree with you. When I brought up an example that aligned with your example.
Well, you're.
I think what you're saying is a lot of black people don't know how to interact with the police to survive. Yeah. It sounds like you know how to interact with the police to survive.
Listen, but my thing is, I was never taught that. I just knew not to be fucking stupid when I knew who had authority over me.
And you knew not to be stupid because
no. Hold on. You said something important. You said you knew how. Hold on. I want to add to what you just said. You just said that you knew how to act with someone who has authority over you. A lot of people in our community don't feel like anyone has authority over us. So you just said something that a lot of us don't. A lot of us can't relate to. So you got. Okay, go ahead.
I'm about to add on to that real quick. Just like Chaotic said, when he was a teacher, he has authority over those kids. But you know what? They don't give a fuck, and that is the problem.
Exactly. We're agreeing with each other because they don't know how to. There's nobody in their home who has authority over them. So how do you expect for them to act as if someone has authority over them in the world outside of their house when no one in the home has authority over them?
But millennial, the world doesn't owe them understanding.
Listen.
You're correct. You're correct. So it's the lack of education. So we have to bring back and form a community to where people understand that there's people out here either in the home or in the streets who do have authority over you. When people move where there's nobody who has authority over them, I'm telling you, they have a short life.
No, I know, but I'm saying the kids do have authority figure at home. They just don't give a fuck about that authority figure and believe they can do whatever they want to do.
Yeah, it's a cultural issue. It is a cultural issue.
Our culture promotes that.
A lot of
That's all I'm saying. It's a cultural issue. So we can't just. It's just a cultural issue, and it's something that we all agree. Everybody on this panel agrees that we have to fix that. It's a cultural issue.
No, what I'm saying, it's a culture issue, but I'm not saying that we promote that. I wouldn't say we promote that.
We don't.
I believe that a lot of kids are just misguided to understand what respect is.
Well, we do promote that when we say F the police, 187, whatever, all that stuff. Yeah, we do promote that. We do promote disrespect of the police.
No, but that's warranted, bro. Don't act like you're not walking around here.
One group with a voice promotes that. At home, kids will listen to the people who put a roof over their head. That's a group.
You just said that they will harass you if anybody black did anything in school or on the street. We don't have to pay for that. We don't have to put up with. It's a decision. If a police is violating your rights, you're not driving, you don't have to show him your driver's license. Well, he's gonna make you, according to the white slave code, no talking back.
The white slave code? Oh my God.
You can laugh all you want. These people in this country have been shot for talking back. Ain't nothing they did.
I'm from this country, my guy.
Look, I'm from here too, and you know it, and I know it. You can laugh all you want.
Let me jump in real quick.
You come down here and go through Monroe, Louisiana, and get a traffic ticket.
I wouldn't
don't care what kind
down
of
there.
degree
I think everyone
you
who's
going
there
to
stupid
jail.
as hell. What are you talking about? Both sides of it
going to jail. I live here. You going to jail. You get a traffic ticket. You're going to pay your fine, and if you're black, you're going to jail. Call somebody down there and put them on the show. I ain't been down there in years, and see if I'm lying.
I could tell you argue with the police.
Y'all know it.
Con, let me say this. Hold on, let me jump in real quick. Hold on. It's too much complaining. Now everybody knows. Wait. No. Hold up. We all know. We've all seen it growing up how black people handle the police. Okay, we've seen people go off, damn near fight them, and get away with it every single time for years and years and years and years. Okay. F the police, yes, all that, right? Disrespecting the police. A lot of these kids don't have no respect, no manners, no morals, no home training because most of the people within our community, their mothers, either on welfare or they're working 2-3 jobs. There's no father in the home. So they're basically on their own, left to fend for themselves. So they don't want to bend the knee to authority. They don't know how to say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. And when you get pulled over for a ticket, keep your mouth shut. All you got to do is just say, hey, what, Chaotic, you want to jump in?
Put a 1 in the chat if you believe that Khan argues back with the police when he gets pulled over for smoking weed with tinted windows with expired tags. Put a 1 in the chat, guys. Because I believe that Khan argues with the police. I don't believe the police putting them over bothering him. Please continue, Swirl Society. Please. You're on.
I mean, is it people get triggered? You get put. Okay, so you see the red and blue lights flashing once you driving. Okay, pull over.
put your hands on the wheel. Yeah, how can I help you? What was I doing, officer? You don't want to obey the law. So guess what's going to happen? You got to understand the police officer is on duty. He's doing his job, right? You have to understand that man has a job, right? So if you're going to give him lip off the rip, you already going to trigger him. You got to know he's a human being as well. The cops are already stressed. They're already worried about fools bucking back on them. They're already worried about, they don't know who they're pulling over. At any moment, they could get their head blown off. So you have to understand that thing. You need to make sure that your life. Oh, go ahead, Chaotic.
I can almost bet when Khan gets pulled over, the police walk to his car and say, "Sir, will you put the weed out?" I'm willing to bet that. If you believe that, put a 1 in the chat, guys. Please continue, Swirl Society.
Listen,
yeah, because it's like, okay, you get pulled over.
Weed out, son.
Yeah, if you know you got tinted windows, you already know all this.
You're right. Can I add to that because I've done the job? Can I add to that? Can I add to that?
Why are people
Can I add to that because I've done the
like,
job?
Seriously,
I've
never
had our people literally
in my life with stuff like
you're
that.
right.
I've gotten
You're
tickets,
right.
kept it pushing, keep it moving. But I have seen homies who have gone off on the police. And they had to throw them on the hood and put them in cuffs, and they're going off.
Khan is one of those dudes.
Can I say something to what Swirl said? Can I say something to what you said, Swirl? Because you're right. No, because you're right. And again, unfortunately, it goes back to the fact that, a lot of us just don't accept authority over us. But I mean, you're right. We overreact to authority. I've been in the job. I've had people tell me, black, I'm black. Hell, you stopped me because I'm black. I said, I'll look at my arm and say, well, I'll be damned. We both are. No, you were going 80 into 55. Look, I don't care that your car smells like weed. Let me go ahead and scratch this ticket and get you out of here. Because number one, when I was a cop, bro, I didn't search cars. That wasn't my thing. You just get the ticket and I'm out of here. I'm with you for 2 minutes. I'm gone. I just wrote tickets. But we have a problem with that, with authority.
Y'all act like y'all don't know police that's been seeing all these.
No, I know. No, you're right. I've worked with them. I've worked with people. I'm like,
so
yes. I'm talking about individuals. But
y'all acting like,
Khan, will you put the weed out, son?
Y'all
right. Look, man, I was the guy, like that brother was saying about the guy that was up here a little bit. Oh no, you still here? About saying you had an experience. No, he's gone. But the cop that let people go that was definitely drunk. I've had that happen once. I'm like, look, hey, if you can get somebody here in 10 minutes, bro, just get somebody to come pick you up. Because I'm not, number one, I don't want to arrest you because that guarantees I'm going to sit with you for 5 hours. I don't want to sit with you for 5 hours. Can you get somebody here in 10 to 15 minutes that can drive this car away? In 10 minutes, I'm going to be gone. I'm going to just circle back and hope that you ain't here. And I just know in my mind that somebody actually pulled up and drove off. I didn't see what happened. I'm just saying.
Oh, I've seen that all the time. But I'm just saying, y'all can't ignore. Listen, I don't have no problems like that. But what I'm telling you is, everybody on here knows they're going to see you with your wife and kids. And one of them are going to try to show your family they're the goddamn daddy. You understand? And it ain't going that.
Con. And
Whoa, guys.
In your family.
Remember at the beginning of the live stream, I said that this live stream is not for Gen Xers, baby boomers. It's not for millennials. Now here goes Khan. He's trying to convince the thousands of people that are watching that the police are going to pull over a black family and commit harm to them. That's never happened to my family when I was growing up. Hasn't happened to me. I'm pretty sure it hasn't happened to none of you. Now, what's going to happen is that a lot of people, older people, are going to go home and they're going to convince themselves subconsciously that that's going to happen. This is what happens. Listen to this dude. He wants that to happen. Even though that does not happen, there are millions of traffic stops per day. There's no, listen, you don't hear about families being killed, but he wants you to believe that. He is trying to brainwash you. This is what boomers do. Listen to him. And I hope there's some kids, 17, 18, watching this. This is a perfect example of Khan. The nigga, you can hear him, he's combative. The nigga probably got a blunt. The nigga looked like he probably is drinking like a Steel Reserve in his car. He's doing something wrong. I can look at him and tell. He's probably a good guy, but I could tell the nigga get off of work. He's working his job. Nigga drinking a Steel Reserve. He going down the Louisiana streets. and the cops pull him over. They say, "Sir, you've been drinking." He's like, "Man, y'all racist." Like, what are you talking about, nigga? You drinking? But listen to him. He wants you to believe that shit. That's all I'm saying, guys. Please continue, guys. Go ahead, guys. Where's everybody at? Oh, I got him in the back.
Don't be doing us like that, man.
Yeah, got it in the back.
He's stuck in the civil rights era.
So
he's been watching too many cons.
Go ahead, Con. Keep on trying to brainwash us into believing that we're oppressed. Go ahead.
I didn't say nothing about killing no whole families. I'm saying they're going to try to son you in front of your woman, in front of your kids. I've talked to them. We've had several in-depth discussions without falling out, arguing and fighting. They know it's real. I grew up with white people. I'm so glad that's the best experience I've had since when I was a child, from elementary school all the way to junior high school. And it's the best experience, the best knowledge I've ever got. They've told me to my face, it's nothing you can do. They hate you for nothing. My grandparents and my parents sit around and laugh at Christmas.
Listen to this baby boomer
about how they curve you.
Are you you're a baby boomer, right?
And you
you're a baby boomer, right, Con?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, you're all in denial. It's nothing you're gonna do.
No, Con. I want to have an honest conversation.
Are you
with you
Con?
because,
Are you a baby
I
boomer?
understand the mentality that you have.
Hold on for a second, Con. Are you a baby boomer? Hold on for a second. Let me ask. Con, are you a baby boomer?
No, I ain't no baby.
You're a Generation Xer, right?
I am.
Okay, over 55. I can listen, sir. I understand. I know your generation. Your generation. Listen, no offense to you. In my opinion, the older black generation is like the boomers. You guys are like the worst generation. You guys want so bad to believe that this exists. You want to be slaves. You want to be hung from trees. You want to be lynched. Some of the things, these things didn't even happen to you. You didn't know anybody that these things ever happened to. And I have always heard this from your generation. You want these things to happen. They've never happened to you, sir. You literally just out of your mouth said, "I grew up with white people." Sir, if white people were so racist, how did you grow up with them in the first place?
That's right.
I wouldn't want to be around your black ass if they're so racist. I wouldn't want to be around you if I was racist.
Well,
you know why that's the case, Chaotic? You know why? Because the closest people to them told them about the stories. So I'm a millennial, so I didn't hear my aunties talking about dogs and water holes being sicked on them. But his generation did hear those stories, so they carry that. So I actually get it. I get it.
It's a game of telephone. Most of the niggas
there you go.
breaking the law. Most of the niggas was breaking the law, and that's what the police was arresting them.
I never.
Well, I'm just saying, like that's the way I look at it. Is because he heard the war stories. I've never heard those war stories. I couldn't imagine. Let me tell you something. If my closest family members was telling me about dogs and water hoses, man, I'd have never been to police. I'm like, wow, really?
Yeah, but it's
like
2022 now.
They
this is what I'm
saying.
right.
They hold on to it. I agree with it. They hold on to it.
They did the same thing to Black Lives Matter protesters. Put water hoses, had dogs on them because the niggas was breaking the law and vandalizing property. Just like those niggas were doing back in the day too when they were rioting and protesting over nothing.
But the thing is, Chaotic is that what the thing with Khan is old school. Right, we heard it from our family members. Right, I remember ever since I was a kid. I grew up in from the 80s till now. Right, from all my aunties, my uncles, grandpa, great grandma. Okay, we learned from it. We know the history, but it's 2022 now. We're not living in that traumatized era that they grew up in. Yeah, we heard the stories. We learned from it. We move on. We're not going to carry that trauma that was from the past. You got to move on at some point. Everybody is still in the slave days, bro. That was like 400 plus years ago, 300 or whatever when it ended in the late 1800s. That's over now. We moved on. You gotta build something new.
You got a question
of the mind. Renew your mind.
You have a question. You have a
about
question.
The white man.
Well,
everybody in 2022 has the internet.
You have a question for him. Go ahead.
You have a question for me?
Yeah, I got a question. Now,
show me how my mind is like that.
Okay, let me tell you this. Why in 2022 you still blaming the white man for all these things?
Did I tell you that?
I'm hearing it from you. Everything is the white people are racist. The white cops.
You want me to tell you what I think about Pookie and Ray Ray? I talk about Pookie and Ray Ray worse than Chaotic. What I'm telling you is you're seeing what they place the worst in the society in the front to represent you. So you what you have here is a cultural subclass that they're putting in front as your mascot. And instead of you seeing the play, you're blaming the people who are at the bottom, who they're always going to be a bottom. But they put them in the front. And you're not slick enough or sophisticated enough to see that. We don't make rap, they make rap. They kill R&B. You don't even know it. You're just blaming us. So this is the quick go-to. You're being played.
How did they make rap?
Embarrassed of the
How
image
did they make rap?
He's talking about what they promote as though sound like
come
you
on,
can't
please.
go look up artists yourself.
Now, I think this is starting to turn into a generational difference conversation because you know what, and I agree with the elder. I agree with no, but watch this. I don't want you to blow me off because what I'm about to say is I agree with what you're saying based off your lived experience. A lot of boomers and Gen X individuals think they just work so hard and don't even realize. Let me tell you something. If you was in our age group right now, bro, this ain't easy. Y'all had it way easier than y'all realized y'all had it. Y'all dealt with the more in-your-face racism than we have, but
what you think
it was cheaper for y'all. It was cheap. The prices.
Where do you think 35-year-old and 40-year-old strokes and heart attacks are coming from? I bet you every one of you know somebody right now, 35, 45 years old, dead from a stroke and a heart attack. What do you think?
And you know what? Hey, but watch this. 35 to 45. That's called millennials.
Okay, and they're dead from 35.
Right. So you agreeing? We got it harder. I'm just saying. Y'all think y'all had it harder. This is a generational conversation.
Where do you think they're coming from?
Khan, can I ask you a question, Khan?
Yeah, go ahead.
What the hell are you talking about?
Exactly. So it's a science takedown, dude. This is psychological, scientific. This is biochemical. It's past dogs and beating you with rods.
Man, let me get you the hell out of here, man. You talking crazy? Hey, Khan, let me ask you a question. Name me the white man that tried to stop you from starting your business.
Oh, you don't see that. It's systematic. No,
it's behind the clothes.
Okay. But somehow you were still able to do it, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Nothing,
Kansas with me.
Nothing's gonna stop me. I'm up. I'm liquid. You know what?
The internet, brother. We all got the internet, Con.
I don't expect anything from them, so I don't wait for it.
Do you have grandchildren, sir?
No, I don't.
Good, because I don't want you to tell your grandchildren anything about oppression, sir, because you would have them depressed. I mean,
they won't wait for it. I know nothing. I know they don't have anything for me, so I don't wait for it. Our problem is we're waiting for it. Like you say, they think they're free. They don't know they're not free. You're only free.
You're not free, sir.
Oh, if I want to be.
Okay, so you are free.
As free as I can.
Christ.
So you're a free black man in this country. So white man ain't holding you back.
Under the.
Okay, good. That's what I was thinking. Okay, good. I thought so.
As free as I can be under the circumstances. And
but Con, this is a world. If you don't like, the thing is, here's the thing with Con, right? Like what he just said is like, I'm free, like when I want to, under the circumstances. It's because of the man that I can't start a business. When there's literally the internet with all the information that gives you step by step, A to Z on how to start so many businesses with so many licenses. You could take school online. Back then, I would say back then it was different. Now everything is given to us.
Dude,
you could become an electrician in a month. You could get a nursing degree. You can go become a realtor. You can do all this stuff, take online classes, online school. There's so many things you can do. Be a plumber. YouTube. You could go on YouTube and they'll show you how to become a mechanic. There's so much information out there now for someone in 2022 to be making an excuse about the white man is a disgrace. You are mentally enslaved, sir. You're mentally enslaved.
I run my business with my own money. What are you talking about?
No, he's just saying that we're in the information age and that we look at things a little bit differently.
If you would like to get Khan the hell up out of here, I am selling him off for 150. Go ahead, guys.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, go ahead, guys. But only for one episode.
Put the panel back. Put the panel back. Look, all I see is a successful black man with 3 businesses complaining about the white oppression, even though he's a successful black man in this white supremacist America.
There's a cap in there somewhere.
This is why I cannot digest this.
Well, no. Listen. There's a reason for that though, and like I was gonna say, I was like, he reminds me of some of the elders of my family that passed, and like the reality of it is, I'm sure everybody's heard some sort of racist statement slurred at them on this panel, right? The first white person who ever called.
Where'd he go? Reckless, you there?
I think he. I think Khan represents the changing of the old guard.
Good.
It always takes some time and it's resistance when that happens. That's all. He's changing the old guard and he's just taking his time.
Yeah. Y'all haven't witnessed the bloodshed we have here. So it has nothing to do with.
What bloodshed is that?
Say what? Every single conflict this country's ever known, including the combat some of us have seen. Like all of us aren't just sitting in front of the computer screen all day doing live streams. Like some of us have lived, and we got the scars to prove it.
Okay, did they have the same opportunity as us? Did they have an opportunity to go to school?
So you keep going back to that. I'm saying it's not about success. Like some of us are already successful. Like how many people are homeowners here?
Sir, whoa. Sir. People have been owning homes for hundreds of years. What does that have? How is that success? That's just
my point. My point is
own a home, right?
My point is that's irrelevant. We're talking about a deeper issue, and y'all keep reverting back to money or earning your IT degree or working in the healthcare field or being a CEO.
Well,
y'all got specific job titles that y'all take in this country to oversee other foundational Black Americans. And we noticed that y'all have some type of enmity.
No.
So I'm saying the Rubicon has been crossed. Y'all can talk all y'all want. Time will tell. The proof will be in the pudding.
No,
but at the same time, here's the thing. With race, listen, Black people, you can't force people to love you. You can't force people to like you, right? There's going to be people worldwide who are not going to like you, period. You can't go around everywhere forcing, hey, you got to like us. You got to respect us. You got to respect ourselves and do your own thing. You can't be worrying about who likes you and who don't.
We risked our lives to get y'all here. So it's a big difference. Most people that people risk their lives for appreciate
the seat to get over
We've
here.
been here since the beginning of time.
Mr. Prince, I think you got a little construed because
the beginning of the nation.
The money does matter. The income does matter because the reason why all our people are doing all these ludicrous acts is because they don't have any money. They steal, they cheat, whatever it is. Because
every ethnic group goes through the same growing pains.
Yes, and you are correct. But we're the only people that either one, we relish and we compliment the bad things. And
what about the Sicilian mafia?
Excuse me? Huh?
The Sicilian mafia are glamorized like celebrities to this day.
Okay,
even
great.
the rats.
Hold on. Great.
Like, what are you talking about?
Hold on.
Every single ethnic group. The Italians got the police departments. Well, the Irish got the police departments, and the Italians got the fire departments. They got a piece of this land.
I'll give you that. Hold on.
That we haven't received yet.
But here's the difference. The Italians, the Sicilians, and whoever, they got their gangs, right? What they do, bring their people up. What we do with our gangs, we put our people down. We keep them down low. Come on now.
Some of us have family and networks that have been growing. Like y'all look at one demographic of Black American and lump everybody together.
Bro, that demographic is so loud.
Y'all brought that elitism, tribalism stuff over here. Y'all ever heard the term "no man left behind"? Some of the people, we not gonna just say, "Oh, George Floyd smoked crack," so what if he died? Like that's y'all's thing. See, we got polar opposite perspectives on what's going on here. Some of us have been here since the beginning, page one. Y'all come in and y'all history books don't start past 537.
And look where we are. Look where you are. That's. I mean, come on, man.
Me?
Come on. Well, look, this is what I'm trying to say.
Prince.
This one,
Crown Prince. Me? You said
Crown
me?
Prince.
Look where you are. Look where I am.
Hold on, let D. Henry speak. He's been waiting for a while. Let D. Henry speak. Let D. Henry speak.
Crown Prince. What's General? How do you pronounce your name? Is it Calabario? I'm sorry. How do you pronounce your name, sir?
Caballero, Riquet Caballero.
Where are you from, sir?
Cuba.
Cuba. And you're from Haiti, Mr. Steven?
Stefan, yes.
Mr. Stefan. The question I have is the gains that you've made here, the strides that you've made here in America, what, if any, have you replicated in Haiti and in Cuba?
I haven't. I just given out.
Okay, that ends that discussion about what you think about Black Americans. That ends that discussion right
Okay,
there.
so I'm a Black American.
I don't understand.
That ends that discussion. That ends that discussion. That ends that discussion. That ends that discussion.
Why you gotta explain?
I'm explaining to you. Okay, because if we're talking about opinion, right, it would be unfair to me. It'll be unfair to not just to me. It'll be unfair to anybody, for that matter, for me to judge all Haitians on my neighbor who I've never seen sober. It'd be unfair. It'd be unfair to me. It'd be unfair to my Peruvian neighbor to judge my Cuban neighbor on the fact that I always see him with a Corona and a lawnmower. That's unfair. That's unfair.
Okay,
Why are you upset about that?
One second. I have a reverence for people from Haiti and a reverence for people from Cuba that fight for, as revolutionaries, especially people from Haiti. They kicked imperialism ass, and France will never let you forget it.
And then what happened after that? They
One
betrayed.
second, brother Crown. But see, the thing about it is that everybody have a perspective. You got a little bit of expectational bias in there, a little bit of anecdotal experiences in there, and that's great. But you all have a perspective, and it's all of it's important. Believe it or not, all your perspectives are important. We can put them all in one pot, come up with a streamline to a solution. I think they all can fit into a pot towards a solution. I honestly think. So we can come to a greater understanding of each other.
Can I give a rebuttal?
Say it again.
Can I give a rebuttal?
Sure, go ahead.
See, I understand where you're coming from. I was born and raised here. Okay, my family came here from Haiti. We came from poverty. All right, trying to be better for ourselves. Okay, and here we are. We're amongst Black people who essentially have a head start than us. They know the language. They've been here for a while, for a couple generations. Now, here's where the separation comes in. My family, we started in a two-bedroom apartment, one bath. We had 3 families in there. Slowly but surely, we got our education, we got out. Now, every single one of my family, we own multiple houses, Cova's got businesses and whatnot. But yet, Black Americans, the majority of the culture, is not only that they put each other down, they rebel against it. They're happy about it. Okay, that's what we're so upset about. You're happy that you're poor, and then you complain about that you're poor. Okay,
and then when you try,
it's messed up.
Shit.
Well, you made a big difference though. You made a big distinction, and I say this all the time. In many conversations I've had, I've been to Nigeria, I've been to the Caribbean. Not just with with people that look like me, but people who don't look like me. In regards to in reference to poverty, right? Mm-hmm. To me, poverty transcends economical status, right? It's your mindset. And you made a distinction in explaining, right, throughout this whole podcast about where you were or where your family started and where you are now. It's all still a mindset.
But that's what I'm saying. The mindset of the Black community, the mindset of the Black community is stuck in this victim mindset. That's the issue.
Okay, that is an issue. That is very much an issue. Especially by its very definition. A victim is one who suffers from an adverse circumstance. That's the definition of a victim. Doesn't give identification of race, ethnicity, or creed. 1 second, right? You're exactly right. But you made a distinction in your explanations. And I think it's very important. I don't want to miss that. It's in your mindset. When given that opportunity, I think that's very important. I don't want people to miss that.
Yeah, I don't want people to miss that either. And that's
stop making up excuses.
When are we not getting that opportunity at this point?
That's what I'm saying. But go ahead, brother.
That's the main thesis of our point. I would like the Black community to get out of that mindset, to evolve from it. Because the longer we're staying here, the worse it is for all of us. Not worse it is as a Haitian, Cuban, whatever. Because we're all in the same pool, black. No matter what I say, I'm still black at the end of the day. But if the black community, as loud as it is, as much people as it is, continue to be in this victim mindset, it would affect all of us. I've always told, whenever I try to help kids out, there's only two things. My mentor told me this, and he's white, Greek. He said, there's only two things that the black people need to help each other up: education and mentorship. Because everything else we got, nobody else is oppressing us. It's not the 60s or back then. We got everything. We got all the tools that we need. We need education and mentorship from our men, and we will climb higher than ever before.
But at what point are we gonna draw that line where we're gonna let the people who are going to be failures just fail and like X them off?
And that's a good point. I wanted to respond to something that D. Henry had to say.
First thing is the tether. I wanted to explain the chaotic where tether came from. On the movie Us, there was exact duplicates of everybody on the planet. They looked exactly like them, like immigrants, but they wanted to eliminate them and take their place. That's where the term tether came from. And see, when y'all came over here, y'all brought that division and tribalism with y'all, and that has drew the line in the sand.
Okay. Here's the thing. Let me
hold on for a second. Wait a minute.
Because what he's saying is 100% facts, and that's with the. Oh, okay, my bad. Yeah, I wanted to kind of jump in.
He's addressing me.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
So let me get this straight, my good sir, Crown Prince. So, Bloods and the Crips, black gangs, local neighborhood gangs that are founded by foundational black Americans. That's not tribalism, right?
Well, that's the same growing pains every other ethnic group, including your revered whites went through.
I don't revere anybody, sir, other than myself.
Wait, and we didn't have that big a head of start either. We were still getting burned to the ground in 1950. We fought for y'all to get here in the 1960s.
Along with the civil rights. For us to get here, you fought for yourselves, and we're just taking advantage.
No.
Facts.
White immigrants from European countries have been coming here since the 1800s. They weren't accepting mass groups of African descent immigrants here. So when we were fighting,
because they didn't want the ones they brought.
When we were fighting for our rights with the civil rights movement, we had movements to get y'all over here. That's the part y'all missing. And then y'all turn around, spit in our face. See, I told you about the period where we were Pan-African. Oh yeah, brothers and sisters, all love. But y'all have these clandestine groups and your clandestine meetings, and we've discovered it. So y'all no longer have the right to share.
Conference. Black people, foundational black Americans, are gunning each other down in the street. They've been doing it for the past. I would even theorize and go back 100 years.
That's growing pains, but it ain't all of us.
But you're saying that immigrants bought over tribalism. Well, what do you call gangs?
We had our own here, but I've heard you make elitist statement like, "Oh, we need to cut these people off."
What's wrong with elitism?
Listen. You come to somebody else's country and propose. You propose a policy like that.
Do you, sir? Okay, how about this? Do you?
That's out of line.
Hold on for a second, sir. Do you think that you are better than Obama?
What? I never even considered it.
I know you did, but you said I was trying to introduce elitism. Do you think that your status in life is higher than Obama's?
Have I been the president before?
I'm asking you. Do you believe that? Okay,
I haven't been the president before. Do you think that man to man?
Yeah,
man to man. Okay. We could measure up.
In my opinion, sir, you are not on his level. No,
you don't know me.
That's true, and that's my opinion. But
you don't know my lineage.
But in my opinion, sir, there are class statuses.
Yeah.
In my opinion, hear me out for a minute. Mm-hmm. Certain people are smarter. Certain people are more athletic. So if I were to say, can you beat Michael Jordan at basketball? I bet you would say no. So why can't there be statuses in terms of intellect or economic status? Obama is better than all of us on this panel.
But I could say the same thing. Can Obama beat me in a boxing match? Like that's ridiculous.
Probably not, but
some people have different strengths.
But in terms of just overall,
that's the whole point.
In terms of overall just life, Obama's better. Let's be
listen. No man left behind. Some people not gonna make it on their own, but when you come in and say, if you're not in a certain tax bracket, y'all should be forgotten about in a foreign country is insane to me. Like I would never go to Paris or London, go to Whitehall, tell them, yeah, well maybe we should just kill the. I wouldn't do that.
Hey, Crown Prince, can I add to something that you're saying, because I see where you're coming from when you make the statement about foundational black Americans gunning for immigrants to come over here. The problem was we have to also look at the historical aspect of that time and realize that back then, black people as a whole was more on code. So when we were gunning for more people who looked like us to come over here, we were also more of a business class mindset of people. When we look at the immigrants who come over here today, one thing that I have noticed as someone who my lineage is in this country. My great-great-grandfather was born in 1855. I would be classified as FBA. One thing that I have noticed, and I think is the reason why a lot of people who come to this country don't align with a lot of our people and they move into their own communities, is they come from a place of poverty and they're not trying to align with people who still have a poverty mindset. Now, if you look at it that way, and you'll realize that a lot of people who are immigrants do align with people who are of means, but there's so many of us who still align with a poverty mindset. They just don't line up with us. So for us, it seems like they're trying to delineate and make themselves separate from us. What? But when in reality, they're trying to get away from a mindset that they just left that is in existence or where they just came from. They don't want to be around that. The same reason why Chaotic says he don't live around a lot of black people because of mindset. Let's be honest. A lot of us as foundational black Americans, when we make it, we move away from a mindset that could keep us trapped in a place that we've worked so hard to get away from. So we have to give them, I'm not saying that's not the case with every immigrant. Go ahead.
I want to ask you a question. Hey, can I say one thing? Can I say one thing?
Go ahead, Rakim. Go ahead.
Can I respond? No, what you said is very false, because if you have money to come over here, you have more money than people from the ghetto, because they can't go on a vacation. Hold up, listen. They can't go on to a place, they can't go to a vacation or move to Africa at all and have resources. But when they come over here, they got resources because we made it possible for them to do that. But anyway, let me say this too. In a poverty mindset, it's not a poverty mindset. It's a mindset of, hey, it's things that happen. Hey, it's we've been put down so much, and motherfucking got crack, got motherfucking guns and flooded into your neighborhoods. What are you talking about? When people make it, they leave the hood for they don't get robbed, because it is people of different mindsets who will rob you, but they give back. They make schools. They do everything like that. And they even make schools in fucking Africa. That's how we get down on it. But when Africans come over here, they don't even give back to their own fucking community. They don't even want, only thing they do is, hey, I built a home for myself and my family over there. When black people in America get it, like Oprah, she built schools over there. And she's from the south side of Chicago. She built motherfucking schools over here. That's what we do. We got a whole different mind state. Hold up.
Right. No, I agree with you. The thing is, I agree. No, brother, but listen to me, because I'm in agreement with everything that you just said. I think that we as a people don't focus on the fact that when they come here, they don't come here focusing on the. No, hold on. Let me, because I agree with you. I promise you. I don't want you to think that I disagree with you, because you're saying everything that I'm in agreement with. I think that we as a people don't realize that when they come here, they're not coming here with intentions on helping nobody but themselves. Yes. You're right. We have laid the groundwork, so to speak, but when they get here, let's brother, we got to be honest. Nobody wants to be around a mindset. Not saying that all of us as a whole have that mindset.
That's a difference, but understand this. But understand this. If we go to their country, right? If I go and we making money, we go to that country, we ain't gonna be around their poor neither. I understand that. Nobody want to go to a country and be around the poor people, but we here, if we make it, we gonna want to be around our poor people because we in our country, we want to help out our poor because there are.
So we want to we want them to be more appreciative. We want them to be more appreciative of those who worked hard to make it to where they can get here. I agree.
We want to take care of our people.
They'd rather be grateful to white folk.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. I agree with that.
They don't even want to acknowledge what we're saying about being able to get them to migrate here. They'd rather be appreciative to white folk.
But the whole thing is fuck them migrating here. Shut the fuck up and don't disrespect. We don't care if you get your money and do what the fuck you want to do. You could go wherever the fuck you want to go. You could people, but don't act like you.
Guys, there is another episode coming on at 10 o'clock. I have to wrap it up. There is a 10 o'clock show on the Lapeef Network. I don't want to overlap it. I want to end it. But Gary with the $5 super chat says, chaotic. And sorry about that, Rakim. Chaotic, please ask Crown Prince what FBA did for immigrants when there were no black senators voting on the civil rights bill except for marching. Crown Prince, you still there?
That's irrelevant. If y'all not going to acknowledge our contribution, blood, sweat, and tears, we push y'all back into the sea. We don't got to even deal with it.
Okay. Dusto, I'm going to have to
read you.
Dusto, go ahead, sir. Then I got to get the hell up out of here, guys. Thank you.
Okay, let me get this right. So on 14, so FDA is foundational Black Americans. So I guess there's a foundation. As in, you're asking for reparations from slavery, which means people came from Africa. But you're complaining about immigrants coming from Africa. What the hell is this?
No, we complain about what they say when they get here.
Let them speak. Just let them speak by themselves, please.
Maybe I see scam all the time. Maybe y'all not comprehending. We talking about y'all disposition.
I'm comprehending quite well.
Man, talk that shit. Hey, what's your name? I gotta follow you. Got a channel. That young nigga need a channel.
No, not yet.
Crown Prince, you got a channel?
Yeah, nah, we working on. It's called Full Metal Jacket Podcast.
Yeah.
But other than that,
what your Twitter? You got anything people to follow you on?
Yeah, my niece. I write my name is in the back chat.
I bet.
Yeah, cool.
Hey, I just want to say real quick, Rakim, Crown Prince. I agree with y'all brothers where y'all coming from. Go ahead, Scam. I just want to say that I agree where y'all coming from. I just got a different perspective.
You know. Can I say one thing, Stephen? Perry, you from Haiti? The dude named Stephen, he from Haiti, and acting like he a motherfucking Black American. That's crazy.
Here we go. Okay.
Come on now. Come on, man. What do you call that?
It's all jealousy.
All right.
All jealousy. Here it is. Let me just say this real quick. Right?
Enough, bro. Hit it out. Because y'all talking about Haiti, you're talking about Nigeria, you're talking about look at the numbers. They have communities. They make almost twice as much money.
No, they don't, dummy. That's matching the numbers. If we put our best against theirs, we put our best against theirs. Nigga, we make Black Americans bringing $2 trillion a motherfucking year. Immigrants, Black immigrants, stay self bringing 50 billion. 50 billion. That means we make 100 times more than you guys because we are everything. We're lawyers.
We don't do nothing
instead of getting on code. They
right, so
hold on, let me
you guys will never be on our level. Y'all had to come here to even make money. Where's y'all making this money in your country? Where is y'all making this money in your country?
How do you do this for hours?
Rakim, guys, wait a minute. Take it easy. Rakim, you are on point.
I couldn't get
you know I'm talking that shit. I'm talking that shit. I'm a young nigga. I'm 23. Nigga, I came in here and old boy from Haiti. Nigga, you from Haiti. Stop that. You know y'all got little towns out there in motherfucking Florida. I've been out there in little Haiti. Y'all kill each other more than niggas ever did. Nigga, stop playing, boy.
Now, Rakim, why does it sound like you are rapping when you talk?
Because that's where hip hop came from. Nigga.
It's not like you
FBA education.
I think Rakim is thankful for the white man's country.
where
Nigga, it ain't no white man country because if it was a white man country, why you bring your ass here? You love a white man country, nigga.
You said you
left
love
your
it
whole
too.
black country
You
to
claim that
come
you love
here,
a lot of white
nigga.
people.
I've been here. You left your
You
whole
were
black
born
country
in
to
the
love
white
the
man's
white man country,
and
nigga.
making
Which
a lot
one
of money
better?
in the white man's country.
I built this country, and you left your country to come here.
He personally built this
Stop
country.
playing.
Hey, chaotic. I just want to ask: if somebody deleted y'all's mother,
you know
did
what?
y'all ever forget
I'm
that?
out. I can't do victim. I can't.
Wait,
take
would
victim
y'all forget
talk.
that?
Wait a second, you saying white people killed your mom?
We
I'm
got
talking cash money
relatives.
shit.
I can't
I'm
get 6 words
I'm
out.
talking cash money shit because we doing better than all you niggas in y'all country. Hey, who's the richest black people in America today? Is it black Americans? Is it or black immigrants?
Foundational black Americans.
Who is the richest immigrants? Who's the richest black people in America? Who's really doing better? Let's talk that shit. Who's really doing better? Who can make more money than black Americans in America? Nobody.
Well,
So shut the fuck up. All y'all talking about is a fucking. Y'all delusional. Y'all to come over here. Y'all niggas get a motherfucking Uber job and thinking y'all doing something.
There's
Fuck
more
y'all talking about.
Nigerian billionaires than
Nigga, what? Where is billionaires? It's Nigerian billionaires. It's more black American billionaires in the world than anybody. Y'all come over here talking this fuckery. Hey, where's got billionaires in America? Where is your billionaires in America? Where's your money? Where's your athletes?
Get back to the 40 ounce in the blunt.
Hey, where's your Michael Jacksons? Where's your Michael Jacksons?
You living in a celebrity world.
Where's your Michael Jacksons? Where's your Michael Jackson? Nigga, now, where's your Ben Corsons? That's not a celebrity. You know who he is? The first motherfucker who ever sliced up the Siamese twins, nigga. Where's your Ben Corsons?
Africa is way much of a larger continent than America.
Nigga, let's talk about it. Where's your Ben
Brazil has more
Corsons?
black people than
Where's
America.
your Ben
You're talking about a
Corsons?
small, minute portion of the community worldwide.
Dude ain't said one thing right to begin with. He ain't said one thing right. But you know what?
Go ahead, Dusto.
Oh my God. And we're supposed to, this the code we're supposed to get on? That's the code we're supposed to, yeah, let's follow him.
Yeah. Dusto, I got to get the hell up out of here, man.
Trust me, I understand. If you get a Nigerian or a Haitian application, please email it to me.
Absolutely, bro.
You can't build with this. You can't do it.
I agree. Thank you so much, sir, for coming to the channel, man.
Oh my God. You've been putting up with this for hours, bro?
Yeah, I got to get the hell out of here, man. You know,
doesn't it remind you of teaching?
Yeah, in a black school. Absolutely. Yeah.
Been there, bro.
Oh, it's terrible, man. Next time, if I do get another teaching job, I'm going to a Jewish school. Salute to you, Dusto.
Hell, man. Appreciate it, bro.
Appreciate it, man. Have a good one.
I'll be soaking in Epsom salt.
Oh, so you do psychedelics as well?
Oh man, I would say I'd smoke something, but I'm scared I might end up like one of them.
Oh, okay. I got you. Have a good one, man.
All right, bro.
You talking about DMT?
I don't know. I'm going to.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what. Never mind. Go ahead. So I'll talk to you later. Peace.
I'll go sing some Negro spirituals for the rest of the night. Whoa.
Have a good one, man.
Real press to my brother.
Peace, man.
Peace out.
Oh man, I gotta do one by one, man. You niggas can't do panels for some reason, man. Any last words, Reckless Ray? Thank you so much, Reckless Ray, for coming to the channel, man. You're on mute, sir.
Thank you so much. I appreciate being on. Last words. We've got a lot of cleaning up to do if we're going to be a community. First of all, there has to be a set standard of what the community is. Absolutely. And there has to be a divestment from what the community is not. And like I've been saying this whole time, like these conversations are necessary. We don't all have to agree. You can be respectful while disagreeing. But like for real, I think some of these older cats, we got to let them not be in these conversations because like they're built for it. Yeah. Like it's just what it is. Like that mindset is part of what needs to be on that other side of that line. And at a certain point, you have to take what works and be able to build from that point forward with those who are willing to build with you. And like, I believe that the conversation needs to shift to that because immigrants do bring a lot of value to this country.
Yeah.
In the sense that like, we have access to everything, and there's a million opportunities, but there's also a million opportunities for the not good stuff. And coming in with a set value base, Black Americans that have been here do not have that, and we need to establish that. And in all honesty, like, you at a certain point, you have to look at the cultures that are having consistently good results and being like, hey, what parts of these can we implement to build that cultural line to help us move forward?
You know who the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan is?
Yes. Yes, I do.
A lot of Black Americans love him, right?
Right.
Did you know he's not did you know he's not an FBA?
Yep.
Do you know a lot of Black people in this country that were beloved at one point? Nobody ever questioned their ethnicity.
No.
A beautiful Black woman, Cicely Tyson, died almost over a year ago. You know she's not FBA?
No, I did not.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Black Americans loved her. You know, Harry Belafonte.
Yep.
Black Americans love him. He's not FBA. Sidney Poitier, not FBA. So many Black people in this country who are not FBA, and Black Americans loved them for years until this nonsense was created to divide us. Yep. Nobody ever said, "Oh, F Sidney Poitier, he's non-FBA." Nobody even thought about nothing like that. There's a lot of Black people in this country, man, that are famous through celebrity, and their ethnicity was never put into question. But this fool, Tariq Nasheed, and those other little scam artists, they are going to create a division that is going to be unrepairable.
It's a foundation in hate. Yeah. That's the other issue.
Yeah,
is that it's built in hate.
Yep. But I do agree with what Rakim was saying. But nevertheless, man, what's happening here? Yeah, it needs to stop. But thank you so much. I'm so glad.
Thank you.
The panel. Yep.
Oh no, I'll definitely catch you next time.
Absolutely. Granville, did I just read your super chat? If I did not, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Immigrants really think that they are better. Yay, country isn't how are you? Maybe I'm reading that wrong. I don't know. Let me see. Let me get you up out of here. Ray, thank you so much for coming, Ray. Salute to you and positivity is coming to you. Crown Prince, man, you have been Crown Prince, you there?
Mosquitoes was fucking me up because I was outside for the light.
Crown Prince?
So somehow I got out.
Crown Prince,
my phone died. I was using my hotspot so that it'd be a solid connection.
Crown Prince.
And then my phone had died. So then once it finally charged back up,
okay,
I couldn't.
I don't want to have his business all out there. Let me get you up out of there. Salute to you, Crown Prince. Swirl Society. Are you there?
Yeah.
Did you know that the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan was non-FBA?
Yes, very aware of that.
But so many Black Americans for years love him. So where did all this FBA tether shit come from? Where did this division come from? Go ahead, sir.
It's a new victim mentality. Someone else to blame. And the problem is that there's a separation. Like I said, there's a class. It's classism now in our country with Black people because there's a separation. The Pookies and Ray Rays are going to continue to buy their loud packs and sip their lean. And they have that victim brain chip implanted in their head that they're never going to get over. Right. They're going to continue to complain with the old guard. And the last thing I'll say is you got to respect immigrants' hustle because they come here with almost nothing. They figure out a way. They're coming here hungry to survive. They're here to take advantage of an opportunity. And if you can't respect somebody who's blowing a lawnmower through the yard, hustling, getting enough money to go ahead and flip that money and start their own lawn mowing business or their own landscaping business and make something for themselves, and you've been here for 10, 20 years and you can't do it for yourself, there's something wrong with you.
Totally agree, sir.
And I'm out of here. Thanks a lot, Chaotic.
Hey, thank you so much, man. You niggas, you've created a monster. This whole tether baby, all this shit that came about through Tariq Nasheed, all this oppressive victimhood culture that came about through Dr. Umar Johnson. You niggas are oppressing yourselves and now separating yourselves. And you're being bamboozled. Brother Polight told you Negroes that you were that you're ancient Egyptians. Nonsense. All the while he is driving a Bugatti in Hollywood, telling you niggas that you just some ancient Egyptians to think in the past, think towards the future like that nigga has. That nigga rich now. Now you niggas love Malcolm X, but Millennial Mark, where is Malcolm X's parents from? His family from?
I have no clue.
Grenada. He's not even a foundational Black American, but so many Black people love Malcolm X, right? So again, this shit came out of nowhere. This divide. Black people never gave a shit about where another Black person was from. Cicely Tyson, again, I told you, Blackies, is both her parents were from the islands. I think Grenada too. Nobody ever said anything, but now all of a sudden, oh, he from Haiti, he from Nigeria, he from he from there. Stop it. We're all African. Go ahead, Millennial Mark. Go ahead, sir. You get the floor.
No, I just want to say it was a good panel. You know, I've watched you a few times. You know, we agree and disagree on some stuff. What it all boils down to, I feel like, you know, for the community as a whole, for us to, you know, go around and say everything, you know, we need to be on code, we need to be B1. We also need to understand that everybody's going to have a different perspective, you know, and that perspective stems from our own individual backgrounds, you know, upcomings, where we're from. But at the end of the day, I feel like we do face the same struggles as a people. It's just how we handle it, which is different. You know, so that's just my stance on it. It was a great stream. I loved hearing everybody's opinion. I respect everybody's opinion. Mm-hmm. I'd love to see Black people as a collective come together. But we have to understand that we're all going to have a different perspective. And if we can understand that, I really feel like something can be done. That's all.
Thank you so much, sir. That was Millennial Mark TV. Very logical thinking individual. Please, and guys, Millennial Mark, you have a channel. They already know, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Raquette,
hey, fam.
You are a very disrespectful foreigner. You say some vile and vicious. No, I'm playing, sir. You don't. I think you keep it real and you're very honest. Let these
I love
FBA,
the Blacks, man.
Let these Blacks have it, sir. You foreigner. You dirty bastard. You foreigner. Go ahead.
Listen, we all share, you know, a genetic lineage, right? Recent African genetic lineage. I don't call myself Black anymore because, you know, that came from the 60s against colonialism, especially in Africa, and then the civil rights movement, which is also behind all of that is the Soviet Union, right? Yeah. Trying to divide America and take over the world, so on. So when you say Black, it has a political connotation to it, this thing, right? And yeah, I would say we share an African lineage. So I agree with you that if we want our fellow African descendants to do better, we can't, you know, divide ourselves this way. However, I am not against voluntary self-segregation. If foundational Black Americans want to have their own thing, they have every right to do so. And I can even share, you know, have a good time and share their culture, at least the good parts of it, and vice versa, you know. Go ahead.
No, I'm just
moving
my hands. Go ahead. You got the floor.
But I think that we're at a point now where many different ethnicities and communities in America have come to be tired of keeping their mouth shut regarding the really bad state of this Black community here.
Yeah.
And I think that the Black community is also being abandoned on the other end by the Democratic Party. They're not getting the same air cover support that they used to get, heck, 2 years ago. So when you have that, and then you have this separation of the Black immigrants versus the Black Americans or foundational Americans, you're going to have an isolated community that is dwindling in numbers because they don't reproduce enough, they abort too much, right? They don't have the political clout that they used to because the Democrats are distancing themselves. And then they don't have the camaraderie with the other Black immigrants because, of this difference that we saw in the panel today. This is very dangerous. The Latinos are reproducing and the Democrats are letting them in more and more. Like I said before, the Latino population in Georgia grew 33% in 1 year. That's insane. Okay? So, and we see it also when there's some type of crime, how the store owner that is not Black reacts very quickly and the consequences are, how do you say, they're airing them out, let's just say, okay? So there's a certain contempt growing for the low class Black American. This is very dangerous. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you.
That we have to come together and we have to improve. Otherwise, you're just gonna be marginalized even more, and your old commie allies are not gonna save you. They've already used you.
Yeah.
You're useless. Now they're going after the Latinos, right? Now they're trying to turn us into transformers. So you're gonna get left they are Latinx, blah blah blah. You're getting left behind. You're not reproducing. You keep this victim mindset, and the other ethnicities are tired of it because of all the looting and the burning that we saw. Because now we have a senile president starting wars because of you. Let's be honest. Because of the race thing. Everyone is tired of the race thing. You need to stop and you need to improve. Otherwise, there will be trouble. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you.
Love you.
Thank you so much, sir. Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Do you know who Nia Long is?
No, sir.
Nia Long was a very foxy little Black chick from the 90s. She was in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air as his girlfriend.
Okay.
Will Smith's girlfriend. She played the girl. She was in Friday with Ice Cube. She was in Boys in the Hood. A lot of Blacks, especially when I was a kid, love Nia Long. Nia Long is from the islands. Nobody ever said anything about that. See, you Blacks, you can't pull that shit on me about tethers and all that, because now I'm gonna start questioning you. All you Blacks now crying about tethers. I bet in the 90s you didn't say that about Nia Long. Nia Long's mother was born in the islands and her father. Salute to you, Rickett.
Salute.
Rakim, I got to get you up out of here. What's up, man?
Yeah, but you let him say a whole soliloquy about how.
Well, he's Cuban, so they talk a lot.
Yeah. Well, hey, Black Americans talk a lot. You know that.
That is true.
But now, let me say this. Rebuttal to what he said. No, we reproducing a lot. This is why we are dangerous. Latinos, they don't consider them dangerous. They know y'all will conform to anything. Y'all always conform when y'all in this country. Y'all put white on y'all birth certificate. That's why they count y'all as such. And with him saying this, that blew my mind, that it's going to get dangerous. We outnumber Black immigrants 40-1. Yeah. If anything happened, if Black Americans take our fucking power from Black immigrants, y'all done. And Black immigrants know that. Y'all ain't got enough power without us. And y'all only power y'all have is because of us, because they think you are us. But and y'all know that.
But and everything that you're saying, I agree with.
Right. And guess what? And he think, come on now. And he think Black Americans, we were slaves in this country for the longest. No, we ain't never get wiped out. He think we don't get wiped out now? Did he lose his motherfucking rabbit ass mind?
No.
We come from, he don't know that we come from a culture of soldiers. We come from a culture of creativity. This whole country is created off our fucking creative activity. all the music genre, everything that you like about this country is off the back of Black Americans. So he's a Caribbean immigrant who came floated over on a boat on some Castro shit. It might get his motherfucking. He's out there in Florida. He don't know about the rest of America. There's really black cities that'll bust his motherfucking head. He out there with motherfucking Haitians and shit like that. His dumb ass. He's so ignorant. He think black people. We got more money. We got more money than the whole fucking island of fucking. You could send 10,000 Black Americans over to his country and invade that motherfucker and take over that motherfucker. He don't know that.
I agree. Now that I agree with.
He don't know that we got more money than them at a higher power than them. He don't even know that half of 30% of American army is Black Americans. And the fucking general, for the first time, the 5-star general who's the leader of America is a Black American man from
Wait. You talking about the newly appointed Marines, or are you talking about the Secretary of Defense who's Black?
No. I'm talking about the general of the army, like of the whole army. You know, the Mississippi man.
I think you're talking about the Secretary of Defense being Black. Or are you talking about the Marines that just have that just appointed a 4-star general, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the black man.
Rakim, I got to get the hell up out of here because.
But let me say this because you let that man talk his crazy shit, and he said something about they doing stuff to you in stores. Man, they ain't doing nothing to us in stores. We burnt the whole fucking city down, and what happened? And then he said we started a war. How the fuck we started a war with Ukraine and Russia? He a stupid ass nigga. So you let people come up here and say dangerous shit that'll get other people hurt.
Well, Rakim, you got to understand too, it's a free country. People have a
but
right.
That'll get people hurt for him saying that.
But
because Black Americans don't play. So you a Nigerian. So what if a Black American start saying, "Oh, we ain't fucking with Nigerians," then we say, "Hey, guess what? Then motherfuckers be like, hey, what? I'm Nigerian." Then we bust your ass. It's too many little blacks out here. Then we hurting y'all for no reason for saying stupid shit. You got to correct stupid shit because stupid shit could get people hurt. Because you talking about you and hurt us, and we got y'all outnumbered by a lot. So you got to correct stupid shit because that could get you hurt.
Rakim, take it easy.
You let him say stupid shit.
No, Rakim, you gotta understand.
That could get us hurt.
Rakim, this is Lapeef politics. People have a right to their opinion and perspectives.
Getting people hurt is crazy. Yeah. He said about some violent shit. Like shit, it's people on here who's stupid. What if these SBA niggas y'all think is a joke, and nigga be like, oh, boom, and the nigga a gangster, he like, nigga ain't, a nigga gonna ride for his. Him like, oh, maybe I'm not a blood and crip. Maybe I'm for a kind. Then the blood and crips ain't gonna be blood and crips no more. Maybe they be FBA now. And who gonna get hurt? Y'all. Because we outnumber y'all about it's 50 million Black Americans. It's 4 million Black immigrants. Who getting demolished? Who getting ran out this motherfucker?
Now, Rakim.
When do the xenophobia? Then y'all be like, stop the xenophobia. Stop the xenophobia. These niggas are fucking shooting us in our head. Stop playing. Calm that shit down. You got to correct ignorant shit when he say ignorant shit, because that could get you hurt.
Rakim. Now, Rihanna, right? Right? Do you think any of these proud FBA niggas wouldn't be caught dead with Rihanna?
Of course they will. You don't, but hey, guess what?
Exactly.
Any of these proud Nigerian niggas wouldn't be caught with Beyonce.
Exactly. It's all bullshit.
So you trolling the whole time. I knew you was a fucking troll.
Oh, shit. That's what I'm saying. I've been trying to convey that the whole night, that all this tether shit is bullshit. It was created. Go ahead.
Yeah, but it was not created. It's a fine line for disrespect, but we not violent about. It's just disrespect talking. We ain't. But dude was talking violence. You should always correct a person on violence. Like us talking shit. That's what we do. We crack jokes. I could be like, hey, you a Nigerian nigga, you African American nigga. I could say you all this thing, but we know when it's time to go.
Rakim, on that note, I gotta get up out of here. I don't.
All right, go ahead, go handle your business, bro. Go ahead, handle your brother. Go ahead.
Absolutely. That little nigga was here before. 23, sound like a old school gangster. You niggas are full of shit. All that FBA tether shit, bullshit. All of you pro FBA, I'm FBA this, I'm FBA that. Man, let Rihanna say, what's up? You niggas, all that stuff you talking go out the window. Who's the other little Caribbean singer? Isn't there another Caribbean black singer? What's her name? Guys, help me out here in the chat real quick, man. Who's the other little Caribbean singer? You got Rihanna and you got damn, who's the other one? Who's the other guys? Guys, help me out here for a minute. Who is the other Caribbean singer? I can't think. Oh, Nicki Minaj. Yeah. You niggas talking about you FBA. Stop it. Stop. Let Nicki Minaj say, what's up? What you doing tonight? You be like, oh, shit, hanging with you. A gook. Stop it. And then vice versa too, like Rakim said. Let Beyonce holla at some pro Ghanaian. Stop it. You gotta hurry up, Jay, man. I got like 2 minutes, bro.
Hey, hurry up, man. So I had to ask you, Chaotic, what's going on, bro?
Yeah, it's another show coming up.
So what's your problem with Tariq Nasheed? I see you got him posted on the network, man.
I don't have a problem with anybody, sir. What does that bother you? Are you his bodyguard or something?
I'm not his bodyguard, but I'm just saying you posting the guy and you comparing him to Umar. Now, Umar's a scam artist. I would agree with that. He's been building the school for 13 years, but Tariq Nasheed, he actually fulfills what he's going to do.
Sir, he's starting a culture war by saying that people like myself are tethers.
How are you a tether? I think tether means sellout, right?
No, tether. I thought tether meant like I'm not. I guess first generation. I don't know. What are they talking about?
Well, I think tether actually means sellout. You know, like somebody could be a tether if they're Jesse Lee Peterson. He's technically from America, a black person.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
All this FBA nonsense, it's all bullshit, sir. Yeah, that's what that's.
I mean, it could be.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is there's a bunch of sellouts, and if tether actually means sellout, like I thought it did mean when Tariq Nasheed was saying that, I would agree with him. You have a bunch of sellouts, like that girl that's the Speaker of the House, Speaker for Joe Biden. You have your boy Roland Martin. You got your boy Officer Tatum.
Let's get you the fuck out of here. Hey guys, have a good one, man. Have a good one. Hey, don't disrespect Officer Tatum, nigga. Hey guys, thank you so much, guys, for coming to the show. This has been an incredible show. JD Informant, please come over to the my channel, as you already know. Guys, please hit that like button. Please subscribe to the channel. Guys, the panel was incredible tonight. The topic was incredible. I don't have any problem with those men. My message is for the younger generation. If you're young, don't look at a Nigerian, don't look at a Caribbean, don't look at a Brazilian and say that's an enemy because of what this nigga Tariq Nasheed is telling you to do. If you're 19 or 20, don't have some old nigga who's 60 years old try to convince you that you're oppressed, like Dr. Umar. Don't have some nigga like Brother Polight try to convince you to look in the past at some fantastical Egyptian history nonsense, all the while he's enjoying the fruits of this current society. Thank you so much, guys, man. This has been an incredible show. I kind of ran a little bit over. But yeah, guys, and don't forget, guys, there was never an issue with first generation blacks. Nobody ever had an issue with Sidney Poitier. Nobody ever had an issue with Shirley Chisholm, who ran for president of the United States of America in the 70s, who's a black woman. Nobody ever had a problem with Harry Belafonte, Malcolm X, Farrakhan, who are all first generation blacks. So stop all this nonsense. Guys, please hit that like button. Ash says CT is right. I'm a Gen Xer. Do not fall into the BS. Absolutely. Yes, black Americans support everyone. Yeah, and vice versa too. Shut up, Black Tinkerbell. Guys, thank you so much, guys, for coming to the chat. I rock with you, man. Please hit that like button. Please subscribe to the channel. Guys, I'm out of here. Peace.